there we are. And are we live?
No nameplates.
Looks like we are live.
Yeah, been live for 12 seconds, it looks like.
Welcome to the Wildliverse, everybody.
Hello.
That's your job now.
Oh, shoot, I guess it is. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Wildliverse, as Wiley just said. Or I guess now it's the Ziggyverse this time. Oh, there's a camera right here. Hello. Hi, I'm Robert, and I'll be DMing tonight. We've just ended our long campaign of the Spill Road to disastrous implications in the end. And so we're giving old Wiley a break, and decided to run something else. We know we said originally we were going to run Ghosts of Saltmarsh, but things change. Things happen. People get tied up in things, and so I have decided to crunch as fast as I can the first chapter of a recently published campaign module, or adventure module, I should say. I do hope they expand more. It looks pretty cool so far. We are going to be playing Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, The Wild Beyond the Witchlight, which is a very frolicky jaunt into realms of the Fae and whatnot. And it should be very whimsical and we're just so happy. We'll see. The players might decide to turn everything
Prime.
Yeah.
We already got a first sub, man. You're doing good.
Oh, and thanks Wiley for making this really cool little overlay display here. I really like how that came out.
And now I'll get the nameplates for our next session. So hopefully I'll fix the damn camera.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. So since we don't have nameplates, let's go around and introduce yourselves. Your name, I believe, is Mitch. Why don't you talk about yourself and your character there?
Legally, it's Mitchell.
Oh, sorry.
Just tell everybody. And I live in.
Yeah.
My address. And I'm having trouble with social security numbers.
We do a little doxing here.
Yeah, it's all good. Hey, my name is Mitch. I'm playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who are you playing?
Changeling. Yeah, I'm playing a Changeling, but right now everyone knows me as Malshun, who is one of the Knights of Isilde, who is one of the co-owners of the original Witchlight, who is helping run the Shadowfell version of it. And I've kind of come to look at stuff, but really I'm coming back for my voice. It's complicated. I'm a Changeling. You know how things go.
Yes, there was a carnival that comes by into the Prime Material Plane on the Sword Coast. Every 8 years it disappears and magical things happen, and yeah, that's your relation with that so far.
Maybe you should explain more about the carnival.
I think that's fine for now. Yeah, just yeah. So
anyway, my last trip here, I lost my ability to change my voice, to sing and to bark and do all kinds of fun stuff, so now I can only talk, which is not good for a circus person.
You came into the Carnival of Witchlight without a ticket, and you were caught and were stolen. Had that stolen from you.
Mm-hmm. Just
Curse.
all of a sudden, I can only speak normally. I can't sing. I can't do anything fun.
Terrible.
Yeah.
So what do you look like now?
I'm a tiefling, red with black horns, well dressed,
Okay.
well spoken.
All right. And then next we got Galen, who's playing
Elliot.
Right.
He is a halfling warlock who was Feylost for a little while. Meaning he was in the Feywild, where he met his patron, and started becoming a warlock. But he was trying to get back home to the Sword Coast, wherever, the real world.
The Prime Material Plane.
And his way out, he was going through the carnival, and as he was almost home, knew exactly where he was going, all his memories were stolen. So now he doesn't know where he belongs anymore. And so he's waiting for the carnival to come back.
Very tragic.
It's where you really belong. So says your patron.
And so Elliot is not his given name. Well, I mean, it was given to him, but it's not his
birth name.
So he doesn't even remember his real name.
I see. And you also notice from that time, ever since then, you've been unable to tie or untie knots as well. Another thing, maybe that was just another memory that was taken away from you, but you can't do it, man.
I think it's the chubby fingers.
He's
a chubby little athlete.
Yeah.
He's not
You did
like
say
a
that.
lean.
He's not a lean when he's a hobbitses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine Sam Gamgee.
He's the barefoot one over there.
Yeah.
He can't tie shoes.
Yeah.
He's got sandals or nothing.
Just a little Velcro straps.
Flip flops.
Actually, it kind of looks like more of the boss now that I think about it.
Well, and lastly, we have Wiley, who's finally being a player instead of a GM. It's very exciting. I can't wait to ruin this experience for you.
It's weird from this angle. Anyway, I am playing Prewinna Bloom. Prewinna Bloom is a artificer. She was an aspirant artificer to become an alchemist. She was going to the Academy of Eviat North Institute of Alchemy in Silvery Moon. When the carnival came through, she heard of the fantastic beasts that it caters to, and lots of those have magical properties with their excretions. So she snuck in thinking that she'd nab some great components to wow everyone at the next semester, and lost her, or all of her formula memories got jumbled. So she kind of just throws shit together now and hope it works.
Yeah. And that's going to be really fun. I can't wait for...
And for whatever reason, normal means of creating fire do not work for me anymore. I have to use my magic
No
to create
Bunsen
fire.
burners.
So
Terrible chemist.
I got laughed right out.
Poor
And
Prewinna.
you're our healer.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's cursed. You find them, in the carnival. It turns out there's unicorns you've heard there, and they shit just like in the Squatty Potty commercial.
Yeah,
It's just
rainbow,
little sherbet.
soft serve.
Yeah.
But he was making a Harry Potter joke. Fantastic speak.
Yeah.
Somewhere to find them.
Yeah, I see what Drewby's up to. All right, and so that leaves me. Again, my name's Robert, and I will be playing everybody else, which doesn't include a dedicated NPC. I just wanted to see you all figure this shit out on your own. And we'll see how that works. So, I think we will begin our tale in the town of Daggerford, in the inn known as Boot and Hawk. Now, all three of you had your own individual scattered, past the last 8 years, but over that course, you have learned that since 8 years has gone by, the carnival is coming back, and you found out where. And this inn here, the Boot and Hawk, is the nearest location for it. Now, there are other carnival goers here. It's a busy night here, but most people seem kind of happy and excited. It's a magical time. I mean, a lot of these people are just commoners that have been saving up for months and stuff, and maybe even longer. But you three probably aren't looking quite as thrilled, and you might have noticed that with each other. And eventually, all just kind of started checking each other out.
Talking about it.
So you think there was a boot and a hawk? And that's why they called it this?
I wonder if someone left their boot here.
I think it's in reference to an old hunting term.
Do you use hawks to hunt boots?
No, but you would use it.
Oh, God.
I mean, boots are necessary in order to walk.
Right.
Walking is necessary for
to
hunting.
track your hawk.
I don't
on
even
the
know where
hunt.
boots come from. I mean, do they just graze out on the plains or something?
I believe they're built just like any other form of clothing.
Oh, right. Huh. I'm
Hey.
tinkering away at some gears and creating a little clockwork.
Okay, are you a rock gnome?
I
or-
am, yeah.
Oh, okay, great. Fantastic. A very flustered tavern wench just seems like a terrible word to
Server.
use. Yeah. Just comes up and just sorry that took so long. Hey, here's your drinks. So whatever it was you ordered, you have your drinks. And there's a bowl of nuts that was tossed down, some nuts spilled over. Sorry about that. And rushes off.
I grab a big walnut,
All right.
put it down next to my tinkering stuff.
Okay.
Handful.
Tieflings have sharp
Just
teeth.
handful.
Oh yeah.
They have fangs.
Yeah.
Or you could also have a full set of sharp teeth if you wanted, but
I mean,
generally they have fangs.
Okay.
I mean, you could have whatever
No,
the hell you
I
want.
mean, I just don't know what a tiefling looks like. Mitch doesn't know
Yeah.
exactly what a tiefling looks like.
It'd be funny if you like mix some races and everyone's all like,
Well,
that guy's definitely a changeling.
that's the fun part. I'll talk about that when you guys know that I'm a changeling.
So it's about evening time. It's the way these roads, the long road is set up is I think there's like about a day's travel between each way rest coming around, and so each of you either came from the north or south, and so now is the evening, and the circus is due to set up tomorrow night. It is a night carnival.
Do we have tickets this time?
You don't, but you know that you can buy tickets there.
So are there any people from the carnival like barking in the town to drum up business, or is it?
Yes, there absolutely would be. You would have noticed a kind of like a squat-looking dwarf, but squat even for a dwarf, just wearing purples and blues, outrageous outfits, wearing fake fairy wings that made out of like really thin wood, all
Gossamer.
painted up, yeah, and just crying out, "Come see the Witchlight! It's only here 3 days for 8 hours a night.
Days for 8 hours a night.
Magic, wonder, merriment."
How does it do that?
Make this shape.
3 days at night.
It is a mystery.
Oh boy.
Insane. There's a day. It also includes night.
Pruin is going to be fun to play.
Huh. Are you sure? Night was night and a day is a day.
Sure as the curls on my head.
For some of us, the line is blurred. It could be taken as either way. Perhaps, have any of you your tickets yet? Or
No.
a plan by which you might acquire one?
I hope gold works.
Perhaps since the circus is to be set for tomorrow, we should get those tickets.
Where do we
Maybe
go?
that dwarf is selling them.
Go ask.
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
First sessions.
My stuff is all set up here. I don't want to leave
I'll
it.
watch it.
Yes, we'll keep an eye on it for you.
You can
Could
trust
be
us.
useful.
I get up and walk over to the door.
Alright.
He's barking and sees you approach, like, hello, how you come into the to the carnival?
Well, I don't know. I was told I need a ticket.
Oh, yes, it's 8 silver tickets, and when the carnival appears, there will be a booth there where you can purchase your admission fee. You have 8 punches to use that on any of the rides. You can buy as many tickets as you want. It's a marvelous time. I hope to see you there.
Oh, so you're not going to sell me a ticket?
I can't.
All right.
They don't exist yet.
I turn around quick. He doesn't have tickets.
Did he tell you where we could get
Oh,
tickets?
right. He said when the thing appears, there's going to be a booth, and there's something about 8 punches. I'm going to put you in
Wait,
charge
what?
of taking the punches.
You heard the lady.
But it's just shy of a gold each ticket.
Are you male, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's kind of androgynous looking too. Very no facial
I
hair.
mean, I would, yeah.
So I'm going to build a clockwork,
Childlike.
which is a little dragon,
He's also
And it
just
toddles. but I want it to be able to crack walnuts with its mouth.
All right. I don't think you have to roll for anything for
No,
that.
for the tinker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's
Just crunch.
a little clockwork dragon crawling around the table and cracking walnuts.
Fascinating.
I just take a walnut and he just walks across, and I keep putting walnuts in his mouth, and he leaves a trail of cracked open walnuts across the table until he gets too far out of my reach, and then I just gotta let it go.
I'll turn it around. And you say your powers have been taken from you.
I mean, not take it. I can still make stuff. I'm still pretty reliable. I just get confused sometimes.
Specifically with potions.
Yeah, I mean, potions, devices, directions,
That's rough.
recipes, names,
I can't even remember my name.
clothing.
And who of us can really claim to be an excellent cook?
I make a fine stew.
I believe it by the smell of your fingers.
Speaking of a fine stew, they
Server. I have one.
Oh,
server comes
Oh,
back and they just got hollowed out bread bowls with just some kind of chunky stew in it. It's okay. Mostly potatoes, but there's some game fowl in there.
You know, potatoes are a fine meal. It's got all the nutrients you need.
A tuber, isn't it?
Yes, I believe so.
if you
Or is it just a root?
everything here is always so overcooked.
Have you been here before?
Yes. Many a time.
Well, then what should we be eating? Anything good on the menu?
Touche. I was just commenting on human cuisine in general.
Yeah, not quite as good as happens.
Is this human?
Or-
There are a
Sorry,
lot of
Herb.
humans here. Yeah, Daggerford sounds like a humany place.
Yeah. I did just
It is a
speciate
farmland.
these people.
Human farmlands. But also is the center of several major plot points in the Forgotten Realms. Kind of ended up in this small, shitty little town.
Yeah, that's why I
like
had
it
to
all
ask
happens.
about, like, what's Daggerford before I
Yeah,
just used
it's-
it. And it's like, currently
up.
it's enslaved by dragons. And
I looked it up and it's really a bunch of nothing. Like, Daggerford was a small but consequential town located in Delimbir Vale within the Greater Sword Coast. It was primarily a farming community and blah blah blah. That's what it looks like.
wow.
Yeah, tiny.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a walled hamlet.
Yep. And it's on a river.
So what are we gonna do until the carnival?
I haven't thought on it.
He said it was just going to appear. Like, I thought they needed to, like, set tents up and stuff like that.
it just appeared. Trust me.
Is he talking about the Witchlight will just appear?
Wait a
just
minute.
The booth will just appear.
Does that mean if we go to where it's going to appear before it appears, we'll just be in there when it appears?
Perhaps, but
No.
I'd rather go in the front door this time.
Oh,
if you know
right.
what
I think that's what got me in trouble last time.
It just appeared around you.
You're like, I'm here.
Yeah. That's good.
I got this close to that unicorn.
Yes, I was sent undercover.
I'm
last
also
time.
confused about distances as well.
That's about right. Can you tie my bags together?
I do a complicated freaking gnome knot. It's all using thumbs. When you want to release it, you just pull this little tab here, but don't pull this little tab here, because that'll make it tighter.
I completely forgot the knot thing for a second. I was like, what kind of question is that to ask a lady? Like, tie my bags together.
Yeah. Oh, curses.
I
Foiled
get a little
again.
ribbon and indicate which one I need to pull and which one not to pull.
You-
Can you tie those on
Can you
too?
tie this ribbon on?
So you don't remember at all?
All right,
you've
now.
been to the carnival before.
To undo
I
this
just don't remember
ribbon.
the family in my past. I don't remember stuff about me.
So you remember coming to the carnival. You remember waking
Carnival
up
is how I got out.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
you
remember, he
disappeared
was on
with
the.
That's
He
right.
started on the
That's right.
Feywild side.
That's right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He was taken as a child.
Because I still have to remember my patron and stuff like that. I just don't
Mhm.
remember anything about my family or
Yeah.
who I am.
And have you talked to your
Scott
to us about
just
your
seems to be
patron
missing the
or
one
anything
NPC I was
like that,
looking
or
for.
who you are? No? Okay.
I'll tell you this. I mean, I won't hide. Well, actually, I
What
don't
would
know
you
when I
What
would.
would you be telling us? That's what I'm saying. Like we're getting to. You know that I'm like I worked for one of the owners. Basically.
I mean,
And I
I'll
was coming in to kind of look around and check on things and see if they were going to follow our part of the deal, and was kicked out because I
I don't have any
Wasn't
spells
supposed to
that I
be
would have used that would have shown that I have magic abilities. I wouldn't talk about specifically being a warlock, but maybe I kind of act like I have magical powers. Maybe if you
You
were...
are a little
Yeah.
fey.
Yeah.
Something's off.
There's a little tint.
It is
in my
obvious what I am.
Well, would you say though, like I came from the Feywilds and I'm trying to get back, or something like that?
act. Well, if this is the first night we met, I don't think I would have said so right away.
That's right. With that background, there is a noticeable trait that's different about you because of that. What stands out from you? What stands out from?
There's little green flecks in the eyes.
Okay, green flecks in the eyes.
Swirl, maybe?
You have to kind of look hard. Maybe like once you spend a little time, you notice it.
You get
But if we were just like,
get
passing.
real close and they like take this shape.
I
Whoa!
don't look people in the eyes, so.
oh, so
Constantly
maybe
looking.
Pre-winner hasn't noticed.
Nope. I'm
But
completely
this is the
oblivious
first-
to.
I'm not hiding anything.
The
but
fact
I
that you
don't
guys
think
are
I
even
would've
here.
just pointed out.
So you're just to us, you're just a halfling who's coming back to your memories. We don't know anything else about you. 76 trombones.
Huh.
Is that this? Yeah, it is. Inspiration for that.
It's
Yeah.
what? I was in marching band all in high school.
Ah.
This was
Right.
also popularized in the musical The Music Man.
I think, like, if nothing. If it's
Colors,
tomorrow
something.
night, I'm not going to be
Yeah. I
doing
don't-
much else besides sitting here tinkering away.
All right.
I mean, I'd probably walk around where it's supposed to show up.
You want to go out
Seeing
to
if there's any
How far
signs.
outside of town is it?
It's good. It's a good trek. I wouldn't. Maybe a mile out.
Let's do it.
I might be
I'll
looking
go.
around to see if I recognize anybody from the last time I was here.
Does it
Is
show
there
up in the
people that are showing up that?
There's definitely carnival goers.
No, I mean like carnival workers and stuff like
Yeah,
people.
they're
No,
not
you don't
here
see
yet.
any workers. No,
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Like,
just
do
the
I recognize
crier outside, who you don't recognize.
Does this show up in the same place every time?
Nope. No, you had to do a bit of sleuthing around to figure out where it was going to be next time.
Yeah, last time it was up towards Silvery Moon.
True.
I remember that.
Is that all you remember about it?
That's where he ended up.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't know what it was when I first got out.
I'd ask people, where the hell did I just come from? That way, Silvery Moon.
I remember the carnival. I don't remember anything
That's
else.
my favorite part.
The getting out.
They have a petting zoo? The Feywild sucks.
Yeah, like if you want to go check out the field it's going to appear in, I'll totally do that because this whole apparating carnival is
This sounds
exciting to me.
Like, this does sound like a good idea. I'm interested. I'll go with you.
All right, I start packing up my stuff, grab my little clockwork, put them away.
I'm more of
I
a
have a-
hood up.
Leather apron with
Oh, sorry.
buckles and pockets and all this stuff, and a big old backpack that's got a wood frame on it because it's holding bottles and vials and all these other things. I got a big
I'm always
poof
walking with
of
this
okay,
quarterstaff.
I've got a
Walking
big
with quarterstaff.
poof of hair, and it's bleached at the end, which doesn't look like it's a fashion choice. Probably fumes and other stuff going up in there.
I'm picturing Gone from the Ghostbusters.
Oh, the cartoon? Yeah.
Another character detail. As we're walking, like anytime
So you guys are walking this evening?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go out there. this
anytime I
evening.
start doing any kind of physical activity, my cheeks get really rosy.
Oh, okay.
Like humans would definitely just mistake me for a child if they saw me.
Interesting.
And I'm hooded because I'm a tiefling for one, but I'm also semi-famous.
What are your
so
horns like?
They're just black and back.
Okay.
They're just straight up and straight back. Kind of just like almost like hair.
Okay.
Like
Not
that.
sticking out of holes in your
This
hood.
is kind of what my hair poofs.
Oh,
out
wow. Yeah.
Like, but
And
it's all blonde at the tips, like
Why is she cross-eyed?
And
because she's making a funny
it's
face.
just- it sounds silly, but I look like I'm kind of drawing attention to myself, but not making eye contact. I don't want people to recognize me, but to see that there's somebody different.
Yeah,
You're doing the I'm incognito, but I want everyone to
Yeah,
know.
Yeah, the Kardashian in a black box.
You do get some looks, especially at a little small place like this. Not many people seen a tiefling before, and yeah, you definitely get some looks. Not
gonna be
all of them, but
tieflings?
seem very charming.
Inspiration for saying it correctly.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I said tiefling at the beginning.
No, it's tiefling. That is
No one
correct.
said it. Anything, and I was like, as soon as someone says tiefling, I'll find out.
It's fine.
Alright,
You can
whatever.
say however you. I mean, tiefling is, I think, the canon.
It is
I'm just gonna
what
call it
the
beef-like from now
it is
on.
what the creator wanted it to be.
Yeah,
Tiefling
yeah.
or tiefling?
Tiefling.
Tiefling, okay.
But
They spelled it wrong.
they spelled it wrong. Absolutely.
Definitely.
I agree.
Unless it's chief or grief.
I don't know. Those things that fly around in Star Wars are called TIE fighters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you T a tie or do you
Yeah.
tie a tie?
But you put two consonants in
that-
front of it, and then it changes it grammatically.
Chief and-
before E except after C in words like neighbor and way, and other words that are French derivatives. So it's
Thanks, Professor.
You ever notice when you're driving on a highway and you have your window cracked and a semi goes by, it sounds just like a TIE fighter? Yeah.
sorry.
Anyway,
So
Tiefling.
so we head out.
we head out to the field.
All right. There's not a lot of people going right now. Yeah. What are you wearing? Are you guys armored or what's up?
Yeah,
You got scale mail?
No, I have studded leather, but it's my leather apron with all the buckles and things that hold the pockets in. so-
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Also, my mace is a mortar and pestle. So it's a big mortar like this big, and the pestle, big mortar this big, pestle, and it has leather straps that I put the pestle into the mortar and strap it together. So basically, I have the pestle with the mortar on the top,
nice.
and I swing that around.
Very cool. I like that.
I'm pretty darkly dressed. I'm nice, like nice shirt, nice pants, but it's like dark blackish. And then I'm wearing lightly leathered armor, but it just kind of looks ornate. Looks like it's part of it, like something you'd wear.
Patterned leather.
Yeah, something like a nobleman might wear because he wants to show that he's been in battle or something like that. It's not really useful, but it's the cloak that's nice. It's a nice darker red, and that looks fancy. That's the I'm incognito thing.
Oh, okay.
It's just like a cape-ish kind of thing.
So you're not wearing armor with that? You
It's
just
leather.
you
It's leather armor. It's like
I see. I see.
Yeah, but it's dark colored too. It's more of like subdued. Like
okay.
I don't know how to describe it. It's more like show armor. Is
Yeah.
kind of what you get the idea.
Yeah,
It's just-
yeah.
It's leathers.
It's that
that
pattern,
have
like
them.
patent leather, like they have the stamping like in it, like so
Yeah.
there's designs in it.
Yeah. It could have been. Oh, I don't think you've ever decided if that ring of yours, if that was stolen or given.
It's definitely not given.
Okay. All right. Good to know.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so yeah, you spend about
You don't
Let's
care
see.
about what I'm wearing?
huh?
Yeah, there you go. That's kind of what I'm talking about.
Oh,
I didn't know how to
nice.
describe it. Like I don't know how else. Yeah, it's like a kind of nobly.
Yeah.
Like I'm not going into battle, but
I
if
think-
I got into like a rapier fight, I've got something.
You
on.
sound like the kind of rogue who would be able to get the funds to make something fancy out of it. Yeah. And
Well,
yeah, what are you wearing?
just-
Just a trash bag, right?
All right. Leather armor, but nothing fancy. But I got a nice big wool cloak
Oh, okay.
with a hood, but I don't put it over my head unless it gets cold.
Mm-hmm.
Just picturing a tiny Eskimo dude. In your
I have
damn it.
the other the thing is I have leather goggles that are pushed up, and so like my poof is even poofier because my
Yeah. that's
pushed
all.
up. But also around my neck, I have one of those like gas bags, basically like the plague doctor type things.
Mhm.
It's a little pouch that I can pull up over my mouth that has herbs and stuff in it, so I can
Little potpourri.
filter. So it's not really. Generally, it would be for the smell like of that,
Yeah.
but this isn't for that. This is actually it's got fibers in there that filter toxins. Like
Oh,
filter,
really?
It's filtering for like fumes.
Oh, wow.
So that's what's in
So,
that.
like-
so I put that up when I'm.
Coal and fiber or charcoal and fibers
Yeah,
and
basically.
stuff. That's neat.
Unfortunately, you forgot which flowers to pick, and all it's really doing is kind of making your allergies worse.
But all it is, it's not like the big long tube. It's just a ball. So like it just when I put it up, it just looks like I'm a dog like with a ball in my mouth.
Right.
Thing, like,
It's
squeak
like
squeak.
I'm picturing like a tea strainer, those little silver
Yeah.
tea strainer balls. Yeah.
I don't. Nothing fancy. I look very
So
simple.
that's hanging
Yeah,
there.
traveler.
But yeah, and I'm just shaking and sloshing because all the crap I'm carrying with me.
Okay. Well, it takes you about, I don't know, a half hour to 45 minutes as you get across the fields. It's night, the moon's out. It is almost a full moon. And, yeah. So eventually you get past the fields into like a bit of an off-road. It's not the main road. So there's a little path off the way. And, noisy in the dark, not on Carnival Day. You do see someone kind of hanging out, sitting on a rock on the side of the road up ahead. Wearing a cloak, seems to be juggling something.
I gotta put this out here right now. I probably don't notice that.
Okay.
As I'm walking, I'm probably like fiddling with things and.
I would say there's a stranger out in the dark ahead of us.
Oh.
Juggling.
Are they going out to look at the place too?
What happens? They don't have
He
my
looks
vision.
like he may
No.
be a part of the
I'm
carnival, but waiting.
The only one with dark vision.
The juggling makes me think he's a part of the carnival, waiting people that are too early.
Maybe he has tickets.
Maybe.
Maybe he'll tell you what. I don't know. I know what happens when you let it apparate around you. Nothing.
I say,
don't be in the
good
field.
Good sir. Good sir.
How close do you get before you do that?
I mean, as soon as I notice him,
What's
as soon as
throwing
you said it,
distance?
so
Yeah.
however far away we are.
He catches whatever he's throwing up and looks over and gives a wave. Evening, calls out.
I'll approach him.
I'm just following these guys.
Yeah.
All right. You get closer and yeah, you see this this cloaked figure. Looks like he's wearing leather armor, human. He looks like he was just juggling a little knife.
What color are his eyes?
His color of his eyes, hard to tell in the dark. Do you have dark vision?
No.
You don't.
Even if you did.
You do.
They,
I mean, I can't tell.
Dark vision.
Dark
can't
vision's
tell
black and white.
colors.
Oh, that's right. So it's black and white. Was that?
I was trying to say that dark vision is black and white.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'm a tiefling. I have a tiefling. I have blind vision, right?
No.
Tieflings, no. Damn.
They have dark vision, but you don't
You
have
don't
dark
know that. I was just
You-
going to tell you what color his eyes were.
yeah.
If
Everyone here could assume that you can see in the dark because you're a tiefling.
Well, that's why I spoke up first
Yeah.
instead
I
of
don't
waiting
even
from a
know.
distance and said
Oh,
I was
yeah, you
describing it.
don't get
he
the.
doesn't get the traits.
That's
So
it's
I
just
was,
a look.
I'm pretending to be able to see out farther and be like, oh yeah, he works for the carnival. We'll go talk to him. And now this guy's throwing a knife, and I fucked up. But
No,
it's okay.
he was tossing a knife. That's what he was
Still,
juggling.
he doesn't necessarily work for the carnival. And I
Yeah.
said from a distance, I can see him a juggler. He's
Right.
obviously works for the carnival, but I can't see him.
also, I
Well,
don't
you
know
could-
what other races know about what other people are seeing.
It
Like, I mean, I'm
depends.
sure like the scholarly people would have looked into it, but like,
But why
It
does
always
hiding-
makes me.
why would I?
Yeah.
Why ask?
It always makes me think of the Destiny in Destiny when you're running around the tower. Like there's all the workers up there.
Yeah.
And they have conversations, and one of them's like, "The Awoken can see in the dark, like rats." And Awoken is one of the three races. They're like the dark humans.
Yeah. Yeah, they're basically the elves of the
Yeah.
of the scene.
So, people would obviously know that elves can see in the dark because that is just something people know, right? Like they have good
They're
vision.
pretty
and
famous
they,
for that. Yeah,
they
yeah.
have see in the
People-
darkness and this and that.
People probably just say that about
Probably.
tiefling too. They're like this demon kind, can probably do all kinds of weird, mean
Devil-
stuff. Yeah.
Devil kind.
I'm,
Yeah,
sure,
yeah,
I'm not
they're-
sure the Alien wouldn't necessarily notice if you
Yeah.
can or cannot see in the dark.
Well, I'm just saying it would be part of my persona.
It is.
To
He's-
start
he's playing it.
announcing that I'm doing it, and yeah, like I'm pretending that I can see farther than you and stuff.
Anyway, so we're approaching this
Yeah.
guy still.
Yeah, he's just looking at the three of you and say, out for a stroll. It's pretty late at night, don't you think?
I'll take my hood off. So just looking. Does he recognize?
It doesn't seem to. I mean, he's like, oh, for a second, but doesn't seem. It seemed more like oh, like just surprised at what you look like more than like, oh, damn, it's you.
We're going to the Carnival Grounds.
Oh, the Carnival Grounds.
yes, are you waiting here for it?
Oh yeah, I work for them actually. Yeah, we're just getting ready to set up pretty soon.
I thought it was tomorrow night. Are you coming early?
Well, I just gotta make sure the place is secure before we start setting up tomorrow. If you like a preview, I could show you something Out in the woods back
Can I
there.
tell if he's lying or not with an insight?
You can
Insight.
certainly try.
It's like, I'm like, please somebody do
Yeah,
this because my character isn't.
16.
16, huh? This guy seems to be really hard to read. It's almost impressive. You can't. It seems like he's, because you could see there's ways he's saying things, but it still somehow just seems like this guy's on the up and up.
And, being shifty, I think, is part of being a carnival
These
worker. Right?
carnies are
Damn it. Should know better. Then I'll just straight ask him, do you know who I am?
Can't say you look terribly familiar. It's on the tip of my tongue. Didn't you?
Did you say you work for Witchlight?
I didn't say that, but
Didn't he say that?
He didn't say he worked for Witchlight. He said he worked at the carnival.
Oh.
but I'm glad you know that. You haven't been around in a while, haven't you?
I haven't.
So well,
what kind of preview are you going to give us?
just some people setting up, practicing some of their.
Is it one of the unicorns?
A unicorn? Well, I'm sure we can get somebody to find one of them. We gotta, round them up. They might not be here now, though. But come meet my friends. We'll call over a unicorn.
I mean,
Premina is so excited.
I know. I'm trying to think of how to press myself without giving it away. I guess we can go with him.
Now, just because you can't,
I'm trying
This
to
is a
figure out.
DM being all,
yeah.
don't walk into this.
Just because you fail a roll doesn't mean you have to blindly trust the person.
No, I'm trying to say. I was trying to say, like, if he knows who I am, then I obviously know that he's lying. Like,
He doesn't know who you are, right?
he's pretending that he knows who I am. So I'm trying to convey the fact that I think he's lying and that I work for Witchlight.
Are you trying to convey that to us?
No, I'm trying to find a way to say that out loud, or
You could always just say it out
I
loud.
just said it out loud.
So you're trying to convince them.
I'm trying
No,
to
no.
I feel like he's lying to us, even though I can't quite tell. He's maybe lying, maybe not. So I'm like, do you know who I am? And he's like, kind of.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of trying to give him the point where, like, I work for Witchlight.
Well, your insight was
Fucking
on whether or
around
not.
with me, or
Your insight was more of, was this guy trustworthy?
yeah, well,
But
I
if he said something that your character would know isn't true, then
that's what I'm trying to figure out, I guess.
If
It's
that's what you're trying to pitch at him, it doesn't seem like he's quite catching it.
okay, so then he wouldn't know me enough then to. Okay, so it's not working. So I'd say forget it. And we came to see.
All right.
yeah, and he's
Yes,
showing
I
us.
know.
All right.
You
Lead
sure
the
you
way.
don't want to see the unicorn?
Oh,
Oh,
we do. We
oh,
are
you
Yeah.
do. Oh, yeah.
coming
Right
to
this
see,
way.
Like,
I like it was just two dopey little.
and then just this like fierce, pretty tiefling behind you.
All right. So you follow this strange, totally honest man into the woods, and at a certain point, he just, they must be around here. Don't give me perceptions.
Guess what I didn't take?
No way.
Guess what I also didn't take?
I'm curious. Did anyone take animal handling?
I just get it, but it's very.
Oh, okay.
No.
I didn't take it. I just get kind of a natural thing.
What'd you get?
8.
8.
6.
What'd you get?
Natural 20
Natural 20.
plus 4.
Wow. Okay. Well,
Did you take perception?
Yes.
Good.
And you only have a +4?
Well, I took some
Your
other-
wisdom is like
I took some other
+2,
stuff
right?
too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still pretty good. Yeah.
so, wait, who got a 12?
I got an 8. You got a
I got a
6.
6.
Oh,
you
okay, I thought you
you got
said
a
that.
natural 20.
Yeah. So, you notice, even in the dark, you're kind of close by, and you can see him. He's looking up at trees as he's going in, and he seems to be counting on his fingers. And you see him. He's like getting his fingers to his mouth. It looks like he's about to whistle.
Can I? Oh, fuck.
It's going to be awesome to have a combat with this music going on in the background.
You got about just a moment before this guy starts to whistle.
I'm gonna stab him.
Yo, really?
That's a bold move.
I'm not getting jumped in the woods.
All right.
I don't know you guys enough to really pretend like I've got to keep up appearances. I don't want to fucking get jumped in the woods.
You're a nomad. You've seen. This is becoming more obvious to you now. All right. Well, go ahead and you get the jump on this guy.
So it's advantage.
You would be. He's not expecting it. He thinks he's got you rubes wrapped around his finger.
So 17.
17 will hit him.
All right. And then do I get to add my sneak attack?
Yes, you do.
Oh, it's only 1d6.
Yep, first level.
That's alright.
Still enough to
Use my
drop most
tiefling
things.
D8. Blah. Ooh.
Drop me.
11.
You do 11 points of damage to him?
Just rapier right through him.
Oh, shoot. Okay, well. Yeah, he drops to his freaking knee. He drops to a knee. And he's like, you hear some rustling and say, Harold, are you alright?
Can I hold his mouth?
Yes.
In Halfling, are we robbing this guy?
In halfling, I say we're running away from these guys.
These guys. Do you speak halfling?
Run.
Yeah, I turn to run back towards the road. Slosh,
Is this guy dead?
slosh.
He's not.
Alright, can I
He's not feeling happy.
push him away and run off too?
Yeah, I think you could get away with that. He's not dead, but I don't think he feels sure enough to just chase after you at this point. I'd say you get away. Except, let's see. There'll be a. What's your AC?
13.
13. A crossbow bolt whizzes and hits a tree next to your head, and another one whizzes by you, but no, you're the last one to leave. But nothing hits you guys, and
Can I stop and grab the crossbow bolt?
sure. Okay. You're the proud owner of a
crossbow
used
bolt.
crossbow bolt.
Used
All right.
That has to be the next inn we stay at. The used crossbow.
Yeah.
The used bolt.
Well done. All right. Yeah.
So
You guys escaped from getting robbed.
Sorry if I scared you, either one, but
Are you a brigand?
no. It was the other way around. We were being led into a trap.
But he said he was a carnival, and you said he was a carnival.
I did work for the carnival, and his job is not the job the carnival employs.
are we still going to the fairgrounds?
I think it's safe to say we've had enough adventure in this area for an eve, unless you wish to continue. But we did wound one of theirs, and they have fired on us. Perhaps we should make our way back to Dagger.
All right.
We can buy our tickets in the morning.
All right.
Well, the evening.
Yeah,
Tomorrow
yeah.
night.
Evening.
Yeah.
Guess we'll make our way back then?
Yeah.
Back to the boot and
All right. Well, yeah. So you go back as
Boot and hawk.
hawk.
you travel on the path, and you're not accosted again. And yeah, they had a chance to get some easy little ambush, but not too risky at this point. And you make it back to the Hawk and Boot and Hawk.
Boot and hawk.
Boots and cats and boots and cats.
You think it's a small boot or a big hawk?
Baby boot.
Are the boots for the hawk? Is the hawk wearing little boots?
No, it's the boot in hawk.
Oh, Boot and Hawk were the names of the proprietary's sons.
That's the one. You hear someone from behind the bar call. That's it. But he's just way too busy.
So one of us is correct.
I think it's me.
Like I said, decide for yourselves. Well, do you do anything else for the evening, or do you pack it in for the night?
I'm ready to pack it in.
I mean, that one near murder, probably enough for one evening.
Yeah, all right. So, you guys get rooms and get a good night's sleep. And you can sleep in because Carnival ain't open till the evening time.
I feel like
I'd stay up then.
I was gonna say I feel like I'm gonna do it the other way around. Stay up for the evening and sleep through the day.
Okay. How do you change yourselves for the evening? It will eventually die down. Some people also stay up, but most people just go the normal sleep
card
routines.
playing going on and stuff.
There is card playing going on. There's one table that looks like it's got
3 Dragon Ante?
Yeah, 3 Dragon Ante, and there's looks like some merchants. One of them looks like they're from the south, maybe from and the other ones they look a little more local area. And the one from seems to be the most well-off one of the 3. And the other 2, they look like they're just doing pretty. They don't look like rich merchants, but they look like they got coin on them. And yeah, they're just playing a game.
I will set up my lab again at my table and just start tinkering away.
All right.
I'm gonna play some 3 Dragon Ante.
Yeah.
I would like to play some 3 Dragon Ante as well.
Okay.
And I am going to try and charm everybody at the table.
Okay.
Wait,
With
does that
what?
include me?
Yeah.
Oh, so do I have to resist?
Play
this?
presence. Once per short rest, as an action, you can cause each creature within 10-foot cube of you to make a wisdom saving throw, DC 14, or become charmed or frightened by you until the end of your next turn.
Does it say that they know that you did it?
No.
That's amazing.
It's only one turn, but still a great way to make a first impression.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I walk up and I'm like, "Hey, fellas, how's it going?" You know, and I shuffle the cards real well. And
Oh, you brought your own cards?
You gonna
Sure.
make the saving throws? Or just let them happen?
Yeah, that's right. What is
I mean,
the
14.
DC? 14? And it's wisdom?
yeah.
Let's see. Well, they're just so happy to see you.
I passed. It was 17.
Oh, nice. All right. You notice that the 3 attitudes, they just seem to be really keen on inviting you to the table,
I
and
give him a quick aside. Interesting trick.
you play cards. How do we normally do this?
If it's,
Roll a die.
we talked about this, but if it's inconsequential like this and we're not playing against each other, we're not gonna make a big deal of it. So he has proficiency. You have proficiency in 3 Dragon Ante, right? Is that your playing card set? Oh, you didn't have one? Okay. So then it's gonna be a roll,
Right. Would
not
that
proficiency.
be
Ask
charisma?
if they want to play the cards or they want to play the people. If they play the people, it's wisdom.
I mean, I don't want to.
If they want to play the cards, then they play
Yeah, but I want to try it
intelligence.
once since we were talking about this.
Wisdom or
before.
intelligence, not charisma.
Because insight, right? Like,
Oh,
it
I
could
see.
be charisma if you want to bluff more. Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
Either one. It could be anything, really.
I want to cheat.
You want to cheat?
So I want to cheat with my hands.
Sleight of
Okay,
hand.
that's gonna be sleight of hand. Yeah.
Real quick.
I just want to play.
Unless
You just wanna
if
play?
it's
Okay.
Mentally, is it deception?
How you? Are you?
Oh
That's
yeah,
your
are you trying to
bluffing,
bluff?
yeah.
If you want to bluff them, you can use. But that's not. If you're saying cheating, then that's going to be like. I don't know how you'd cheat through
I'm trying to figure out
words.
which one's better. Like if I was playing the mental game, is that deception?
It would be deception. You
I
could
would
use
rather
that.
play like that than with this character.
Okay, so not necessarily cheating, just being
Yes.
really good at bluffing
Yeah,
and whatnot.
Picking out what you're doing, your
Also
tells
deception.
and stuff.
Also deception. Oh, okay.
Nice.
All right,
Bunch
you
of-
get advantage.
Yeah, because you're.
'Cause he's-
Yeah, I was all like,
charming. A good thing too.
it's a 6. So 12.
And you got.
Got a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Wow. Yeah,
Them.
you guys. Oh, yeah, I guess I should roll for them, huh?
Oh, sorry, that's a 2. I got a 10.
You got a 10?
I got
It's still
a 10.
damn good
Oh,
for
I thought
throwing
it
a
was I thought
2.
it was a 12.
Yeah.
Oh
Sorry.
yeah. Last time you
Jeez.
rolled that, I
2,
rolled a
3,
2,
1.
and I thought it was-
Yeah.
So you got a 12. You got
So-
a 10.
No, I got a yes. I got a 10.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So yeah, you won let's say 12 silver off of that.
Isn't that the price of a ticket?
and they lost. Let's see, 12 divided by 4 is 3. Yeah.
So you lost 3.
3 silver.
Yep.
Everybody for another round?
That's probably through a night.
Yeah, this is throughout the night. Because I mean, it starts with coppers and
Yeah,
once in a while
and then
silver.
10 silver or 1 gold, right?
10 silver and 1 gold.
Yeah.
You
Go down to Electrum first, though.
Don't do that. Don't ever touch Electrum.
God, never again.
I
thought it was so cool at first.
It's copper because they're so poor there,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
you're going to get an Electrum and it's going to be amazing.
It's a 50-cent piece.
I'm gonna waste it. Because my turtle only has a fucking 50-year lifespan.
So
Can't
dumb.
take it
Should be
with you.
500
I
here.
know, can't take
I
it.
mean, we could just say you have a
been
lot
talking
of
about
In my
Yeah,
games,
it's like-
turtles have
For me, I just kept
a super
running
long.
it.
Yeah, I think I said that as well, that their lifespan is longer.
All right.
So you stay up till like what, dawn, and then
Then go to the room and go to sleep.
all right.
Is there a discount to the room now that it's daytime?
If you wait till the people, no, there's no.
If I want
I start to haggle.
I try and bribe for a cheaper room.
Wait. You succeed and break even.
Paying him to have a cheaper room.
I have my own room, right?
You have your own room.
I have my
I
own
assumed.
room.
I
Okay.
assumed you all kind of intended to have your own
Yes,
rooms. You only
okay.
just met.
Yeah. I need my own
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sitting with you guys.
room.
All right.
We only met
Yeah.
last night.
I'm just checking.
So I was, when it's day, I pack all my stuff up and
Yeah, you had quite a few hours. What kind of horrible mechanical menagerie did you come up with?
so I can make magical tinkering. So I can have 4 of these objects made. And I think I'm going to use all of them to make 4 objects right now that last. Let's see. Yeah. So I'm going to have all 4 of these things. I'm going to have one that shines a light. So it's like just this little. It's basically a. No, it's a glow stick.
Oh.
So I have a bottle, and I've
Circus.
carefully put I put liquid in the bottom, and I carefully put parchment paper down there, and tamped it down, and then put another liquid on top. So now if I shake it, it'll break the parchment paper, making a glow
Nice.
stick. And it's a glass vial, but I have a sleeve for it. So if I put the sleeve on it, it just shoots the light out the bottom.
Oh,
Directs
I
it out
see.
there.
Yeah,
If I pull
yeah.
it off, then it's like a lantern.
Yeah, I'll take one too.
The next, so I have a glow stick.
Yep, this is definitely just American music. Which is fine.
It's just what music?
Yeah,
Not that there's
I got
anything
to the
wrong
end.
with it.
I got to the end and
Seinfeld.
it keeps playing. Like what it does is it goes, oh, this playlist has all this stuff in it. So
Right.
now we get to the end. I'm like, we're just gonna keep playing stuff, kind of like what you were listening to. And
Yeah.
I like then it does
That's
that.
the-
Like I'm like,
Yeah.
okay.
Ceremonies, got it. Yeah.
So the second thing is like a little buzzer. It's like just this tightly wound spring
The break.
with a flap. Like I take. Have you ever seen the seeds that helicopter down? Have you seen the seed pods?
Where
Never
pods?
seen-
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right. So I picked up a couple of those on the road, and I just attached them to the end of a tightly wound spring that has like a little twacker, like just a little piece of wood. So basically, I release the spring, and it's going to go
Oh,
like really loud.
okay. Nice. You need a Nutcracker Dragon.
My Nutcracker Dragon is my gnome tinker.
Oh,
These
I
are my
see.
4 magical tinkering.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So you have a
So-
noise maker, a light maker?
I have a light maker, I have a noise maker. I have
Smoke.
I have something that when you pop it open, it's a liquid But if you pop it open, it makes everything around smell like strawberries.
Oh, nice.
Yep. And my last one...
So wholesome.
I
I
know.
was expecting, I pop it and everybody's faces melt.
Hey, if something really stinky happens, you know?
It's really stinky in here. I got just.
Strawberries?
I mean, there's loads of critters that will make you like suffer ill effects from their stench.
The last one is a globe that has 2 liquids in it. Once it is exposed to air, it basically is going to foam up and friction lightning. So it's just going to make a big cloud that looks like it's thundering and lightning.
Oh wow!
So, and it's so foamy, it just kind of floats in the air and it looks like a thunder cloud.
Wow, interesting. Can't wait to see that come to play. All right.
So I've got those 4 things on me.
Okay. Well, if it was busy last night, it is definitely busier this afternoon. People are already like just getting around. It's like, oh, let's just go now. No, wait. Be patient. Come on. Wait till the evening. We want to see him. We want to see him fly overhead.
If you go out there, there's a man. He's probably limping, but don't go off into the woods with him.
Thank you. We'll keep that in mind.
I wouldn't go out there early. I'd just go when everyone else is going.
Pint of ale?
Pint of ale it is. Yep. Yeah. 1 sec.
Actually, just bring a pitcher.
1 pitcher. Gotcha.
Abyssal ale?
A bit. Oh no, sorry, you're in the wrong town, honey. And you get your drinks. Do you drink? Are you drinking? Yeah. I keep thinking you're a child.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But like, I'll have.
He is too. I'm the oldest one here by far.
I'll pretty much have like a drink there, but I'll completely forget that it's there, and like be doing my tinkering like that. And generally, like, I'll be, if I'm doing my alchemy stuff, I'd be like, I need a solvent or a solution.
His drink. Yeah. All right. Well.
But I will drink from it every once in a while.
Eventually, it comes around time where people are kind of like, yeah, this is about time. And then people start filing out.
Let's go.
So we don't get stuck in line.
Right, and let's go with a lot more people, so in case someone gets led off the path, it's not us.
What if they all get let off the path?
Well, then we shouldn't follow them.
We should
She's a smart one.
Yeah.
We'll follow you.
All right.
Again, it's another 35 to 45 minutes walk to get out to the past the farmlands on that road. No one's gonna bother with this many people around. And after about another half hour on the road, sun's starting to set, and you start hearing really loud buzzing. And as before you know it, there's going to be giant dragonflies that start just whizzing above you, heading to where you're going. And
I want one.
they seem to have riders on them, and they're trailing really long streamers and whatnot.
Are they like? How big are they? They have riders.
They're massive. I mean,
like a full size rider, like me.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Some are different sizes, but there's definitely some as big as you. So these dragonflies are pretty big, and they have the exoskeletons are painted in certain ways, and then eventually you also see different animals, not ridden, but you'll see like a giant panther and a unicorn, and they all have big old gossamer butterfly wings as they're pulling carriages through the sky.
There's a unicorn.
There is a unicorn.
Unicorns.
But
Did you see a unicorn?
There is a unicorn, yeah.
I need some of its excretions.
I'm sure there will be ample at this.
You know how much stuff you can make out of that stuff?
As luck would have it, it doesn't shit over as it flies over. Well, fly by road apple.
I like the roll for it. I give the horse inspiration.
You could if you wanted to. People are just the people that are just near around you are just like they're just pumped.
Let's make haste. This will attract a crowd at a much quicker rate.
Yeah.
All right.
Something tells me her socks are squishy.
Your socks are squishy?
You're carrying a backpack full of liquids and stuff.
Yep.
Just watch, like, ugh.
My socks are liquid.
So as you all start hurrying up,
Nylon.
Nobody comments.
other people get excited and they start hurrying to like, yeah, let's go. And you eventually get to where you originally tried to get to last night. There's a sign out that's there's painting there's words on it painted in common and Sylvan that just say like watch out, the Witchlight Festival is coming to set up here. Please do not be standing in the premises while this happens.
I can read something.
You can. Well, there you are. Other people cannot, and just like, what's that word mean? And what?
Common, dwarvish, gnomish, halfling.
And sure enough, you do see out in the distance a lot of those carriages have landed, and things start to be things look like they're just kind of unfolding and rising up from the ground. You see.
I pull out a notebook and start charcoal drawings.
You see just like teams of people in purple and blue, festive looking coloring, rolling out and spreading out huge blue ribbons out in the distance, and it looks like as they lay it out, it just turns into water as they seem to be making little streams and rivers around the what it looks like could be the perimeter of this place. And
It's always a fascinating sight. Getting here early is always.
It looked much different when I was in the middle of it.
yeah.
It would be funny if we actually bumped into each other. You're trying to get in, and I'm trying to get in.
Yeah, you just remember a tent just coming, a big tent.
Something landed on me, and
Yeah.
then I was in a tent.
And then something horrible appeared before you, and that was
It's
it.
a weird question, but I don't see me anywhere, do I?
Not yet.
Okay.
And people just like ooh and they're just kind of like waiting. There are carnies that are coming up. One's a half elf, the other one looks like a dwarf, and they're just like, oh, welcome. We're setting up. It'll just take just a moment. Just please wait here for everyone's comfort and safety while we're prepared. It should be up in just a few minutes.
Can you keep the boost?
Aw.
Where will the booth be?
Oh, the booth will be just up the path. Just after the sign, it'll be the first thing you encounter.
Let's make our way to the booth.
I don't know exactly what our artificers can do, but it'd be fun if you had some, like...
Be
combat
kind
stilts.
to Nicholas Midnight. He's a bit hard of hearing. If the price is too steep, remember, you could always make a pact with him.
Put you back down.
What would happen if someone, I don't know, snuck in?
Snuck in? You mean like without a ticket?
Right.
Well, they wouldn't have their wings, first of all, so they'd be pretty easy to spot. And, you'd be escorted out, of course, unless, don't worry about that. Just please get your ticket at the booth.
Will do.
Good.
Funny question.
Yes,
for
you in the
someone
back.
who already knows what happens when you don't have a ticket.
It was just very discombobulating from the inside.
You don't know that.
They're very serious. I was supposed to be there and I got kicked out. Let's make our way to the booth.
All right. Well, it doesn't take too long before things look like they're starting to get set up, and sure enough, you see an old goblin, just like with a cane, and there's a little pixie on his shoulder holding a silver box, And the goblin just looks at this box and he's damn dang, and starts poking this box with his cane, and eventually it just springs open into a booth and just like rolls out streamers. Yeah, it's all very whimsical.
Tickets.
Yeah, big sign, Witchlight Carnival, and like yeah, sure enough, there's a big like archway that leads to it.
Assuming there's little winking lights over it, which are like actual bugs just hanging out there, or something to the effect.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff like that. Between that and like dancing light orbs that are just like around these things, and the colors and the lights look pretty nice as the night starts to fall.
Well, I queue up to get a ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well,
I don't know. I know how to queue.
You're not the first in line, but you're not. You did make some good time, so you don't have to wait terribly long. You'll probably have first crack at whatever it is you want to check out in here.
Painfully the opposite can be said about the line.
Oh, right. Back of the bus,
She's also
Tiefling.
not very good at lines.
Yeah, you see, some people pay with 8 silver, and you notice that children seem to be getting in for 3 silver. And one person says that his purse was robbed, and so he doesn't know what he can do. If there's some other means, and that's all Mr. Midnight says it absolutely is, and says. Yeah, if you can make a deal with me if you perform a short dance whenever you hear someone say your name, and I don't know if you don't, but if you agree to these terms, you can have a ticket. And
This guy going over
just
it.
somebody a couple spaces in front of you, yeah, and it makes the deal, and they shake hands, and you feel a little power from that.
What was his name? I can't say that out loud, like to you guys, but I'm not quiet.
I don't know. I didn't hear.
His name is Axon, and he looks and starts awkwardly doing a little jig, and the old goblin is like, yes, just like that, yes. Here's your ticket.
Enjoy the carnival action.
And then the goblin's like, huh? Yeah, and just starts a little jig again.
You said his name was Axon?
Please, I just want to get inside.
And is Axon required to do this for eternity?
Oh, just for his stay in the carnival.
Have fun, Axon.
Damn it. He dances again and then tries to hurry inside.
We're gonna look for him.
Every time we see that dude.
Perception.
Every time we see that dude.
Just yell it.
And eventually it's...
just in the middle of nowhere, you hear on the other
What
side of the
ticket,
carnival.
please?
God damn it!
yes, right. That's, he just looks at you. Don't a child.
No, she's a child, just like me.
Oh.
I am just an apprentice at the academy.
An apprentice as a child. Well, that's fascinating. You must not be not even 80. Yeah, it's 3 silver for you. What's your name?
My name is Prewinna Bloom.
Prewinna Bloom. Right. He gives.
Do you have something in Lost and Found for me?
Lost and Found. You'll have to check. There's a lost items booth inside the carnival.
Perfect.
Just give me a moment here.
Good thinking.
Did you say Bloom?
Yes. See, my grandmother was a Bloom Toddle. My grandfather was a Bloom Brumble. And they had an argument about which name they were going to take. It lasted almost a year. But then Nana just said, we are not talking about this anymore. And no one ever said the other two names.
Pulling up an ear horn.
No one ever said the other two names. And we just became Blooms.
Wow,
And
that's
is physically sad
fascinating.
when hearing about another.
Person's names and family. Aww. Aww.
Yes, there you are. It seems you may absolutely buy another ticket if you'd like, but because you have someone who's bought one for you already. Here you go, sweetie.
Who bought me? Oh, did you buy me a ticket already?
No.
It's from an anonymous benefactor, they said.
Righto.
Did you want another one? Okay.
Oh, can I get another one?
You can buy as many as you like. 3 silver apiece for you.
I'll pull out 3 silver.
Alright. You got 2 tickets. Next, please.
I'm going to step back in line a couple people. Go on ahead. Just a moment.
One child, please. Deception.
Deception? Go for it.
9.
9? Right, yes. He's got bifocals. He's like, yes, of course. Name, please. Just for our guest book.
Elliot?
Ellie. No ticket for you.
Okay.
Aww.
Child pass.
3 silver.
Alien.
3 more, please.
3 more. Okay, very well. That's that'll be another 9 silver for a total of 12.
I look back and wink.
I'm sitting here with my 2
12
tickets.
was the amount.
Kind of like stick them in my goggles.
Anyway,
So they're
12
like,
was the amount.
Oh, nice.
right here.
Oh, yeah.
That is what I said. I was like, you gotta get a full free ticket.
Actually, and as you're going, and please go around the side here and please pick out any pick out your wings. You'll have to request that you. Okay, very eager. And there is a huge assortment of different sizes, shapes, colors.
Is it like what the dwarf was wearing type of thing? Just
Yeah, just like really thin, light, like balsam wood, I guess, or whatever it would be.
or
What's
even
that?
gossamer, like it could just be fabric,
Yeah, it could be something like that.
whichever.
There's probably different materials they use. Yeah,
Vinyl.
I pull out dragonfly wings.
Dragonfly wings,
And
cool.
Just hook them onto my shoulders so I have like
Okay,
double
that works.
dragonfly wings coming off my shoulders.
What'd you say?
Oh, I said vinyl.
Oh, okay. And
Silicon.
they offer the same to you. Like, please, that's how the people know that you are a paying customer.
Oh,
just grab
that's
the
what
first ones.
happened.
What'd you say?
Let's grab the first one's available.
First one you see? All right, yeah. You get you just get a regular orange, kind of looking like monarch.
Monarch butterfly.
Yeah,
Nice.
and eventually gets to you,
Laurel Linsky.
Laurel Linsky.
Laurel Linsky. Just a human woman. Hands you 8 silver.
Laurel Linsky.
Mm-hmm. Just,
Oh, that's just a name you
just
get.
ask for a name, right?
Right. Yeah.
Pretty sure
Okay.
she's a host
Ah.
of NPR.
Right. Yes.
She's the host on
Ah.
She's married to him.
Yes. 8 silver a ticket, please.
Did you change your
Malshun
appearance?
is nowhere to be seen.
Where did Malshun go?
I don't know. I tried to wink at him, but I couldn't see him.
You think he already went inside? I wouldn't think he'd leave us. Well,
Well, he could.
I don't even know. I just met him last night. He did stab a guy. We should
Yeah.
probably go into the carnival and just maybe it's best to turn around and head into the carnival.
Jesus.
I'll just go in as Lauren Linsky.
Okay.
I just didn't want to appear at the doors asking for a ticket as Malshun.
Right. Are you still looking?
I look like a human woman nondescript,
Oh, really? Okay.
But you sound like
Yeah.
but I sound like this.
All right. Well, 8 silver, and all right. So 1 ticket, and name is not on the list, and yeah, you get your beautiful wings too. Wouldn't that be weird if it was? A name you made up.
you just made up like, oh shit, it's one of them carnivals.
Whoa.
That's a wily thing. That's a wily move right there.
Or that's one of those like let more girls into your club than dudes. Oh yeah, you're totally on the list. Get in here.
Or like just, oh yeah, no, we know you're here. Here's your ticket. It was bought for you. Like, nah, fuck me.
You're the one that had a ticket ready.
Yep. I have no idea why. I'm not gonna turn down a free ticket though.
Could be that.
It got me in trouble last time.
Oh, and don't forget your map. He also hands you all a map.
We got a map, y'all. Move that.
Weirdly, since you kind of came in separately, all 3 of you have one. But here it is.
I'll put it up.
Huh?
We'll hold it
Good.
up like a flag over here.
Oh, you want to hold it up?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we'll
Sit it down. Yeah, show
the
it
screen
off.
once.
Don't look at the back though.
Okay, don't look at it.
don't look.
Da, 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 da.
This is the
the
carnival.
Witchlight Carnival. And I'll need a couple dice. One of them a D8. Thank you. Oh. Alrighty. So, this is the map. I'm not blocking the camera. Okay. And
You come and go.
There's a lost property in there.
there sure is.
Nice.
Yeah. Dragonfly rides, a feasting orchard.
Pre-winner is so excited. Alright. Uh-oh.
This little time dial. Different
Uh-huh.
events happen at different times.
Uh-huh.
It is a
And?
carnival, after all. And I believe right there.
Oh no. Oh
See
no.
what that's about later.
Will you be our witchlight? The fun of the Feywild for all the
It's the
family.
Witchlight Monarch.
Oh, okay. Right, well, I probably should go look at lost property, but I really want a dragonfly ride. What do you want to do?
Yeah, like check out Lost Property.
Are you guys in the carnival now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're walking in after the booth.
Malshun makes his way back up to you.
Nice.
Oh, I guess he's back.
Sorry, saw someone I knew.
Did you stab him?
No.
But seriously.
No.
Let's just check this stuff.
All right. Well, I
What do
think
you
we're
guys
gonna
do?
go to lost property first.
Sounds good. I'd like to see what's happening in the big top after that.
All right. I do want to have a dragonfly ride though. Before we leave.
Well, you know that the you were informed that the carnival will be here for 3
3
days,
nights.
3 nights, and it lasts and for 8 hours each night.
So we head to lost property.
All right, doesn't take you too long to get there from the front gate there. Let's see. This is a printed module, so let me read the printed thingy here.
Ooh.
Outside the lost property wagon is a large feline creature with midnight blue fur. It has a pair of tentacles extending from its shoulders and wears fake butterfly wings. Hanging from its collar is a small wooden keg. The creature roughhouses with 2 young human boys. One boy squeals, "Again, Darla, again!" as he's hanging off and this creature's playing with him. While the other hangs onto the creature's neck from the other side. And it's
Can I roll to know what that is?
sure, yeah. It's gonna be intelligence, nature, I guess, or arcana.
Either one.
Do Arcana.
I'll throw an arcana check. I don't know if this will apply, but I have a feature.
Yeah, I don't know. What
Also,
that is.
is this a Fey Beast?
Everything, Robert, all at once.
Yeah.
Let's see. I mean, you all know what this is.
Yeah.
I don't think they're fey.
I have no idea.
No, they are not. They're
No.
monstrosity.
Okay.
Though they should be a fae.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a displacer beast.
Oh, okay.
No, we didn't
It's,
murder
the only thing it
I
didn't
know
say
what displacer beast
is
is.
that it should have 6 legs. It didn't say that in the description.
Oh, it didn't, did it? It has 6 legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you were needing.
So I.
Yeah, thanks for turning that down a little bit.
Like each song is
Just a different
different
volume.
Yeah. Like, for whatever reason, this isn't up in my stuff. Oh wait. Wait.
We are waiting.
Well, we're waiting.
Thanks for tuning in, guys. Although we've started a new game, this is still the most boring game on Twitch.
Oh,
I think this is pretty good. I think this is pretty good so far.
In the
I think
first
it's
place
way
you win
more
is the
entertaining.
Lost and Found.
Yeah. I think it's way more entertaining
Lost and Found.
than Spittle Road.
While you're
Sorry,
doing
guys.
that, let me give some more description of this place. So this is the Lost and Found, but it looks like this creature of unknown nature is seems to be protecting a really large wagon, and it looks like it's just full of all kinds of weird stuff in there. Just baubles. There's an old cane. There's a shiny mirrored ball. Someone dropped their dolly and ended up here. You don't see any memories in it, unfortunately. But yeah, it's just at first glance, it's just a mixed match of all kinds of weird odds and ends.
25.
25. It's a displacer beast.
Oh,
A magical creature.
I didn't even know what you guys were rolling for. I forgot that is
Yeah.
because we'd already determined it was a displaced beast.
If it loses one of its quills, pick it up for me.
What would make it lose a quill?
Oh, they slap into things. See at the end of the tentacle? It's got all those little quills coming out. Those can be made into such interesting things. Also, I mean, if it happens to lose an eyeball, get that for me too.
Is somebody manning this wagon?
It looks like the displacer beast is.
Hi.
It says something in Sylvan. Do you speak Sylvan?
Am I looking
Says,
at...
welcome to the Lost Items booth. Have you come to claim something?
Am I looking at your eyes or am I not?
It says it's just broken common. Oh, friend. Oh, sorry.
Yes, we're looking for something.
You speak Displacer Beast?
Yeah.
And that says something in Elven to you. You speak Elven?
No.
Okay. I tried.
Hi.
Can I speak to it in Infernal?
You can, but it doesn't seem to understand. Yeah.
Nope. Yeah.
Do you have any memories in there?
Memories. Why would you be looking for memories? Well, let me check. And it's kind of shakes off the kid's off his neck. So, all right, just give me a moment. Says it's Sylvan.
Explain to you two what. Yes, I speak Displacer.
And it's the kids just look like they're like kind of perturbed. It's like they say something, and so it's like, can we have another one before you go? And, so, and lets them grab a cup that they seem to be just putting on the stepping stool of the wagon, and they get it, and the displacer beast puts his head out, and they fill their cups with some kind of juice that's in that keg. And then
What's that?
looks.
Speak Displacer Beast to him and find out what's in that. I want it. It could be a really interesting...
Sir, what's in the keg?
Oh, it's a juice that they give me to feed lost children that come here. This is Vero and Aloysius. Well, for lost anything. I don't think there's any memories in there, but I'm not sure how you have lost such a thing.
Not sure either, honestly. What were you looking for?
My library.
Do you have a library?
No.
Might
Sorry.
Might we take a look inside?
I'd prefer
Might we take a
you...
look inside?
Oh, right. I can understand you.
Oh yeah.
You don't speak Sylvan? Yeah.
It looks at you and normally the way this works is if you lost something, you can
Normally the way
describe
this works,
what it
if
is
you
you
lost
lost,
something,
and then I
you
get it
can
for you.
describe and then they'll
Would
look
rather
for it.
not lets people just rummage and say like, "Oh,
right.
this is what."
He'd rather not let.
It was all my
people just
recipes.
run
I
in.
kept them neat and orderly in my library in my head, and I just
His library is in his head. I don't know how it ended up in your wagon.
I'm still just talking away.
Ask him who
And I had
his
formulas. I had
was.
little shelving and a
Shelves?
whole
You have
system
shelves?
That we
of
know what he's saying to
alphabetizing.
us.
And when I woke up outside of this place, that library was
And then
gone.
from her,
I
say
don't
what
even
I
remember.
said.
I can barely remember the names of the ingredients.
You have ingredients.
It
I don't think he has ingredients.
He looks
What?
at you. Seems to be checking you all for something, and you all have tickets, right? Yeah. Okay. Glad you understood. All right.
Once he
And
pointed at his wings, I pointed at my wings because I didn't understand what he said.
very peculiar things you've lost.
We're also. What are you looking for?
He doesn't seem to have anything that we're looking for.
All right.
I don't know how you would have lost those things if you have tickets. And Goes to-
It says he doesn't know how he lost things if he had tickets. I mean, I don't know about these guys.
What
but
if we
for
didn't
me,
have
this
tickets?
as you're having this exchange with this beast who introduces themselves as
That's a cool
Durlagron.
picture.
It is a cool picture, yeah.
With the wings.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get it. Yeah.
Are these wings oversized for happen?
I mean, you tell me. You got to pick whatever you wanted.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, they're
They're
oversized.
human-sized
You did say
wings.
you grabbed the first things you saw. Yeah, just massive wings on you, so I guess you didn't have to check that
All
hard.
right. So
And but as you're having this exchange, you notice one of the
Darius Gardens,
Durlagron.
Durlagron.
I could spell it for you, but it
Yeah.
won't help.
spell it.
It's Dirlagraun.
whatever.
Durlagron.
What's the last letters?
Graun.
R-A-U-N.
Yeah, Durlagron. I didn't make it up.
Yep.
But as you're having this exchange, one of the kids, because they were just like on the foot of the wagon, they're sitting, and one of them looks and sees that mirrored ball, and goes to pick it up, and it seems that triggers something in the beast. Says, "Not that!" and whips out one of its tentacles and smacks the ball out of its hand. And perception from you, and that kid was just shocked, and you see the beast, and the kid starts starts bawling and just runs off.
19.
19, you see a little thing chip off. And right, it says, and this kid just runs off crying out into the carnival.
I slide closer towards the thing that fell.
All right, it is in the wagon, but it's pretty close.
Oh, it's in the wagon?
It kind of fell. Landed in the wagon, but pretty close to the
Thanks.
edge of it.
I start biting my glove off,
Uh-huh.
and I'm like trying to I'm looking straight dead at him, but I'm trying to basically not have his attention. That's what I'm kind of like. I'm
Well,
intently looking. So he's looking at the kid.
He's looking at the kid
So as
running
long
away.
as he's not,
Wait!
as long as he's not looking at me, I keep doing what I'm doing, and I pull off my glove,
Uh-huh.
and I reach down and I pull out a little vial.
You
and
all
I-
see this shit, by the way.
And then I
I
pop
will.
the top, and I spit it off to the side. I go,
I'm gonna chase the child.
Oh, okay.
so I suck something into my nose, and I blow it out into my glove, and then I let go of the glove, and it's floating, and now I just let it slowly float to the ground and start walking. My glove starts walking over to go up into the wagon and try to get that thing that fell.
Okay. What did you just do?
Mage hand.
Nice. Easy peasy. You don't no roll necessary. He's very distracted right now.
Tucks it back up and my
right.
hand,
You
I'm not
gotta-
even making it float. I'm making it walk on two fingers, through the grass. And
Yeah,
I'm
the
still
little
staring
pinky
at him.
picks it up.
Yeah,
Hoists it, this little,
it's holding it there. It
Yeah.
picked it up and it's holding with its thumb, and now it's
Right.
Back to me.
Beautiful. I love it.
Where?
At Academy.
You run after
Yeah.
this kid. There's the
Evian
place just
North
opened. This is
Institute
one
of
of the
Alchemy.
This is one of the areas that's pretty close to the front to the ticket booth. So it's pretty crowded. That kid breaks line of sight pretty quick with all these people and their wide butterfly wings everyone's wearing. But if you run after the kid, go ahead and
Animal handling.
give me a perception.
I work with kids.
Give me a perception check.
Do you animal handle your kids?
15.
15?
Yeah.
DC 15. You find, you're looking around, you think you lost him for a second, but then you notice, you hear like a little sniffle as you see this kid sitting in the just outside of a booth selling candy and whatnot.
Eros, come back. Stay with your displaced beast until your family can be found.
That thing scared me.
Well, it scares us all, but it's meant to be scary to those that can do you harm. This circus is not a safe place.
I just wish my mom would come back.
Well, they'll look for you at the lost and found, not here, cowering at the ticket booth.
All right. That's pretty convincing enough. I'd say a persuasion with advantage, but I think that doesn't take much to. Sure, go ahead.
Oh.
Let's do a persuasion with advantage. Maybe this kid is really stubborn.
Yeah. 21.
21? Doesn't. No, yeah.
Yeah. So close, man, but no.
Yeah.
This kid has a vision of 22.
Oh yeah, you get this.
I know you're doing. I've been in this carnival for 87 years.
Yeah, it's actually immortal. Was made immortal when they were a child or 800 years old. Yeah.
It's actually a dragon.
So you come back. Yeah. You come back with Vera was the name, and they're like going to say, "Oh, thank you," in a language you can't understand, and I really need to learn Common, and
Tell Durligan that I think he knows what we're looking for. And that they're not.
What do I have in my
objects.
hand?
you have one of the little teeth from the displacement
quills?
piece. Yeah, one of the little quills. There you go, Alchemist.
This guy's kind of scary.
Well, we've done him a favor. He can do us one.
My friend here, the tiefling, he says that he thinks that you know what we're looking for.
You're okay, Vera. And the kid speaks Sylvan and says, "Yeah, I'm fine." And Derla Gron sighs and says, I really appreciate. I'm by contract. I can't willingly leave this other child behind to go get him.
I mean, you just point us in the right direction. That'll be fine.
It's an interesting assortment of things you've lost. Things do go missing here. I've lost my own cub in this carnival, and
Oh, I'm so sorry.
that's why I'm working here. Maybe I could be reunited with them in some way. There are things I can't talk about. Like, cannot talk about. I don't know if you understand. But,
Why not?
because I have contracts. But, different workers here, they have different contracts, and some are allowed to say other things.
Well, can you point us to those people?
There are many people working all these different attractions. I know the Swan's a big gossip, and the gentleman at the Mirror of Lights, he points to the direction on your map, and
Mirror of Lights.
the Hall of Illusions, Candlefoot. He seems to know things. Unfortunately, he's unable to speak anymore, but he
Baby elephant
finds
wall.
ways.
The BGM? It's the BGM.
The BGM.
Oh, background music.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
this is Baby Elephant Waltz or Baby Elephant Walk or
Baby Elephant Walk.
yeah. My grandma used to
Nice,
play this
okay.
on the piano.
What does he say?
Um,
Tell me what to say.
what I can tell you is that Mr. Witch and Mr. Light have been on edge lately. I don't know what's going on, but things seem to be seems to be a little odd these past 16 years.
16, you said. Who's Mr. Witch and Mr. White?
Lights. They run the carnival.
There's a coaster there if you want to put the drink there.
I just kind of want it out of my.
Yep.
Well, I appreciate your forthwith. And
Perhaps
your
this
cub.
place
You're looking for your
just
cub.
speak slowly.
Does it have a name?
Yes, Dilanoa. I can't say I'm expecting after all this time anything fruitful soon, but what else can I do but keep my eyes here open?
Well, we will look for it. And if we find it, we'll bring it back.
I appreciate that. If you lose anything else, it might turn up here.
No, he doesn't have what we're looking for. But he's also under contract and he lost his cub. So look for a cub.
A
What of our
displacer
things?
cup?
Nothing. He can't tell us.
A displacer cup?
Probably.
I bet it's adorable.
It took
But-
him that long to tell you no.
No, he told us where we can go to maybe find more stuff. Our stuff.
His first suggestion.
It was the
Swan.
gondola swans.
It said the swan's a big gossip. What he said was that like
Swan's a big gossip.
everyone here knows something or are able to say different things. He says he did mention the swan's a big gossip, and candlelight over at the Hall of Illusions, but unfortunately he can no longer speak.
Enough with the poems. To the back of the big top. Let's talk directly to the staff.
He did say he wanted to go to the big top second,
Right.
as long as I get my dragonfly ride.
You'll get
But
your
we should go
dragonflies.
see that swan as well.
And the Hall of Illusions to the person who can't speak.
Wait, what? The Hall of Illusions. What about speaking?
The staff there. He's got answers, but he can't speak.
Oh.
Is that what he said?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Oh, the guy at the Hall of Illusions can't speak. That's what he
Right.
said. All right.
Well, oh, go ahead.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say, wherever you guys decide to go, you notice that just moments after that exchange, you notice that things look brighter around here.
Super Sad Squad!
Hey, Super Sad Squad.
7 months.
New game, new
Wow.
arrangement.
Thanks for the subs. 7
New,
months, jeez. Yeah, running
New game, new me, who dis?
Yeah, playing a printed adventure. They're at a carnival, the Witchlight Carnival.
There's a Displacer Beast on the cover, by the way.
Yeah, so
Oh yeah, it is Displacer Beast. Look at this shiny, beautiful book. We're running this little adventure at a carnival, looking for memories and formulas and stuff of the supernatural that were stolen from them from this carnival last time it was here.
And so things are brighter and more vibrant, you said?
Things are brighter, more vibrant. You hear more laughter. It just seems to take a subtle shift from just how it looked just before.
did you guys notice how it's brighter and more vibrant?
And the large voice told us so.
You hear that too? That was just me.
Bed your
I
mind.
hear the voices
Many
too.
tricks here. Let's proceed.
So where are we going?
To the big top. Behind it is a staff area.
Symmetrical.
If this displacer beast can't tell us anything, perhaps the staff can.
Well, it did say something about the swans and a gossip. maybe we can hear something about the staff before we go back and see the staff. You know, scout out the staff before the staff.
Lead on, but let's not take too long.
Right, because I need my dragonfly ride.
Among other things.
They're kind of neat.
Are they?
Dragonflies?
Swans.
Most successful hunters in the world.
They are. That is a
Sorry,
true
swans.
fact.
Swans are from the infernal plane.
We're going to the swan.
You go to the swans?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see. Let me. I got a map here too. I could use.
They're kind of on the way.
Where is the big top?
Big Top's here. I mean, we're at Lost Property, so we're kind of taking a detour, but we'll come back out here at Big Top.
And we'll be coming from behind it, so we'll be coming in the back of it.
Just skip the Big Top altogether.
Yeah.
The staff area. Yeah, I see.
As beautiful as my voice is, I would like to be able to yell again.
You can't yell?
You're hearing it.
You're
Okay.
yelling right now.
No.
Hold on. I pull out a little device.
Uh-huh.
Looks like a little half orb. It looks like there's a little, like a black top on it and a hook that comes over. And I take that hook and set it down and hold it over to you. I go, say something you want to yell. And then I pull a pin.
Give me my singing voice back.
And I carve, like, basically it
Just
records
yells out in the middle
Uh-huh.
of
that saying. So I'm like, alright. And I hand it to you. And you can push the button on the bottom and it'll yell what you just said. But you should only use... Okay. So it
I was
yells.
just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, it keeps working. Like,
No.
But yeah, it makes it amplifies his voice. So it plays the
Oh,
recording back
I
and
see.
yells it.
Science found a way around strange curses.
Yeah, for this one thing. It's
Yeah.
one of my device uses,
That I have
by the
to
way.
prepare. I know it actually is. I read it.
That's the loudest you've heard your voice in a long time.
It's, yeah, it's fun.
So,
Wish I
Magical
had to
tinkering.
re-record something more creative later.
yeah.
What is it you did?
That's
Magical
fun.
tinkering. I can make it tiny non-magical object with a magical property of your choice, 5-foot radius of light, which I have that glow stick still, 6-second long recorded message, emits odor or non-verbal sound, static visual effect, or 25 words of text that it can display, blah blah blah. Maximum, like all the effects I can do. So I just I tinkered a device that yells that
It
phrase.
says, "That's my purse. I don't know you."
So
That's really cool. All right. So from the Lost and Found booth, there's kind of like in order to get to the gondola swans, there's kind of like this row of booths and stuff like that. There's things there's stalls that are selling like little treats, like these little things, just like half a slice of an orange, and that's got like what would be the equivalent of like Italian ice on it. Yeah, one of those. Someone's selling those. There's a games booth you walk by. Someone's yelling, "Step right up, throw a ring, tosses. Our mirage is no mirage. Adorn its horn with 2 or 3 rings to win a prize. Come on, I see you walking over there, children. Can't you test your dexterity?
Dexterity, you say?
rude, but it might work.
1 punch, 3 rings."
All right.
Just calls out. You don't have
Yeah.
to stop it.
As we're walking up to the booth, I pull off my glove again, and I throw it off to the side, and I'm going to have it crawl into the booth
Oh, Jesus.
up top, above the ring.
Just like straight up cheating.
Try to. But it crawls into the booth and it gets above the horn that I need to ring things on.
Uh-huh.
All right.
So, you're gonna try the game?
You're gonna
Hands
throw
it
the
I pull out my
rings
ticket
to
from
the
my
hand.
Yeah.
thing.
This
And
little
drop
wooden
them.
hole puncher. All right, here you go. 3 rings.
So you're gonna throw the rings to the hand.
So I'm going to throw the
And
rings
the
in, and the
hand
hand
is
is going to like try to
Oh my god.
assist me.
All right.
But I need you need to distract the guy. I say in halfling.
Try your best, little one.
I will.
And you notice there's so on the table, we have the 3 rings. There is looks like a rabbit, a wooden rabbit with like a golden unicorn horn. An almirage, it calls it.
An almirage? I thought those were
I
jackalopes.
also have to drop that I know halfling. I forgot I should not have that because I cannot change into a smaller size, so it would make no sense for me to have a language I can't use, so I'm going to have to pick a different one, sorry.
I mean, you can still know halfling, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I think I want to use it for one of my personas. I should use a voice for
Makes
different
sense.
ways. Sorry.
Alright.
And
So I
the
speak
funny
that
thing
way.
about this thing, it's this wooden rabbit almirage teleports on the board about.
Oh. Ooh.
Well,
I'm gonna watch it and see if I can discern a pattern.
give me an intelligence check.
Alright. Does my racial trait, Artificer's Lore, add twice your proficiency bonus to history checks related to magic items, alchemical objects, or technological devices?
I'd say this is a magic item that you're able to yeah.
So 2, 4,
Start talking to the
5, 6, 7, 8. 8.
guy,
Plus 8. 16.
that Barker or whatever.
Yes.
that?
16. You can, you notice, because all magic items, they have to be given commands to function, so it can't be truly random.
Yeah.
It takes a while, but you do discern a pattern, and you'll get advantage on your dexterity.
I showed the guy
So
my
are you
rock.
from the...
All right, I need some
Give me back my
deceptions. I need some
singing
deceptions from you guys. Because he's a carny. He's
Yep.
not his first rodeo.
24.
24.
Thanks, guys.
So are you from the Feywild?
I'm not. No.
Oh, how'd you end up working here at the, Carnival?
17.
I was looking for a job. I found one when I came into this place. I was down on my luck. What'd you get? 17. You scored a ring, and
Ching!
and
Yay! Oh, you guys were talking?
hey, nice shot, kid. Get another one there. You've already secured yourself a prize, but if you get another one there might be something special in it for you.
Oh, excellent.
So how long have you been, working here?
Patrick, here we got a pro here. Dexterity check with advantage.
That's going to be a 14.
14, miss. Oh, shameful luck. Sorry.
Take a look at this rock I have. Give me back my singing voice!
What in the hell?
22.
22? You make it. Well, we got. Yeah, he starts calling out. We
And
got a winner here.
Call my glove back and stick it back on.
It's a dirty, dirty trick. Okay.
We had like I can only get advantage once, but we had like 3 cons going there.
Okay, so for getting 2, you get to you're gonna roll twice. You're gonna roll 2d8, and you get to choose between the 2.
Oh, not this one.
Thanks, Dad.
A 1 or a 3.
Okay. Oh dear. A 1 and a 3.
Yep.
All right. Well, we have here. I'll let you pick since you got 2 of them on there. You can have something from this. Have one of these knickknacks and whatnot. We got plenty of odds and ends here for the eye, but we also have a special thing here. All right, and he points out to this one thing on the counter. So this is a pouch of pixie dust that'll let you fly.
Yes, please.
Well, all right. Coming in.
Can I make
Anyone
a
next?
double proficiency to know what this does?
All right.
Right? Like
Yeah.
You didn't share that, right?
23.
23. Yeah. Lets you fly. Lets you fly at your movement speed for 1 minute.
And how many?
1 use.
It's only 1 use. I mean, I don't need to use it. It could be one of you, but we have it now. So put that in one of my pouches.
Oh, and it also gives you +5 on charisma checks.
Well, now I want to play. It's dexterity based.
You can.
Let's do it.
I will explain to him the pattern.
The pattern. Okay.
I'm gonna just like come up behind you and be like,
I do need you. It won't be as high as of a DC, but I do need you to roll an intelligence check to see if you understand that pattern.
I'm gonna keep
Fly for
talking
how
about-
long?
1 minute.
15?
You got a 15?
Yeah.
For the intelligence check. Yeah, you can discern the pattern. You'll get an advantage on your dexterity checks to toss these rings. Please mark that you've got a hole punched on your ticket.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
I'm gonna keep talking about.
I'm gonna keep talking about. All right, roll me a deception.
You have 8, right? 8 punches. Right?
You have 8 punches per.
Yes,
Yeah.
8 punches per ticket. Yeah. You have 1 ticket. You got 3 tickets. 2 tickets.
He had
You
4.
have 4. Okay, that's right. You bought 3 extra.
But that's a 12 on the deception.
12 on the deception. He's like, not now. Let me see what's going.
I
Let me
rolled
keep
a
an eye on the
10.
game, please.
This is dexterity, right?
You're welcome to play if you want, buddy. What'd you say?
It's a dexterity.
Dexterity check with advantage.
I got the advantage. So
All
I
right.
just add my. It's not a saving throw. I just
It's an attack. Like look at your ranged attack. Any of your ranged attacks.
Oh yeah, you
that's
can be
the roll,
proficient. Yeah.
right?
Gotcha.
Because
Oh, so yeah. I
That sounds
have it right.
fair. You're
That's
throwing
that's
some,
right.
right? Why
Yeah.
wouldn't it be?
It's still a 10. Yeah.
A 10.
Yeah.
Oh, you missed with the first ring. Oh, too bad, champ.
champ. He gave him a champ. Ouch.
17.
17 lands one.
Sweet.
Hey, he's just looking at this rabbit like this is. Wow, well done. You got one more throw.
Oh.
That rabbit's really good. I really like that rabbit.
Ah, it's an old friend of mine.
Wait, is it alive?
No.
Oh.
Well,
18.
sometimes. 18?
18.
You get it, too.
Sweet.
I'll be wow, well done. That's another prize. Yes, right. Good job. You get to roll 2d8s, and you get to pick one of the
1 or a 7.
1 or a 7. So you could choose a random trinkets of interest, or which I'll roll for as a d100. And will you say 1 or what?
7.
7. I think I know just the thing for you, and takes out it looks like a toy spider. Says, you show a little love to this thing, it will let you climb walls like a spider. There you go.
That sounds amazing.
Oh, you want to try?
No, we all want.
I'll explain it to him as
Is
well.
there a thing for this?
I bet there is. What's it called?
It's a cuddly toy spider. As an action, you can stroke the spider to gain the benefit of a spider climb spell that lasts for 1 hour. Once used, well, you'll find out.
Oh, I can't. I'm just saying, do I need to put that in here? But
I don't
You
think
could
it's
probably
a
just write it down, but hold on.
Dirty 20.
dirty 20 on the dexterity check. All right, now that's a good throw.
14.
14 misses. Oh, okay, all right.
That was only D6.
Wow, that's some mighty good throwing. I think I need to check on my Almirage here, but here's a prize. Huh?
Did you just go into Vidic voice?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I thought you were trying to.
You got
got
three-
my prize.
Yeah, you got a prize. 1d8.
3.
3? Here's a packet of pixie dust. All right, I'm going to. Sorry, everybody. We're going to check on my little Amirage friend here. But please come back in about an hour. We'll be.
3
We'll do
minutes and
that.
5 minutes, so like, this is closed.
Fucking clearing him out.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
It's, well, yeah. At that point, after all 3 of you win a prize, there's people just like, well, everyone wants to try
Yeah,
now, and
exactly.
yeah. So
That's one of those
Cool.
things where you're like, that's closed.
yeah.
They figured it out.
All right. So we keep heading to. I'm gonna pick up a treat, like maybe some nuts.
Sure, you can. It's just you get a treat for a hole punch.
Oh, the
This
cost
world, this
from the
will take
ticket.
Forever.
Yeah, I think I still have to succumb. So I'm gonna get like a bag of like the candied nuts.
Oh yeah, well, those conical bag things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The king's nuts.
There you are. That's what they're called.
Almost.
The
Cost a hole punch.
so I grab it with my hand, my glove, this and that, and then I pull my hand out of my glove and I'm just walking,
It's just
and it's just
hovering
floating right there. I'm
Nice.
like,
that's
Right, too.
amazing. All right. Well, you've successfully fleeced the ring toss. So good job. That feels cathartic for how many times I've been
To get brighter.
swindled by that game. Yeah. Oh man. You continue on your way to the gondola then?
Yes,
Swan?
the swans.
Swans,
Mhm.
Okay. You cross a little bridge after you get around the booths and stalls, and over this instantly made stream that goes under you. And sure enough, you get to them. What page
I
was
just ran
that?
through the whole thing.
You guys are just eating king's nuts. Is that what it is?
You want some?
What are king's?
It's. Have you been to the Renaissance Fair?
Yeah.
The nuts, like
Oh, I
the
don't think I've ever
candied
had
nuts.
there. Oh, cool.
It's
I didn't-
basically like almonds that have sugar glazed to them, so they're
love
friggin' amazing. Especially if you get them hot.
So over here, it's a little more open. It's very much. It seems a little more gardeny.
This is like come and rest and enjoy the.
Yeah. Over in the distance, I think. Oh no, that's on the other side of the lake. But yeah, there's nice like willow trees, very very wistful looking trees with streamers and ribbons tied into them, and people just like a really nice park. And you hear off in the like the wider part of the lake, you hear some singing, some really pretty singing. And but before you, you see these enormous swans that glide through the water over here, pulling ornate wooden gondolas draped in flowers. The swans disappear into banks of silver mist as they wend their way down the river. A jetty extends ahead, a small little boat pier, and at the end of which you can see a swan pulling up, people getting off the gondola, and the giant swan preening its feathers.
They're real. Oh.
It is a giant swan.
Do I see myself anywhere?
Give me a perception.
Natural 1.
You think you do,
Oh shit.
but it turned out to be an elf.
Okay.
I wonder if I can get one of their feathers.
Hmm?
I wonder if I can get one of their feathers.
I'd advise against that.
I mean, not from them. Like once it's off the, I look around like the
The moat.
lake, basically on the edges to see if there's any feathers that have come off and rolled up.
Yeah, there is. I rolled a 20. As this giant swan is preening his feathers, it pulls a loose one and just flicks it out with its bill. Just lands right on the shoreline. Oh, would you like that? It says to you in common.
I will. I'll make a quill out of it, I think, if that's okay.
Oh, that's a lovely idea. Thank you. I'm flattered. I'm Featherine, it says with a big old wing to its breast. Yeah.
Hi, Featherine. I'm Prewinna.
Well, nice to meet you, Prewinna. Would you and your friends like a ride around the lake? It takes about it's a nice, gentle, hour-long tour around the carnival. It's a great way to see the sights. This and the teapot the teapot bubbles are excellent ways to get a look at them around the area.
The Displacer Beast told us that this was a great, calming, amazing ride, that we should come see it.
Oh, you've met Durla. Oh, that's wonderful. And he's absolutely right. It is a enchanting ride. Very romantic, if this is one of those things. No? Well, that's okay. It's just a hole punch for a ride.
It passes the staff area. Do we get off in stops, or is it a solid ride?
Oh, we'll come right back to this jetty. They laid out the river to encircle the whole carnival.
Oh, it goes around the whole carnival? We could see everything. And you know all about it, and we could, ask you questions and stuff?
I could certainly try. I do like conversations on these things. I'm a bit of I mostly enjoy philosophy, personally. It's a very exciting topic. One hole punch for a ride?
Yes,
Good.
please.
Okay. You're getting this wooden gondola. It's painted lovely. It's got just strings of flowers hanging out. It smells nice. Yeah, you're getting there.
See the integrity of it rock back and forth, and
All right. So, all right. Is everyone settled in?
Yes. Wait, do we need seatbelts or something?
Nope. And it starts swimming and pulling you around.
So, Ballerina,
Yeah.
how long you been working for the carnival?
Oh, I don't know. I don't do time very well. I think this is the third time they've set up when I've been here. I was hatched here, actually. Well, not here, but in the carnival.
It's the most cliche Uber question ever.
What do you think of it so far? Is this your first time?
No.
Unfortunately not.
Unfortunately, oh, did you have a bad time last time?
From what we remember, yes.
Oh,
That.
that's a terrible thing. I do wonder, like, how do you even explain what it is what is a good time? What is joy? How would you describe joy? I mean,
Well, it's a bunch of chemical reactions in the brain. Have you ever seen a brain? They have all these little things, the neurons, they fire, and it's like electricity in a storm. And then there's a secretions and
She's
stuff.
a little weird.
If you can get someone happy and you get the instructions. I use cephioplasm. It's amazing. You should try it sometime.
and then the swan just looks back like, well, I've never seen my brain.
No, watch where you're going.
Oh, and sure enough, make sure to glide around this jutting part. Gets around a lily pad where you notice these giant dragonflies are landing, and people
Is that
getting
the
on.
dragonfly ride?
Oh yes, I've never been able to get on them myself, but I hear is one of the most exhilarating things. That and the snail races.
Can you not fly?
Oh, I can fly, but it's not really my job.
I think insect flying is different than like bird flying because of the physics behind the feathers versus the wings. Start explaining the mechanical flight. An hour.
An hour, yeah, and
But
yeah.
anyway, have you ever heard of someone being like, you talk about philosophy and what's joy and all this stuff? Like, what's a memory? And maybe like, how would someone take a memory?
I mean, how do we even know in a world of magic if memories even exist, you know? I think I've spoken with my friend Burley here about this very subject.
Burley?
Burley, yes, he's another worker here. We have lovely little late night debates and whatnot. He's
About Nazis?
Debates.
About what?
They said debates about Nazis.
No, about just this and that. Do you? Okay. Yes, he's usually guarding the staff wagons back in the area behind the big top. The poor fellow, he's been a bit amiss lately with his brother Hurley going missing and whatnot. Poor man.
Oh, didn't the Displacer Beast has a cub missing? There's a lot of missing people here.
Oh, you heard about that? I suppose people talk. It's hard to tell. I haven't noticed anyone missing myself, except other than Hurley, of course. I should really ask him about that sometime.
Do you know anything about the cub?
Oh, Durla's cub.
Brother.
Hurley and Burley. Hurley is missing.
I don't really speak to Durla very much. I heard that he had some unfortunate thing happen with an offspring of his, but I don't know. I think more people should lay eggs, and then we can avoid these things more often.
Oh, I eat a lot of eggs.
Oh. Well, anyway. And goes on. Just keeps swimming. You, eventually you would cross, you see the lost property tent, you see Durla with those two human boys, and...
Can you tell us about those two human boys? They seem to, know how to speak Displacer Beasts. Have they been here a long time? How long have they been lost?
Oh, they've been here since last time we were set up. The poor darlings. I do hope someone comes and claim them sometime soon.
How old is they?
Wait.
I don't know. It's really hard to tell.
No, just as...
they looked young, like
So
10 years old.
Yeah, so they were babies.
Or they
Or
just
they
don't
haven't
age. So they were here last time. I don't remember much from my trip last time.
Oh, you don't? Oh.
Mm.
I've heard things like that happening before.
Well, I was trying to find the place, and I guess I was a little bit early. I was walking through a field, and then like this giant pumpkin kind of landed on me, and I was in a tent, and I don't remember much after that.
Oh, Burley loves wearing pumpkins. That must have been... Oh, he would have died laughing if he would have seen such a thing.
Hurley?
Burley
Likes pumpkins, huh?
Wait, I thought Burley was the one we met. Hurley is the one that's missing.
Hurley's the one
Hurley's the one
that's
that's
missing.
We haven't met Burley.
We haven't met either.
The swan is
Featherina.
And then you come around. You swim under a bridge that you cross to get to the ticket booth, which I completely forgot to mention was there, but...
Oh, you mentioned.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure I did. And you go around a winding way through these silver mists, as you can see some more games. There's something about you see a gigantic Cyclops crouching and seems to just be like staring at somebody down on the ground, just staring back.
What's that?
Oh, that's the Cyclops staring contest. If you get the Cyclops to blink before you blink, I think you win a prize.
Huh.
And
I don't think I'd be very good at that.
Seldom people win that one, unless they cheat. But I really wouldn't recommend that. It really affects the atmosphere of the place when you do that too much.
How so?
Well, I don't know. This entire place is tied to emotions, and so good feelings and good vibes and all that. It has a direct effect on the rest of the area. Well, one time we had a lot of fights break out, and that was my first carnival, and oh my gosh, it was just such an unpleasant sight. I mean, alligators started popping up in the water. I don't know how they got there.
Alligators? In this water you're swimming in?
Yes.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything. It was just the people fighting, and there was a few people.
You didn't have
caught
to fight off alligators?
Oh no, I flew that time.
Can
The
you
poor
carry
people in my
this?
gondola. Yes, but there's no seatbelt, so it got lighter really quick.
Oh. No, we're not all halflings. He's a halfling. I'm a gnome. And he's a tiefling. But if you look at our characters, if you're on the computer, they're on the side. You can hover over and you can see what we are. All secrets will be unveiled.
And then around the way, you see people getting into mine carts and shoving off into a stone face of a dragon, and hear faint screaming. And once they're inside,
That's a callback. It's fun.
ah,
It's the Dungeons & Dragons cartoon.
oh, is it? I
Oh, it
never
is.
watched
Yep.
that old
The
cartoon.
kids got
I
into
never watched
a,
the cartoon that much, but that is definitely from the opening.
Yep.
Is it really?
The kids are at a carnival and they get in a mine cart roller coaster and it goes to the
just like
mouth of a
this.
dragon,
Oh,
and they come out in D&D world.
Yeah.
that's
It looks just
hilarious!
like
I never
this.
knew how they got there.
Yeah.
Really?
That's exactly what it looks like. I didn't even notice it.
That's funny.
I heard that was put in the game. I didn't remember where, so I guess it's this. So maybe if we go there, we'll end up in the modern world.
Oh, the mystery mine? Yes. A lot of people find it exhilarating, although I've had some people tell me about very existential dread afterwards. But some people seem to enjoy it. Continues on the way until you hear some cheering and some call out of numbers, and people are very excited over there.
What's that?
The snail racing, it's probably one of my most popular
Shoot
attractions.
that.
Snail racing.
Oh yes, you can even apply to be a jockey if you wished. That's how you actually win prizes for it. Otherwise, some people like to gamble, but we try not to encourage that sort of thing.
How big are these snails?
Oh, a little bit larger than myself.
That must make a lot of slime.
They're very fast and very slimy.
I want some slime.
What's this?
No, bad Vidic. No, Vidic here would be dangerous.
This is so bullshit.
He would kill somebody immediately.
Tell me what you think about time. I hear time works differently in the prime material world.
Oh, right. So it just keeps going forward, which is kind of boring.
It never goes any other direction.
No.
Why is it so certain, do you think?
Well, you see, there's crystal spheres. I've heard about them. At least Professor Quill Blanc talked about them. It's all. Though I don't know much. I just know that the prime material planes, because it's a little bit of the other planes and the elemental planes, that it makes a physical thing, and it just has to go in one direction, even for anything to happen. And then souls cycle through it, and then elements cycle through on the other side. There's the astral, the ethereal plane.
We experience time in a continuous flow.
Ah, I see.
How do you experience it?
Well, I don't really, unless we're told to.
So, for us, this thing only comes by every 8 years, and I was a freshman at the Institute last time I came here, and now, well, if I didn't get kicked out, I would have already graduated like 2 years ago.
Oh, right. This is when you experience your brain leaking chemicals.
Yes.
Oh.
They took the library that I had in my brain from me.
Oh, that doesn't seem very pleasant at all.
No.
Oh, I'm just terribly sorry.
That's why I'm back here, because, we had to wait for this long. But for you, I got a question. The last time you were here, how long ago was that for you?
For me? Well, they told us it was 8 years.
Uh-huh. But, how long did it feel? Did you just pack up your stuff and have a nap, and then you were here again? Or...
Well, no, we had
how
lots
many
of...
times did you sleep?
Well, it depends how good the parties were, really. I can't say... I did sleep lots of times. Other times, we would just sleep and it would just be right where we left off if we wanted it to be. I'm not sure I understand the question fully, but that's something really interesting to think about.
Sounds
When
terrible.
was the last time you...
Was it 2,920 times?
I never counted. That seems like a lot, though. I don't think it was
is
that
a lot.
many.
That's how many times I've slept since the last time I was here.
I think your 8 years is a lot different than mine.
Where
Right.
were you the last... Where was the last carnival at?
It's a big, pretty forest. We had to ask Northwind to ask the trees to move out of the way, which we usually have to do. But this time there were a lot, and I think Northwind said that they gave him a bit of a talking back to. They were very old trees and didn't want him to get moving.
You were at a place where the trees talked? Those must be treants. I want some bark from a treant.
Well, maybe you can ask Northwind. He's a little sapling of one.
There's a treant here!
Was Northwood yesterday?
North wind?
Northwood.
Northwind.
Yeah.
Was that yesterday?
Was that yesterday? Oh, no, that was last time we set up. I don't think it was yesterday. It must have been longer, but not that many sleeps so long ago.
So I have to imagine that, it's been 8 years since you've been here. But you're stopping in other places, right?
Oh, yes.
Right, so this place, where trees are, what other places do you go to? What do they look like?
Well, they're mostly this sort of weather, sometimes a little bit colder, sometimes a little bit warmer. Usually the sky is blue, most of the time. It really depends on the mood of the place.
Huh.
But
Well,
I don't know, I never
fun.
ask about the names of the places. It is usually something temperate like this. Sometimes the leaves have different shapes to them. And the bread tastes funny in different places. You have any bread?
Check.
Pull out one of my trail rations. It's hardtack.
Oh, let's just throw it right in the water, dear.
Hold on. I take my mortar and pestle, unstrap it, just clunk, put as much as I can get the hardtack into the thing, and I just smash it.
Oh,
Because I don't know if you've seen hardtack. It literally is hard.
Right.
So I smash it up into chunks.
Right, yeah.
Throw it in.
toss it in. Yeah, she just real messy bill thrashing it in the water. Oh, thank you.
So I'll throw in some of my string in this.
String. Oh,
Anything
no.
else we can do for you?
Oh no.
Like, do you like if you don't get off the water much or you don't fly, like, can we go? Like, is there something you want from somewhere in the carnival that we can go get you? You seem to
She
be
looks
working all
around.
night.
Oh, and you're passing by. If you could tell my friend, Candlefoot, that I say hello. My name's Featherine. If you've forgotten.
I have not forgotten.
Oh, you're too kind.
I will forget though, because they took my library.
Oh, that's right. Your brain juices. If you could just tell him hello for me. I sometimes feel a little bad for him. He kind of made a display out of himself. He went to propose to sweet Bashala. They're so dearly in love, but right as he was about to do it, he lost his voice and couldn't bear to stand the embarrassment, and they've staved it off, and it's been going on for some time of a will they, won't they sort of thing.
So he lost his voice. Does he have an idea of where to get it back?
I don't know. He's never spoke since.
Can he write?
I imagine so. I can't read though.
Jesus, man. You really want to be a Vitic again. Come on, nerd. You're a nerd.
Right. This guy that can't speak, is he at the Hall of Illusions?
Yes, he's the ticket counter there.
Okay.
He's really nice. He had such a lovely voice.
Thank you. He had a lovely voice. Didn't you have a lovely voice? You said you sang.
I still have a lovely voice.
It is very
Well, it sounds a lot lovelier than no voice.
full and
Oh, there's Bashala there. As you come back to the wider part of the lake that was on your left at the little pier.
oh, is she the one singing?
Yes, that's her right there. The merfolk there.
Could we see the
Wait.
staff area as we drove by it? As we
Oh,
drove?
it's you'd have to try, and you probably were trying, and having a map.
I know where it is.
Yeah.
I'm waiting
You
for
could
it.
you could kind of make out. Give me a perception just for details.
So you're saying Bashal is a merfolk?
21.
Yes. 21.
21.
Okay. You do see. So you see the big top, and then you see like these other peaks on your side of the big top, which has to be the area. But you only see the tips of them because there seems to be a giant wall of brambles that surrounds that area. And that's what the look you get there.
Do you mention anything about that?
I mean, I've been begging about going there, but I don't know if I would say out loud.
Do you
what it
like
is.
point it out to us or anything?
I'd probably ask, is that the staff area?
Oh yes, that's where Burley works.
So that kind of gives you guys the idea. That's what
Oh.
I'm looking at.
Are those brambles?
Oh yes. They're there to only the staff can get through them. I've heard one time somebody tried to squeeze through there and they got stuck in the brambles and we had to pull them out. It was quite a grisly affair.
Glad I mentioned it out loud.
So we need to yeah. Alright.
Well,
So
here we are.
Pasha
Bashala, yes.
Bashala.
She's over there. You can see she's in the that glass bowl over there, commanding the water to do its lovely tricks. You should really come see her show.
Wait, she commands water? Is the water alive?
Remember, it's ribbons they brought and dropped.
I want some of
You get some of the water? It's a reach. You could get it though. She seems to be pacified. Oh, the hand. And does it just fill the glove
the water. No,
up?
I just take one of my empty
okay.
beakers and just
All right. You got some
some
carpet
Fey
water.
Carpet water. Fey water.
All right. And eventually you get back to the jetty. Well, this has been. I hope this was as lovely for you as it was for me. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for the feather. I'm gonna make a beautiful quill out of it.
Oh, I hope you have an opportunity to show me sometime.
Since we have gotten back to the
Yeah.
thing and take our break
Oh yeah, let's
Before
take
we-
a break here, and before I
Oh, wow.
forget,
Yeah.
our
as passed.
yeah. More, well, and it's been about a half hour before you started that, so it's not going to be long before the second hour to pass. But
Sure.
We need metagaming. We need to work on getting that up.
Yeah.
or down.
So or down. I don't know what the down means, but
Well, it went up when we did something nice for the Displacer Beast.
Yeah.
It seemed to me.
and then she talked about cheating and fights breaking out, making the place angry because it reacts off
yeah.
emotions.
Yeah.
So we need to not cheat anymore, even though there's some cool stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I was rolling stuff
Yeah.
and he really didn't see it, and they're good at noticing these things. But yeah, if that would have happened, that might have affected
Sucks.
things.
I
Yeah.
thought you were rolling against our cheating. I didn't even realize it was for the happiness side.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even. I don't know why I was even thinking any of that. I wasn't putting any of that together.
So yeah, no more cheating,
Thinking about that.
having some fun, and even like helping the carnival. I guess like
Yeah, when you found that boy, that shifted that up.
yep, that was the thing that started it. Everything became vibrant after you found the boy, got the boy to come back, lost and found.
Oh, gallant
That's
Galuf
what I'm
Malshun.
Yep. Galuf Malshu. Oh.
Gallant Malshun.
It does
Alright.
sound like a Star Wars name, right?
It
This
does.
is Jedi Galaxy.
So
Yeah, how do I put this on break mode?
so take the little cursor and put it in the sources section.
End stream?
Oh no.
Nope.
In the middle area. Go the middle
See the bottom
down.
three little screens?
Yeah,
Yeah, one of
sources.
those is.
Now scroll up until you see break message. It was right there.
Break
No.
message?
Uh-huh.
Ah.
Now over, you'll no, close that. Sorry, cancel. So, yeah, cancel. Oh,
It won't let me
hit
cancel.
Done, then.
Hit down.
Done.
It's not gonna let you do either.
Did I break it?
You broke it.
There we
Yeah,
go.
we are. So anyway, over
Hit
at the
the eye.
right, there's an eye. Nope, not the lock. The eye. And now it's
Hey.
visible. Oop.
Hey, we'll be right
I
back,
need to put
folks.
that in the yellow. I think. For this one.
Oh, yeah, that would be
All
good.
right. Also, thanks for hanging out, everybody. If you have questions, interact. I mean, this is a carnival. Yell shit out. Oh, the music stopped. Can we get back? Oof. Oh.
She's like, finally.
Uh, remember to give out points,
Yeah.
inspiration,
Yeah, I feel like I made a couple jokes, but I didn't get anything.
and call it. Like, remind him that it's there. It's a mechanic for everyone.
Right.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wild Beyond the Witchlight. Anyone have any questions so far?
Pissed on me.
A bat pissed on him outside. It was fantastic, glorious. It was like magnificent. Even it flew down.
No, I think it came out from under your.
Yeah, I think it's living in there. I think it's the baby bat that used to be under my little welcome sign. I like
It's
bats.
not like anything. Bats are cool.
I mean, at least it wasn't its guano. That smells like something.
I think it was it.
No, there's nothing physical on you.
I'm gonna go wash my face and hands.
That's probably a good idea. So, if anyone has any questions, wants to talk, wants to know something, hit me up. I'm here. Underneath the "We will be right back" sign. What do you guys think about it so far? It's definitely kind of right in our wheelhouse where we love to talk. Apparently, this entire adventure you can get through without ever having a combat. And we only had a partial combat there in the beginning. A non-combat. A non-combat. Combat?
A non-combat combat.
Yeah, we stabbed the guy and ran away.
Well, the way I think about Ban is that they
He
kind of
doesn't
like
want
they,
one of those.
oh, I thought you were Galen say. Would you want a Red Bull?
Just a water.
Thanks, Drew.
Water? What are these bottles? Is that what that is?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you want a Red Bull, have a Red Bull. Actually, what you should do is, I have red Solo cups. You mix Red Bull and Truly, it's fantastic.
Really?
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
I'll try that.
Oh, I told you, like, for years and years and years, the only craft beer that there was, just all IPA, all of it. And just recently, it's really starting to go towards, like, some sours and some really citrusy
if
things.
you go, so if you're facing the fridge, the cabinet down at the bottom left,
Bottle left.
just open it up and there's going to be a Solo. That's what we're missing.
Yeah,
Jesus.
it just hit me. I was like, wait a second.
Everything looks so dark.
There, that's...
But
yeah.
also, I need to fix that camera. The GM camera, I had to mess with it to put in the new resolution, and it's completely jacked. So,
Oh, it's a Dorito,
the Doritos.
though. Oh.
He's eating Doritos.
Oh, it sure smells like Dorito.
I
Got it?
roll the deception on you.
Yeah, you got me.
Yeah.
My passive perceptions.
It's a good mix.
Yeah. What is this? Kiwi watermelon with it? That does sound good. Okay.
Oh, I shouldn't have looked at that.
Don't
It
look.
looks so cool.
Don't look.
Also good imagery so far. Like I kind of with the map and you telling us what the things are. I know where I'm at. I know. I just keep getting the Renaissance Fair vibes. Like walking down the aisles, like there's people selling food and games and bullshit. Like
Yeah.
oh yeah, this is exactly what this is.
I like the idea of, like, lights on in the day. Like, you know, the neons are on, even though you can't see them.
Well, it's
and
night.
stuff. Oh, is it night right
Yeah.
now?
Yeah.
You know, it's
yeah.
only open in the night.
Yeah, that's right.
And I'm guessing that they have lights, like they,
Oh, yeah, it's
however,
on there and
yeah,
stuff.
like
Plus
whatever they are.
Yeah,
fairy lights.
It's it's a lot of you see a lot of pixies seem to be hanging out and smoking tiny little pipes and they're just glowing. A lot of it is dancing light orbs, and a lot of bugs, a lot of glow bugs, big ones.
Walking
seem to
around
be-
as floating lanterns.
Yeah.
I keep like wanting to play with these cards because I have them, but I also keep thinking like, shit, I'm gonna trigger you from the Rifts game, the Savage World stuff.
Stop.
Is it a fight? Are we in a fight?
Usually I really like fighting, but like rifts, there'd be times where I get into like 3 fights in a row. Like when we were stuck in the cave, and the rocks were whatever they were, the flying gray things were outside the cave underneath the castle in like Texas or whatever it was. I had to repair the Glitter Boy, so I had to get out of my suit for like 3 whole rounds, and they took a lot.
Yep, it was the gargoyles.
Yeah, gargoyles. That's right, and that was like the 3rd fight we'd gotten into like in that session. Like,
Did you call gargoyles flying
rocks? Yeah.
Yeah, they're flying. I mean, he ain't wrong.
Yeah.
Points.
I'm just saying that was very like reductive,
like
but
that.
very accurate.
That was like that stoned meme. You know, the guy's like, "Hey, where's the the hard water when it's ice?" It's like you're about to take a driver's license photo.
Yeah.
Did you run water through your hair or something?
Oh yeah, it's all
It was
messed
getting
up.
a little.
It was getting.
Yeah,
No, that's fine.
I need a
It's
haircut.
It's like the end of Kingpin with the hair is just off.
Turn off the break message.
All right. See.
That little eye.
All right.
And click anywhere. So go up into the black next to the area. Click. All right.
Cool.
We're back, everybody.
Hello.
Thanks for hanging out so far.
Very sensitive.
All right. Well, you get off the gondola, and Featherina thanks you again, and you part ways from there.
And as I'm leaving, I'm gonna pull out the quill, the feather, and start to carve it to a quill, and drill out to make a hollow for the ink and things like that.
So, what's your obsession with all these things?
Oh well, everything is magical, and it has properties.
Is it?
Yes.
That was very hard.
Oh.
There you go.
Set it in there.
Yeah. Seems to work fairly well.
That's all you got to do, huh? I have no idea how those things are made.
They're actually really cool. You cut them so that there's a hollow open,
Mhm.
and then you split the tip. And then what
Capillary
happens is once you split the tip,
Okay.
it's just a fingernail basically. It separates ever so slightly, and that well is what holds the ink.
Pulls the ink
Oh, just like
it wants
just
to
like in the
fill-
middle ones with
Yeah.
the.
So
If it
you-
wants to fill that
you set
hole,
it down.
that's-
As soon as you set it down, it starts to
I don't think it
run
has
through
a
that
well.
reservoir
Yeah.
because you've made contact and the paper is pulling it out, and then you just drag the reservoir.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And then because of the angle, you can make really, really neat stuff. I've actually got a set of them at home. I'll let you borrow them. You can learn to use it. It's
Oh,
pretty cool.
wow.
You've had
Learn
quill pens this
calligraphy.
whole time. You never gave fucking Needle one.
Yeah, actually, I have. Yeah, and it sounds shitty now that I think about it.
I would have got ink everywhere.
That is a problem. You have to really learn how to use it because
Yeah.
you can really fuck some stuff up when you play with it.
All right.
Because you'll do one of those like that, and as soon as you do that, it's like
Oh,
you end up with
jeez.
ink back here.
Oh,
like, I learned it in an art class. And
Get it all in your fancy
We were all
books.
very like the teacher was like, "Hold your fucking arm!" Like she was very angry about it.
So, what now?
I think we should go talk to Candlefoot in the Hall of Illusions.
Well, he doesn't talk.
Right. But maybe he can write. And we were told by Featherina that we have to say hello to him for her. And maybe with this quill from Featherina, he can write down what he really feels about Pashala, and I can bring it to Pashala, and they could get married. Yes. Yes.
To the Hall of Illusions.
No. But yes. No. Yes.
All right.
Did you eat the landlord?
What?
It's from a cartoon.
Did you eat the landlord?
Did you eat the landlord? Yes. No. Yes.
So,
No.
What cartoon?
Yes.
as you leave from the gondolas, you pass
some base
through those same booths you came across over there. You notice that there is a bridge going on. There's a carousel with things to be going with wooden unicorns in a circle. Some nice music, because out of the archway of this, I forgot to mention this before. That's where the music is coming from. Is this
Carousel.
this little? Oh, yeah, there's a little like calliope machine with a monkey operating it. Yeah. Speaking of, let's get some of that back.
Yeah. There.
Wait, what the fuck's a calliope?
A
It's
calliope.
Calliope?
It's a music.
It's
Yeah.
Hold on.
Spins, huh?
It's the thing that you like. The thing you make. like that's kind of an organ actually. But the thing that you associate with circus music is the calliope, that sound.
And I think it's French for like lots of sound or something.
That makes sense. I didn't know what a candelabra was until I was 21.
Really? You never watched Beauty and the Beast?
I did, but I don't remember that word ever being used.
Maybe they don't say it.
It's air driven is what makes it. So it is like it's a small pipe organ that you.
Yeah, just crank turn and feeds off. You have like parchment with like holes punched out of it.
Yeah, no, in my mind,
goes
I can imagine it.
And it's not French, the word. It's actually Greek. It's Calliope was one of the muses.
Yep, she was
One
one.
they named
Oh.
after her. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, you fucking ignoramus.
Well, that was me that said
Kate
that.
Sith. I need to look up Kate Sith as well.
So I'm just letting you know that's other sights you see on your way out of there.
So there's a carousel with a calliope with a monkey.
Yes. It's just.
I mean,
Have you
I'm
read this? Because if
pretty-
you've read this,
I have not read this. I don't read adventures. Like I just don't. I find like the Baldur's Gate. I read the Gadgeteer. Like
all right, I'm just checking. Because if you read this, I would feel like we were at a disadvantage.
no, sorry. He just said that there was a fucking monkey with a calliope, and I got excited. And
That's fair. I'd be excited too.
Prewinna is super excited, but has to stay focused. Nope, we gotta go to the Hall of Illusions.
As we pass the big top, can I look in?
You keep doing it, man. You have to do it.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir.
It's.
We're leaving under the gate, passing by it on the way to
Yes,
the
yeah. You it's hard to tell because there's a lot of people there. There are things going on at the big top right now. You do hear some people, some callers, some of the carnies call out like, "Remember the big extravaganza at midnight at the big top."
How do we know when it's midnight?
No, you're going a little too
Are you
nerdy.
asking?
Huh?
I said, no, you're going a little too nerdy.
Like I just asked this guy.
The
When do we
dice
know
on
when
our map will
When do we know when it's
A little
midnight?
pixie buzzes around,
It's
glowing
very
purple,
weird,
kind of
isn't it?
hovers around you. It says, "You'll know with the big
tactical
fireworks."
map. It won't come off.
There's gonna be fireworks?
Oh yes, the lovely.
Yeah, you can still hold it.
What's your name?
Jumanji.
Billy.
Hi,
Did
Billy.
the pixie tell him the time?
There'll be fireworks.
Oh, okay. So,
Yep.
Billy the
Hall of
Pixie.
Illusions.
Do we see Axon?
Rolling perception.
Oh, yeah.
Who are we looking for?
Axon.
We can make him dance.
Oh, god damn it.
7, 8, 8, I think.
I just think as DM you should know that we're always on the lookout for an accent.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
17.
17, huh? What did you get? Are you looking too over there?
9.
Yeah,
I'm a 9.
9.
21.
You see him.
Yeah.
He's over. He's actually at the entrance of the big top. He looks like he's trying to get a better look inside there. You do hear there's some kind of like you can see there's some kind of performance going inside, but it's really hard to tell at this distance.
He's the only one that sees him.
No, you saw him, right?
No, just him.
He's over there.
Who?
Actually.
Oh, it's Axon!
Hey!
He looks over. He's got a big lollipop in his hand, and he's all right, and he kind of does a little lollipop
Hey,
dance.
everyone! That's our friend Axon. He's really nice.
Flowers, big flowers, burst from the ground around him and start singing along to his dancing, and he's and
It is his birthday.
I kind of want one of those flowers.
they do seem sentient.
Right? Like,
Be sure to sing him happy birthday.
alright, bye, Axon.
Bye, Axel.
You see a flower and just go, "Hey, thanks for the tip," and then they start singing a birthday song.
Like how the flowers sound like
Yeah.
a fucking cigar smoke.
Right? Like it's like the baby from Roger Rabbit.
Yeah.
It's like,
Oh,
oh,
yeah.
hey, thanks for the tip. Happy birthday to you.
I love
What?
It's a giant swan cabbie. Hi, how are you? Beautiful birthday flower. Oh, I'm gonna sing a happy birthday.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Do you prefer accent or Mr. President?
Yeah, he's the bass voice of the little band there.
And a
Oh.
1 and a 2.
All right.
While you're out just going around there, you do also notice that there is a 12-foot tall tree with golden ribbons in its bough, and just talking off in the distance and shaking its bough, and look at little things going down. There seems to be a red squirrel that climbs down and hands something to a kid here and there.
That must be Northwind.
Go get whatever the squirrel is handing out for your collection.
Yeah.
I head over there.
You head over there. And there's a lot of people seem to be trying to catch these things coming out of the tree, as well as collecting these little things from the
What's falling out of the tree?
like sycamore seeds, almost kind of like your
That
little
little.
yeah.
Ah!
Little overbearing.
Take off my gloves.
You're gonna try to snatch one, okay?
I'm gonna send my mage hand out there and snatch up as many as I can.
Give me. Normally this would be a dexterity check, but I'll let you use intelligence because you're using mage hand.
Uh huh.
What'd you get? What'd you get, buddy?
Have you seen
Oh,
these
I'm gonna use
Have
my.
you seen these?
you need his inspiration.
Have you heard any of these musicians about? Seen any of this Barker?
22.
22. You get one. Oh, wow. You catch it and in your mage hand glove, and it comes back to you, and it's just the seed turns into a glowing puff of light, and it absorbs into your hand, and you feel a strange surge of luck swimming through you.
Sorry.
It's alright.
I feel lucky.
Yeah. It's hard to describe this narratively without with you being able to understand what you're supposed to do with it. Whenever you want, you can add a D4 to a roll.
All right.
There you go.
Hi, Northwind.
Oh, hello. You know my name.
Yeah, Featherina told me about you.
Oh, Featherina. She's so nice. What do you think, Red? And this little squirrel just looks over and just hands a little dandelion to you.
Actually, I'm gonna tuck it into my goggles on the other side of my tickets.
Huh. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Red.
The squirrel just goes, doesn't say anything, but gives a little hand gesture to you. Yeah, you can blow it and make a wish.
What?
This little dandelion puffball.
Wait, do I have to do that now, or can I do it whenever?
Whenever you want, but remember, it's got to be you that blows it, not the wind. So
And
be
do these grow
careful.
elsewhere?
Oh,
Oh, there are places in the realm beyond. Jar it up.
jar.
Okay.
And it must be the keeper that blows it.
Sure, whoever blows it can make a wish when they do so. Just this.
Is it a D&D wish?
This is a treant.
So,
Never mind.
Fey Lost and I have survival because of Fey Lost.
Hmm.
Can I be familiar with these things?
Roll
If
a
there's
With
any-
treants? Yeah.
No, the...
The dandelion.
Oh, the dandelion.
Like, is this something that
You-
I would have seen
You
before?
know that there's all kinds of magic involving wishes and stuff in the Feywild.
But these in particular?
Give me an Arcana check.
Arcana? Not
Yeah.
survival?
No.
Natural 20.
Natural 20? Yeah, you have heard of dandelion wishes. They work when they're attuned to a certain place, and those wishes can come true at the place they're attuned to.
So it only works.
relate that to
So right,
pre-winner.
it only works here. Right.
The North Wind looks to you, and it's tied to the Briganock mine. If you go there, there's a
The
better...
minecart thing?
No.
Oh.
It's another place. But even if you don't go there, there's a chance it will come true.
Be careful with that.
Briganock?
Briganock Mine.
Okay.
Such things
Well-
should be
Hi.
handled
So Northwind,
Yes.
do you ever shed any of your bark?
Oh, I'm not that old yet. So I'm still just a sapling.
How long have you been here?
You are a big sapling.
Oh, you should see my family. They are quite large.
Huh.
How do you find yourself so far from your family?
Oh, I joined the circus, as it were. Ran away as fast as my legs could take me. Because, well, there was a certain incursion with the Unseelie Court, and certain knights wanted to burn us alive, and so I decided it was time to go.
So those moments where like you lay out the whole campaign and like we focus on one and you see like, oh, this is the one. We're all big.
Someone tried to burn you? That would be terrible. You're way more flammable than us.
Yeah, I've heard it. I've seen it. It's very true.
I could probably make you a salve that will make you less flammable.
Really? What would you want for it?
Piece of your bark? I mean, I'd have to have the piece of the bark to test the unflammability of it anyway.
Roll me a persuasion.
So, next NPC's mine.
That's funny because he's the one with the least amount of charisma.
Yeah.
In his defense, he is talking to a tree.
Right.
So, like, of all the things that charisma would matter for, be a plant.
16.
16?
Hey,
It feels its shoulders red. You know me inside and out. And you see that little squirrel go, and squirrel scurries around down and gets by one of its legs, and
Like a little knee,
yeah,
knee skin.
yeah,
A rough knee skin.
peels off a bit of a piece of bark. You see Northwind go, wow,
Sorry if that hurt.
it's okay. I'll grow it back. We have a deal.
Take it. Sit down. Start pulling out my lab.
Okay.
We've got 3 nights, 8 hours.
I should be going to
I'm in
You can
line.
find me at the Dragonfly rides.
I will find you out.
You have a wonderful time.
I'll make you a salve, and I'll give you the ingredients so you can hopefully make more and always be unflammable.
That's very kind of you. Okay, you made a deal with a fake creature.
Are you any closer to your library?
Drink this.
And what is it?
I don't know.
Can I try to tell what this is?
It should be something that makes you warm.
What would I have to roll to try to figure out what this is by looking at it?
Arcana?
Is it Arcana?
Arcana,
Because
or
alchemy.
unless you're proficient in alchemy tools.
I'm not.
So Arcana is
17.
What did you make?
This is just a normal alchemical thing. It's not a magic, it's not one of my spells.
Oh, okay.
But it's literally just a thing that should, like, keep you warm. Like, in a cold night or anything like that. It's
Okay.
like,
Well, warmth you say, there's no abyssal ale that I can find.
How well did you make it? Go ahead.
19 plus my intelligence plus my alchemy tools, so that's 25.
Not bad.
But I didn't roll a 1, so I didn't get the.
Yeah. So
Herb.
it works,
It just
It warms
warmed.
me like the ice.
and it is a bit of a.
abyssal plane?
The hells.
Hells. Warms me like the hells.
So maybe I do have my library back.
So,
What?
not
When
being
did you get?
I'm not a tiefling.
No.
Right.
So, am I
feel
able
warm.
to just drink this?
Yeah,
all
it's
good?
it's
just
not
a-
specific for
Oh, okay,
tieflings.
cool.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not actual like
No.
Yeah.
hellfire
That
like.
You
was
got your
like-
library back?
Earlier when I
I
read
don't
the
know,
Abyssal
I-
one, I knew there wouldn't be any, and you're like, we don't have any of that. And I'm like,
That
God.
worked. So maybe I do. Let me mix up some other potions while we walk over to the Hall of Illusions.
The next one is yours.
I never looked up how fast you can do that. Imagine that must take time.
Oh, for like real things, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
hours.
All right.
But if my spells are the spell
Right,
casting,
yeah.
right? Like if I want to
Gonna
cast a
take
spell.
that thing, or the
No, I'm
You should do that more often.
Potion.
Oh,
Potion is
I know what I'm
yours.
gonna do next if I get pushed. But for now, I'm thinking that just being here and being all excited, maybe I do have it back.
Matchmaker.
Matchmaker was apparently the. Oh, well, matchmaker
When
is
you-
what I'm trying to do.
Yeah,
with
yeah. We can get him to follow them.
All right, so we're going to the Hall of Illusions.
All right.
While I'm going there, I am testing that bark,
Testing that
like
bar.
soaking it in things that should make it like not fuck up the bark,
Okay.
but make it less flammable. So
Okay.
that's what I'll be working on for it.
Tinkering on that. All right. Okay. So, to the Hall of Illusions. There's more people crying out. There's some games along the way, I think. Where's
Hall of Illusions. It's past the big top. and,
Oh yeah, yeah.
down the
Those
lane.
booths over there. There's other games people are calling out if you're interested in that. More food
what kind of
stands.
games?
What kind of games? Let's see what's over there.
I thought for sure we weren't going to get lured into the games. Every time you say something about games, we kind of all
Especially
we all
since, like-
side-eye each other.
It's like pixie dust. Pixie dust was the friggin' first reward we got.
That's what I was thinking. Isn't a wish like a huge deal in D&D?
It is like
There's a 9th level spell.
actual wish is a fucking
That's
huge
what I was
deal.
saying. Is that a wish?
No way.
Frauds
No
what I was
calling
way.
it on it.
That's why I was like, what? Like,
Yeah.
You guys got a fucking wish?
Good thought though.
No way.
Oh yeah, that's
But
why
yeah.
I checked it.
Oh hey,
Hey, bad llama.
bad
Bad
llama.
llama fa.
Yeah, that's Greg.
Greg.
Hey, Greg.
What's happening, man? Okay.
What
Let's see.
games?
We got.
Howdy back.
You see someone calling out, "Birds of a feather! How about feathers of a bird? Step right up and guess how many feathers festoon this fiendish curse owl. Come one, come all."
Fiendish what?
Curse Howl. You never heard of Fiendish Curse Howl?
No.
Have I?
You
16.
16? You know there are fiendish varieties of animals.
But what's it?
But do I know what this is?
What that is?
Yeah, with
Owl?
Arcana Survival.
With survival, it's an owl with fiendish features.
Hurt owl?
I said cursed.
Cursed.
The announcer
Fiendish
said cursed.
Cursed owl. My God. I know, that's me. I couldn't hear that shit.
Oh, bad llama, you came at just the right
Yeah,
time.
fiendish
This is how
cursed
the whole
owl.
thing
So
is
yeah,
done.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
walk up to that booth and look at the fiendish cursed owl.
It looks like a very miserable owl. It's got you know how owls have like those tufts.
Yeah.
These ones seem very pointy, and it just has red eyes and a very long beak, and its talons are just like digging into its perch, and it just ruffled up.
We're tasked with guessing the number of feathers it has.
That's right. Punch a hole in the ticket, guess the number of feathers this owl possesses, and win a prize.
I'm gonna be looking at straight in the owl's eyes, going,
It just stares back, saying nothing.
"Can you not understand me? Don't you speak that horrible language?
Do you speak Abyssal? I say to it in Abyssal.
Ooh. Abyssal?
Abyssal?
You do
'Cause
speak
you-
Abyssal?
So, Infernal is Tiefling.
Oh, Infernal, not Abyssal, excuse me. Infernal. I do
It's-
have Infernal, it's not Abyssal. I say it in Infernal, sorry.
It says, whoo,
No.
the fuck are you? In Fiendish tongue, yeah.
And Infernal.
I'm tasked with identifying the number of feathers on your person. Can you share that information?
Hey, buddy. It's just a guessing game. Let's not get tricksy here.
It's not a guessing game, it's a logic puzzle.
Well, you're willing to give it a shot with you let me just punch your tickets? Please?
Alright, let's do this.
You get 3 tries.
Pull out my quill,
Uh-huh.
pull out my paper,
Okay.
and I start. Okay, it's about this tall, this
Right, yeah.
this much mass, this much skin. You have this many follicles that feathers can come out of per area. Then you got the little tufty feathers on the top.
Guess it on your first try. Win something special. It's an intelligence check. Seems tough to figure it out, though. But maybe you can do it.
It's the perfect music.
Yeah.
Can I hold the owl? Can you turn the owl's perch around?
Ah, very clever, but no, you can only watch. You can look, but cannot touch. You can ask it to turn around, I'm sure, but I never got festooned to listen to me.
I'll ask it to turn around and tell me its feather number again in Infernal. See if it listens.
Why should I help you?
Perhaps I can help you.
With what?
What do you want?
I want that fucking squirrel the Treant has.
That might be arrangeable.
You know what happens if they catch you, huh?
I don't understand anything you guys are saying.
I know.
Nope, that's the conversation just between these two.
I'll consider your offer.
Alright, here we go.
Consider it considered.
I just go to town.
Consider your consider.
This conversation is over.
So it's,
Ooh, damn
it's
it.
just intelligence.
It's an intelligence check.
17.
17?
Yeah.
Did
where
the
did it
owl
go?
turn around when I told it to?
No, it didn't. It said fuck you. Well. Oh, I'm
I'm
sorry.
gonna spend the inspiration.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, corruption.
23.
Say a number.
4.
Like, but I got a 23.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Just say it.
so,
Okay.
like, 753 feathers. Maybe
Let's see what the
54 if
numbers
it's
were.
molting.
Festoon, did you? Congratulations. That is somehow correct.
Science! I hold up like this diagram of the owl broken down, feather follicle numbers, fucking formula.
Get an inspiration.
Science.
Well, see, everybody, I told you it can be done. Come, let me punch your ticket, except not anyone who heard that.
Yeah.
Oh,
And the next person, you want
It's,
yell that out.
it's all right. It's all right.
Did
It's
you,
all
get
right.
did you get a prize?
I'm
You
about to.
did get a prize. Let's see. But there's something else you get.
I'm glad that worked. My way was not as good.
Yeah, for guessing on the first try, you get
Yeah, how many hair
2
follicles
D8
on
rolls
your
and
head?
pick which one you want.
How many hair follicles are on your head?
I don't know why.
That's how hard this is.
Yeah, why an owl probably couldn't guess that.
Yeah, it was a really high DC.
8 and 4.
8 and 4.
I'm guessing it's at least 20, but it's probably 22.
It was 20. You can have either a bottle of Witchlight wine. It's a very musical bottle of wine, or
I like bottles.
so you can have this glove puppet, and pulls out this glove puppet in the shape of a wizard,
Wait, what?
I'm sure you didn't read this
little
book.
hand puppet.
It's a hand puppet.
It's a hand puppet, and it says it'll let you for 3 uses before its magic is dried up. It'll allow you to make minor illusions to your fancy.
Oh, I can already do that. But I really want that puppet because I could cephaloplasm it and make it my mage hand.
Whatever you want to do for it, it's yours if you decide.
I'll take the bottle of wine.
Okay. Enjoy the music when you pop the cork.
It sounds funky like this baby elephant.
Well, that was that game.
All right.
He won't let you try it
of
out.
course
Yeah.
I don't know if I wanted to murder a squirrel in the middle of a carnival.
It does. It's watching you as you leave.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, Hall of Illusions.
You don't. Who knows what it will do with the
Yeah, but
squirrel?
that squirrel
Look,
is like
buddy,
protected by that
you do
ant that
the
we're
thing.
supposed to see later.
Do what you want with a puppet or... Yeah.
Look, buddy, I don't care what you do with the thing. You want this puppet or not? Now get out of here, Scrain.
Goodbye, then.
It's great, the kids, you bother me. You're messing up the vibe. You're winning like that. Hey
So-
everyone, these prizes are great. You should totally try these games out. It's so fun.
Give me a performance.
Whoa.
There's
Sorry.
your performance.
12.
Okay.
Let me just make sure. 12.
12? All right. You get some people. There's some people like, oh, okay, but nothing.
Look, I
nothing.
won. You could be a winner too.
That's right. Anyone can be a winner. Please, you can.
I give a wink.
Don't you
Walk
tell
off.
anybody. You see
I
him
take my.
pluck a couple feathers off the owl.
Actually, like
Owl bites him.
I rip the page that I
Remember we
took all the notes
just like,
on,
I mean,
and I pull out my prestidigitator, which is a nice big orb with all these like gears and all this stuff on it, and I hit the spark wheel and create a fire and burn the page that has all my notes of how I
Okay.
figured out the number.
All right. He just gives you a little, and
We're helping.
yeah, actually increase the mood.
You make me one of those flame orbs.
I made this in my first year at the academy. I just followed instructions. It'd be really hard pressed. I think I could probably make it again. I just don't know. They are attuned.
Never mind.
Look, if I open up this thing and there's a lens, it has some. This is where I learned about it. It has some cephaloplasm in there, and I can think of something. And the abyssal owl, or sorry, the infernal owl appears as a little illusion.
Oh, nice.
Oh, see? Oh, and it just fades out.
Oh, look over
Do you have to
here.
roll to when you do that?
Prestidigitation?
No. Oh, okay.
It's just prestidigitation. It's like a
Yeah.
minor illusion. That's not minor illusion. It's
Right. Okay, so
A
it's not
picture.
all your spell effects.
Hmm?
Your
oh no. It has to be a leveled spell.
Okay.
But I am totally cool with it being cantrips
Let's
as
do
well. Yeah.
Don't get a fireball.
All right.
Uh-oh. What are we rolling? Wild magic.
No.
That's
Ooh.
a 3. You have that chart?
Yeah. It has to be a 1. To trigger.
Oh, it's gotta be a 1. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right,
It's
then
all-
then we should absolutely roll those for cantrips. If
Absolutely.
We gotta
Just his cantrips, though, right?
Just mine, right? I rolled for the mage hands that I've been using. So
do that. Oh,
just,
okay.
Just to
Keep it on the level.
keep it on the level.
All right. So you can head on to the Hall of Illusions.
Let's do it.
Yeah, please, that's what we're here for. I don't keep getting distracted.
Sorry. Sorry.
These are intriguing.
I got a bottle of wine. It sings apparently.
You take it. All
I've
right.
got a dandelion and the pixie dust. You have
I don't think I have anything.
no.
Oh,
you
I have that,
you did get
I have that spider.
The
the
Dust
spider.
yeah.
The
Climb the wall.
cuddly spider.
I've got pixie dust and a bottle of wine.
Good carnival halls, everybody.
It is truly like a carnival hall. That's amazing.
Yeah.
All right,
Get this
the
stuff
Hall
in.
of Illusion.
Hall of Illusions. So on your way over there, you can't help but notice a wooden mannequin of a grinning, raven-haired young woman in witch's attire and a green flowing cape that's just hovering in this glass cabinet nearby the hall. There's a at the top of the cabinet. There's a big sign, and then the letters are glowing, outlined with lights, and it says Tasha the Wizard, known for her hideous laughter.
I think I've heard that before.
Yeah, me too.
Anyone can roll a history check if they want.
Do I get my artificer bonus? I wouldn't think
I
so.
don't think so. Yeah.
I mean, though she did make a lot of spells in Formula. Maybe, because she's a historical figure.
Sure. Okay.
It just doubles my proficiency.
All right. Yeah.
Wow. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
11.
Holy shit, you have that much history?
I have 4 intelligence, 2 proficiency, but doubled. So I have +8. Doubled for this kind of stuff.
16.
16. Did you roll at all?
18.
18. Both of you, and you got a what?
11.
11.
She's
You
not in my
two.
wheelhouse.
You two have heard of Tasha. Yeah, she's a famous wizard who's gone by many names. And
I
you
do have Tasha's Caustic Brew.
even have it. So
Different Tasha.
you're familiar. So you're
I
familiar
have
with
to
the
be.
name.
Yeah.
You two know that's Tasha, which is kind of relevant to things related with this kind of stuff going around here, is just one of the aliases of the more famous Igwilv, the legendary witch queen. Just something you know.
Igwilv.
There's a halfling couple that were holding hands walking by it, and one's in butterfly face painting, the other one's got a lion painted on their face. There's face painting around somewhere, and he looks around and he stops for a bit, and as his little girlfriend starts continuing on, so just a few more steps before she turns, and he pulls out a little box and gets on a knee and says something. You're a little further away, and asks some kind of question, and his little girlfriend just starts bursting into laughter, just falls on the ground and is literally just rolling back and forth, just cackling next to this glass box.
What does the last box say at the top?
Tasha, it says Tasha the Wizard, known for her hideous laughter, and you see the halfling just like, what? And just breaks and just starts sobbing and starts running off to the Hall of Illusions.
Can I put 2 and 2 together that...
It seems like a fair assumption.
Oh, that poor guy. I run up to her and try to...
And she's just...
I try to help
Roll
her
me.
get out of, try to help her get out of the...
Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Is this a magical effect?
It is. You get advantage? Ah.
Gnomes.
Gnomes, yeah.
15.
15. Yeah, you start to feel the urge to laugh, but you wend it off. And
Oh, you're cheeky. Point at
And,
the wooden mannequin.
and you know-
Hey, hi. Just breathe. Just breathe and get your control over this and help.
you know enough about magic to where you know that just a firm slap will slap him out of it.
No, he's assaulting
My mage hand flies up.
As long as I get
I'm sorry for this.
Oh my goodness. Where's Reuben? Oh, Reuben.
He ran over into the Hall of Illusions.
Yeah. I don't know what that must look like to you all. You just see this gnome just
Well,
laughing.
I pull off my glove and the glove slaps her.
Oh, nice.
And then I take
Yeah.
the glove and put it back on. That's floating there. We went to the Hall of Illusions. We should go find him. He's probably heartbroken.
Oh, poor Reuben.
him.
You must-
We got stuff to do.
In the Hall of Illusions.
Yes, but I'm with him.
But we have to go to the Hall of Illusions.
Alright, you go talk to him. We're gonna go talk to...
We're not even in yet.
I take her. I start going to the Hall of Illusions.
Okay. You would have noticed. Y'all would have noticed that halfling apparently named Ruben just ran right past the ticket guy, and he was yeah, give me your ticket, and starts punching someone else going in.
What sort of entrance does the Hall of Illusion have? Is it a tent?
It is. I believe it is a tent. Let me look at this map here. Yeah, it's a long tent. The entrance is a tent, and it seems to have a more solid structure leading behind it in a little rectangle. And this large tent is painted with a mural of shifting images that show grinning fairies diving into pools of color. The helical stripes on the tent's pointed canopies rotate in spirals, and the whole display seems to be designed to befuddle onlookers. A clown dressed in muted garb stands at the tent's entrance, the fellow punching tickets.
Alright, so I'm walking up with the halfling. Oh, what's your name?
Oh, I'm Ween Sandapple.
Ween?
Mm-hmm. Like Halloween. Which is apparently a holiday that exists now.
All Hallows.
Yeah. That's what she would have said. Oh, I do hope Ruben's okay. I never would have laughed at him over such a question. I always wondered when he'd ask.
Ruben. Okay. So I'm walking up to the ticket puncher.
What are you guys doing?
Yeah, we go to the ticket puncher too, and I'll say that our friend has run in without being punched. Can I punch for him so that he doesn't get into trouble? And then you can punch one for her.
Yep. And here's one for her.
And one for me.
Your nose?
Just doing the glass. It's a cue for me to be a nerd.
Oh, I
This
see.
is the cue for I need to speak nerd.
This silent clown punches your tickets and accepts the accepts the.
quiet guy
You're
we're supposed to talk to?
Candlefoot.
Yeah.
Where do we come out from here? Is it out the back? We'll be back around once we find Ruben.
Looks confused, but
I pull out the quill. Featherina. Actually, you hold on to this for now. We'll be right back.
Now you're in a glass box.
in a glass pot. What?
You're in a glass box now.
Oh, I know.
He's a mime, right?
It's so windy.
Yeah.
You can't talk.
You're climbing out of a well.
Let's go find Ruben, and then we'll come back and talk to Candle.
Why are we looking for this Ruben?
He must
have you
be
noticed-
so very upset.
Have you noticed that everything's more vibrant now? Help the carnival, it helps you.
They have said the mood will improve.
Featherina said that. If it gets bad, alligators show up.
I know.
And we're walking in. I am walking them in as I'm having this
Look, the
conversation.
mood of the carnival is not really why we're here.
Well, I mean, do you want an angry carnival when you go and ask for your memories back?
I mean, would it matter?
Probably. Featherina was talking about philosophy and joy and emotions and how everything plays together.
I mean, you've spent
lived in
time in
the
the Feywild. You know for sure that matters.
Right? It has to matter.
Right. Yeah.
Cause, reaction.
But
Equal opposite.
you also know that it could be just as helpful to go the other way of emotion. But it's better to have one or the other.
One must always choose.
I'm just saying, we need to know more
One must
before we start
always-
playing with the
A
dials.
choice must always be made. That's what it was.
But we need to know more before we start playing with the dials on this thing.
I like the bright and vibrant.
Inside the Hall of
All
Illusion,
right. As we walk in.
it is a mere funhouse. But you notice that as you're going through, your reflections are of your younger selves.
Aw. You were so smart.
Yeah, the kid versions of yourselves, whatever that may have been.
It looks just like him.
All which
His.
huh?
His looks just like him.
Because the memory.
Because he's a halfling.
Oh right, yeah.
That looks like a little kid.
Yeah.
But what do you look like?
Yeah, that's what
Can
I'm
I
staring at him.
hide quickly before anybody sees me?
I'll let you. You can step away as soon as you notice what you're about to see.
19 for stealth.
For stealth.
Yeah, like
Oh,
cloak
okay.
himself
Can I
up.
hide,
Yeah,
or do I just need
cloak
to get the fuck
himself
out of
up.
there?
I mean, there are mirrors everywhere. Like
Yeah.
it's
I'm out of here.
okay. All right.
It's showing everybody their youth that I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Oh, where did?
And your youth did not look horny. I'm so sorry.
Where did that guy go?
I don't know. Let's get through this. Let's
What
go.
was his name again?
Mallet?
Oh. All right. Well,
All right. Because it was my character.
That's a good joke.
Nepotism.
all right.
Nepotism.
We need to get through this. Do we really want to experience everything? Oh, we need to find Reuben. We got to find Reuben.
You see Ween look
Ween.
distracted from me.
Sorry.
Oh, right, Reuben.
Are you okay? What are you seeing? I look at her reflection.
She looks like a little baby halfling.
Aw, adorable.
Thank you.
Hold on. I've got the thing. And I pull out my glow stick.
Pull out your glow stick. Okay.
And then I slide the cover over it so it's putting out a beam of light. So that's how I'm going to get through the funhouse.
Oh god, just reflecting the light up. Holy shit. Alright. If you're looking for Reuben, you can, every minute, let's do a wisdom perception check from you two, not you, because you're not there. You get advantage for that. Perception, I'm sorry. What did I say? Wisdom?
Wisdom perception.
It's a
which
perception. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
17.
21? Yeah, that light, it takes you just about a minute and a half before you find, before you notice the light just showing you a way through the maze and getting around to where you see that same halfling before with his face paint. And you see in his reflection, there's a decomposed hand reaching out of the mirror towards him, beckoning him, and he's about to take that hand when that thing.
I'm going to throw my flashlight at the mirror.
Okay. Roll a raise attack. It's not hard.
Can it be considered my dart?
Sure, yeah. I mean, yeah, you can get your proficiency for that.
Proficient in glow stick throw.
20.
Probably is with all the stuff. 21. Yeah, bonks off the mirror, and you see something. You see the hand jerk back, and you see the halfling look startled at you, and you see. Ooh, wait a second here. Wait a second. Too bad. You see something stick its head out, and you just see this rotten face of a girl wearing a really grisly pig mask look at you for a second before just.
All right, that was terrifying, and I'll probably be scarred for life. But I really like your aesthetic in that mask.
And there's Reuben just looking startled. Ween is just trying to catch up to you all.
Reuben, Wayne.
Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, Ween, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to embarrass you. And Ween just goes, no. It was the box. It was the box. I'm so sorry. I would never have laughed at you like that. And
I mean, it did say Tasha's hideous laughter.
it did say that. Oh, I guess it kind of did, huh? Well, anyway, just ask me again. Please, would you? And he says, sure. And
I say in halfling to the halfling, with the two halflings here, thinking I'm all, stealthy, talking to him in halfling, but they're two halflings.
uh-huh.
Is it weird that we are going to see two children propose to each other?
Oh, actually, you notice by this time, You've all aged in the mirrors.
Oh. Am I older than
Yes.
I am now?
Yeah.
Do I look like a badass alchemist?
How much
want
older
to?
are they?
Like, I feel like what I want, what Pre-Winna wants to see, is her like as a professor at the academy, showing all the people that dismissed her.
Well,
but-
there you are, in your holding your books, and you have one of those. They wear special hats. The professors do. And wear
then
one of
goggles
those.
and
Yeah. Hair done up in really good curls, and looking regal and important.
Oh, I see the same thing.
Do you not? You don't
Of
see
her.
Still,
Oh yes, you did.
You're a cattle rancher.
Yeah.
he sees it's still just him.
It's an impression of your desires for yourself in the future.
So does he propose again?
He proposes, and she says, yes, I thought you'd never ask. 100 times, yes.
Even after they know what they look like when they get older.
Yes, this is nice.
And then he sees the mirror reflection and goes,
It's
well,
too late.
in for a penny, I guess. No, he doesn't say that. No, they have a very sweet little kiss, and they're reunited. And yes,
Does that move up or anything?
Um,
I just want to because he might forget.
so this is gonna be a little conundrum for you. I mean, the reason I'm here is to get my memories to get back to my family. So I'd like to see myself with family.
with your family.
Oh, I can't.
Guess what? You see silhouettes, shapes of people with you, with your old self.
Well, probably lots of them because it's halflings.
Yeah.
You had so much family. You were so loved.
They.
rude.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, this is just gonna put him into a dour mood.
Yeah.
Like, you know what?
Is that your family?
Let's go. We can.
Oh,
You're just hanging out with the.
Oh.
Yeah, what are you doing outside?
We have to find
I
your
don't know, I think I'd
We have to
probably be
find your
talking to-
memories.
Toby, Tom.
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
mute
Ween.
guy.
The weird guy?
The mute guy.
Oh, the mute guy, Candlefoot.
Ween, Reuben, I'm so thankful that you guys got back together and sorted through this. Here. And I hand him the dragon Nutcracker.
Oh, well, thank you.
Great. Mazel tov. Let's go.
We have to go. You should follow us.
Okay, thank you. All right. And they follow out, and they're just gushing over each other, just like, oh, I can't
And
believe
we
it.
pop out the back. So if you want.
And yeah, so you've been
I'm trying to write with Candlefoot.
okay. Do you have something to write with?
Yes, I have a
Well-
forgery kit.
He's got a quill if you want.
Yeah, he has a forgery kit
Oh,
because he's an astrologer.
He's very carefully.
yeah.
I'm showing him calligraphy.
That took you all a few minutes. So yeah, what do you write?
Does he write?
Yeah, he's got a great penmanship.
Then I tell him that the carnival is taking things from us, in the same manner that his voice is missing, and that we're looking for those aspects of ourselves here.
Well, he does say,
Get over here for you.
Starts writing back. Starts writing. Yes, indeed, I have lost important things here. I really missed my voice. I was quite fond of it, and so was someone very dear to me. That damn Kenku got the best of me.
Kinku.
I'll ask him about the Kinku.
Let me find the page I lost.
What?
Do.
So the Kinku took Candlefoot's voice?
Well,
That's what he wrote. You write anything back, or?
Yeah, where would they take something like a voice?
I think he writes. I think Kettlesteam is in possession of it now, using it with its dirty tricks. They've been a thorn in our carnival this time. Why are you asking? What did you lose? Did Kettlesteam take something from you as well?
He did, and I want it back. Would this be a good place to look?
He writes. he writes that they could change their forms. I think it's a she. She could change her forms and takes different identities, and it's been very hard to catch her because of it. She'll be around causing trouble in different events, different attractions, just trying to make a mess of things.
Does she favor any forms?
She favor any what?
Forms? Does she favor any forms? Like, she has a usual form?
Not that I know of. He writes after he looks. He really hams up the miming of trying to think about it, despite how like seriously annoyed he is. Oh, you notice things just get bright around here. Not like hurtful bright, but like,
Yeah.
gosh, those are pretty greens and blues, and yeah.
It sucks 'cause it happens like right when I'm talking to Candlefoot, where I'm like, I have to help Candlefoot.
And that happens at the same time as this little procession coming out of a very happy halfling couple, and they're just announcing to everyone around, listen, we're getting hitched. It's a thing, we've done it. And people are cheering and clapping, and that's the.
I pull out my prestidigitator and hit the spark wheel and shoot off fireworks above them.
Nice. Yeah, it's a
People
nice
start
little.
gathering
Right.
for the
And nobody dies from
Nobody
fireball.
people start gathering for the midnight Big Top show because the fireworks are going off.
Yeah,
They'll start lining
these are
up at the Big Top.
localized. These are
Is it
localized.
midnight?
But then
Right.
I'm like, all right, let's go back to see Candlefoot.
Where is Kettlestein a person or a place?
Hey, what's up?
Do you-
What dreams?
Hey, wait.
well, hey, what dreams? What's going on?
Trademark.
Trademark wet dreams.
From the writing,
My-
it's the name of this kinku, which is
It is. So the Kenku took Candlefoot's voice to Kettlestein.
he later named the kinku Kettlestein.
Okay.
Kettlestein is the Kinku.
And Kettlestein is one that changes forms and is hard to track down. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the
Hi-
Kenku is
hi,
the
Malneth.
Kenku are the bird things,
Is
right?
his name Malneth?
Kenku are those bird things, right?
Yeah, they're a type of bird thing. One of the many bird things out there.
Gotcha.
I think that's what he said.
Hi, Malneth.
Did you accomplish your matrimonial goals?
Yes, they did.
Did you see the fireworks?
Yes.
All right. Oh, hi, Candlefoot.
Candlefoot and I have been talking.
You've been writing. Oh, pull out a sheaf of paper. Do you want us to take something to Pashala? And that's Featherina's feather. She said to say hi, and it would be an honor to write something to Pashala on with Featherina's feather.
And he starts writing and writing
What did he
and
say?
writing.
And if the papers are out, I'll reach for them as a grabby kid.
He told me that a Kenku took his voice. A Kenku by the name Kettlestein.
Can I roll to know what a kinku is, or do I know what a kinku is?
Yeah, do I know what a Kenku is either?
They're pretty rare. Why don't you give me some nature checks, I guess?
There's
Nope.
your nature check. You can get
9. Kinku?
15.
You know what a kenku is. You've heard of them anyway. Yeah, they're
What's
like
18.
you know that they're like
18.
raven people that. 18? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Would they normally be able to shapeshift?
You might not know that. The things of what you've heard about the things
They
the
can't talk.
most of what you've heard about kenkus is that they're mimickers.
Mm-hmm.
They can't talk themselves.
That part I know. I just
Yeah.
wondered if they
You
could
haven't
shapeshift.
heard of that. If they can or not, you don't know.
What about me?
With an 18,
I mean, that seems about the same.
Does he know more definitively that they are not natural shapeshifters?
you probably feel a little more confident about that. Yeah.
It's using some other force to change shape.
Birdie?
Skinny that.
Bird-like humanoids.
Is there anything
Do
you
you
can...
skinny what you know about kinkus?
Yeah, bird-like people in minutes.
Oh.
Is there any other sort of
Stop your voice.
clue you can give us as to how to find
He's-
Kettlestein?
Sorry. He's writing to Pashala.
No.
So, like, this was for us to get
Yeah.
caught up. Anyway. Well,
he's
I want to keep us talking about Kingu.
Sorry.
We're talking about Kingu for him to write to Pashala.
Right, right.
So he doesn't get interrupted.
Yeah. But do you ask him while he's...
Yeah, I would like more clues so I can help him out.
And reaches over to your paper and says that she seems to change her form immediately after pulling something off, like pulling off a trick, not pulling off a hat or anything.
Yeah.
So we have to watch out for ruckuses, and then look for a person that changes shape right afterwards.
Someone push the time.
I've never really
Time. Yeah.
cared for shapeshifters myself. So deceitful.
Oh, man. I can't wait until I can I can finally mix my potions that can change my appearance and look, make my hair look whatever I want, change me into an ogre. It's gonna be fantastic.
The mind nods, and he finishes his he wrote. It shows you very, very great calligraphy, and it's a poem. And if you glance at it, it's pretty damn good.
Wow, I thought they said your voice was amazing, but your writing is great too. Do you have a mark? A personal thing, like it's your thing, right?
A signature.
It is signed. It is a very flourishy, John Hancocky kind of signature.
Maybe more like something that's like you.
You've got enough for your collection.
Ah, okay. So I fold that up, the paper, and I take out my prestidigitator, and I'm going to put a mark on it, which is like a profile of a mime singing.
Ah, cool. I like it.
It's fine.
Okay. And nobody died.
Nobody dies from a fireball. Just, and I put that symbol like pretty much as a wax seal to the thing. Boop.
Alright, so where are we off to now?
Oh,
The snail races are closer, unless you prefer the Pixie Kingdom.
we have to see Pashala, but we should see every attraction and try to look out for this kettle
Where is
steam.
Pashala?
Pashala was back at the lake. She was in the glass bowl singing. She's the mer girl. She's very attractive, by the way.
Where can we get a good lookout?
Well, let's go see Bashala.
Back to Pashala.
In
Come back
my
here.
opinion, we're not here for the amusement. I'm not here for the amusement.
No, but if we're here to find
Right.
and help other people, we need to find this
Oh,
kettle steam.
do you know maybe perhaps where the Displacer Beast cub went? Did Kettle Steam take it?
Just leave it.
He
So can you make
Just
click
give him
sounds?
some paper.
Down?
he tries to mime it out.
Yeah. That was some time ago? Oh. Is it like really gone?
I mean, you've got paper. Give him paper. Let him write.
Sad.
Is there a place
How about
where-
Hurley? Short time ago. Disappeared. Kettle Steam? Somewhere in the thing, though. Or did it get lost in one of your stops?
Is there a place we can get a vantage on the park so that we can see any commotions occurring? Timmy's in the well. Yeah, Timmy's in the well.
Yeah.
The bubble pop teapot.
The what?
I've been holding the map. The bubble pop teapot.
What is
in the
that
center
like?
of the park, there's a large structure.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go over that and take a look around then.
Let's do it. We'll be back.
And I will deliver this to Pashala for you.
Alright, let's make our way to the bubble pop so that you can speak again. Huh? Just the rest of it? Oh, okay.
Okay.
The rest of it.
So we walk through
Yeah. Thank God. All right. Let's go somewhere else.
Do it yourself, yeah. You guys play Dungeons and Dragons yourself. You're the DM, you're the characters. I'll just...
Imagine having that conversation like with an NPC though. So
man.
you're playing an NPC that also is talking to someone that can't speak. So you're having both conversations.
God.
It'd be terrible.
All
All right.
I do not know how to mime. That was painful. All right.
I
So,
got the time thing.
hey.
There's more, but like that cub. I want to find that damn cub.
And the writing helps.
All right.
So
we
where are
see
you
the
going now?
Bubble pop
Lucky you.
teapot.
Bubble pop teapot right in the middle.
Okay.
We're at the Hall of Illusions. Looks like we can just go...
Yeah. And as you're walking,
Keep an eye out for kettle steam.
as you're walking over there, you're now hearing people announce like, "Don't forget to watch for the fireworks and come and witness the grand display of the big top extravaganza on the strike of midnight. You'll know it by the lights in the sky."
We need to stop kettle steam before the grand finale.
I've never seen a slight in the sky.
Yeah. Now, what is it?
What?
It's like in the sky.
Yeah, he said there's slights in the sky. Sorry.
As you approach, a 20-foot tall teapot rests on a wooden platform. Its painted surface whirling with moving imagery of flying dragons breathing streams of bubbles. A door at the base of the teapot allows entry to its interior. Those who enter emerge from the spout enclosed in a bubble that attaches and floats off across the carnival.
And you see
I
Darth
want
Vader walk out.
a bubble.
Huh?
You see Darth Vader walk out.
Yeah,
March.
And 7 goblins sit around the platform, sipping from mismatched porcelain cups.
I want one of those bubbles.
Where do these bubbles end up?
Who are you asking?
I guess I'll ask the goblin. Goblins, where do these bubble rides end up?
Oh, they take you through the thoroughfare, but where they end up, well, you choose where.
You're very well spoken for a goblin.
Oh, I thank you. That's very kind.
Are you an accountant?
No, I never had the mind.
I hear it's good business.
I mostly prefer tea,
You ever heard of a
especially
Galen
with good
cat?
company.
No such thing could possibly exist.
Yeah.
You hear what they say?
No.
And by
Have
what,
you ever heard of a goblin accountant? Such thing couldn't possibly exist.
possibly.
Not in this prime material world.
and by what manner do we choose the end of the bubble ride? It's weird to say that in a tiefling voice.
Yeah.
By what manner do we choose to end the bubble ride?
This goblin he just is built, which seems to be just completely covered dangling teaspoons. And what was the question? I'm sorry.
How do we choose where the bubble stops?
It's a feat of agility.
Do you have to like roll it?
Find
like
out
a
yourself. It's
hamster
just
wheel?
a single punch for a fee.
I'm feeling dexterous.
Do we all go together, or we all have each separate bubbles?
It's prefer to go separately.
Yes.
Well, we should talk about where we want to end up before we all get split up.
Well, we need to look around for commotion.
Go into the staff room.
I don't think we should have said that out loud.
You can't hear us.
I wouldn't recommend seeing the staff. It's known around here as quite a gaff.
All we're looking for is a commotion. So we should circle this teapot area. If we have any sort of control.
Now, if we don't see a commotion, where should we set down? We should use this to our advantage to travel far. I say we go see Pashala,
Is that at the...
the lake with those swan runs.
I
Yeah,
thought
we
for
can just walk over there. Why are we taking bubbles?
Okay, well, the thing is, the bubbles will take us to the trouble. That rhymed.
Here,
But
have
if
some
we,
tea on me. Give you a little packet of tea.
Too. Just a packet?
It's a little packet. Yeah, it's like a little baggie.
Oh. So
You could if you're talking, he won't interrupt you.
no, go ahead. What?
It's too late now.
Says you can drink it. It's quite nice, but what you wish to do is shake it thrice, circle around you. Will protect you. Shit, that didn't rhyme. I need to go on break.
Shake it
For all of
and
our sake.
Spin it around me.
Thrice.
That means 3.
Oh, wait. It's for when you require protection.
Oh.
Forgive me, I forgot to mention.
Close. It's pretty close, Ryan. I like it. Inspiration for the GM.
Hey, I guess I get erudition.
Oh, you already have some?
I do, I haven't used it yet.
Yeah,
Build 'em up.
you can build up.
Oh, can I? That'll be fun later. Tim is in the well?
Okay, so anyway, if we don't see a commotion, then we gotta pick a place to come down.
We've already been to the lake.
We need to go back there to deliver the letter, but we don't need to go there now. What else have we not seen that we may need to go talk to?
The Dragonfly ride.
No, we don't need to go there.
Yeah, there would be no reason. We couldn't fly them back. Perhaps the snail race, although it's close by. There is the orchard.
Does seem like a more fun time.
Perhaps the lake, and then we jaunt over to the orchard.
Or we can land at the feasting orchard and have a bite to eat. It is getting quite late,
Well, we've
and
only-
then head over to the lake and talk to Pashala.
the dice hovering slowly over this map tells me that we've only an hour before.
Is that midnight?
Big
Sure
time
is.
extravaganza.
Nice. All right, then we do need to end up at the big top.
So let's circle and end up here.
All right. If we don't see a commotion, then we end up at the big top.
Okay. Punch my bubble card, buddy. Am I able to buy more tickets at some point?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Anytime you want. Just find your way. I forgot to rhyme. Shit.
Or you got another chance.
Just everything just has to rhyme with an it, so you can say shit if you forget how to rhyme it.
Shit.
That's it. Holy shit.
You did it.
I'm a good
What
GM.
All the words fit.
This is a great skit.
But we're digging ourselves into a pit.
It's becoming a long bit.
You're all a bunch of tits. Alright. What are we
It
doing?
didn't rhyme.
Ah, shit, there's an S in it.
This shit is lit.
Thanks for
Alright.
tuning into the Wileyverse. Right?
In my mouth, could you spit?
You should probably just quit. You get inspiration, Derby. Alright.
For now, let's just table it.
Uh-huh. So, you go in the teapot?
I walk in.
It's seems pretty dark in there, except you see this ball of light bursts and it just goes around and circles around a platform and come in, stand right here.
Who's saying that?
Me?
Are you the bubble?
No,
Oh.
I
step
just
in.
make them work. All right, you step in.
Wait, you make them work? How do they work? My weight!
You ascend.
I'm like sitting at the bottom, like pawing.
It's like it's quite like a air suction. You're just shot out of the spout.
How do you make these?
I will follow.
All right, boom. And assume you do too, or okay. And yeah, all three of you just spouting out, and you're just floating around.
Is it controllable at all?
You can try. It's going to be an acrobatics check.
Oh God! Oh
Just
man!
everybody takes acrobatics. Alright, here we
I don't
go.
think I've ever had a
Can-
character that didn't take acrobatics on.
Can I
Oh,
use one of my tinkerers
you can certainly try.
to make a little thing that jets air to push this thing?
You can try. I'll need to know what exactly it is.
Way. I rolled a natural 1, so I spent my inspiration and I rolled a natural 20.
Oh, wow.
Plus 3, so 20.
I think that's a achievement unlock.
I can't believe that just happened right now.
That's great. That's crazy luck. You're able to, you notice that you could kind of like push a little bit and kind of like throw your weight and kind of like turn it around, and it seems to have an effect on its trajectory.
You can see me like sliding around. I'm like in one of those hoops, those rings that people ride around in circles.
Oh, gyro, yeah.
No, the actual the hoops.
No, have you ever
those
seen
big
them
metal
just
hoops.
stand in a ring? Have you never seen this?
Have you seen that?
I thought is that not the gyro
No,
thing?
it's
Well,
just like,
this is not attached to anything else. It's
Oh.
literally just a big, massive metal ring,
That if
and
you
people can take it and like.
you know how if you drop
manipulate
like
it.
if you
It's
drop
friggin'
the ring,
amazing.
like if I drop this in, it's well that didn't work, but it spins in a
Yeah.
circle.
Yeah.
People have gotten used to like moving their body inside of just a ring. So then you end up moving yourself.
We'll
and
send you
standing
videos.
up.
It's
Yeah,
friggin'
yeah,
amazing.
I'm interested.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out an empty water skin that I have, basically, and attach a contraption that's going to fill it with air, and then I can jet it out. Like,
You
Okay.
have to break the skin of the bubble.
I have to. It has to be gentle enough. It's just air.
What
it's
is
the air that's in
what
it.
is the spell
Wait,
that's
that's-
doing that?
No, it's one of my magical tinkerings.
It just blows air?
Yeah, that's all it does. Blows air.
In terms of physics, wouldn't give you.
Right.
This is magical tinkering.
You're a physicist.
Sure.
If you blow,
If you're in a bubble and you blow air, then you're exerting the same amount of force backwards as you are forwards.
sweet.
It works! Magic! No, I think you're just using magic to control it. This isn't hard. It was a DC 10.
No.
Oh, yeah. Do that. See if you turn into a fire bubble.
I'm just popping
good.
air. I'm good.
Alright. Are you
I
trying to
rolled
control?
6.
You rolled a 6?
No, I have to-
You're just on the path it takes.
Well,
I'm like-
fun. Well, as soon as you see the big top,
I knew this was a bad idea.
Yeah. Off they go.
Aww. I'm gonna start going back towards him and see
Okay.
if we can, like, link bubbles.
Oh, link him?
Yeah, like, not
it
like-
doesn't
not-
seem to
not-
link, but
not
you
like-
notice you can definitely push him.
Oh, okay.
This isn't fun. Why are we doing this?
Look, I'm gonna worry about directions. You look around for commotions. And I'm just gonna
What's a
start
commotion?
bumping
a fight,
My bubble.
people looking around angrily.
into his.
There's an angry person up here.
How is it?
Well,
Good.
Right?
when you know what to look for. Yeah, you're angry. Hey, we're at Witchlight Monarch right now, almost. All right, do we see anything? I mean, anything that we could
Where are
see
you
in
going?
motion? So I was saying we're gonna leave the bubble pop teapot and just kind of make a circuit around this once back towards the big top because we're running out of time,
Alright.
and that'll at least give us. That means we can kind of look at all of this at once, and then if nothing's going on, then we can make it out that way later.
Right, yeah. Okay, so if you're going around there, let's see. What
Well, if you're gonna
is...
say it like that, then I want to go to the other.
Oh, shoot. Let's see. Yeah, give me some perceptions.
Right. I am driving, so I'm just gonna let him do the perceptions.
Oh, shit.
That's a 3.
No, it's an E.
It's an E. You got an E.
Honey.
It's an M, that one.
9.
9?
W.
Gosh, they just all look like ants from up there.
They are ants.
Some of them are.
Yeah, I'm assuming giant ants that people are riding.
Yeah.
I do have to go to the bathroom as well. But yeah, way to choke. The last stretch.
This is very uncomfortable.
It is a sensation you're not familiar with. Sounds like you're having fun, though.
This alchemist is my new favorite person.
She's just so happy.
I hope everyone likes her.
I do.
You do? Good.
Yeah, you see the mystery mine. Yeah, we're
Mystery mine. That's the minecart ride, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you're going around the circle there, you see the mystery mine. You see that ogre wave to y'all.
Cyclops?
The Cyclops. Yep.
I wave down to him. Like, I'm not really paying that much attention.
Yeah. And let's see. You do see the snail races, and holy hell, are they fast?
Are they riding snails? Like, are they?
Yeah, there
size?
seems to be people. There seems to be people riding on their shells.
Is it never-ending story? Racing snail.
Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely going for that kind of energy here.
Racing snails are badass.
Ooh, did anyone get over a 10?
No.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was bad. I didn't roll. If you make I probably should roll, but I should have disadvantage because I'm piloting 2 bubbles.
All right, yeah, go ahead. Disadvantage.
That was a natural 20 and a 16 for a 18 as my lowest roll.
An 18. All right.
Wow. That's bullshit.
Thing is, everything looks pretty happy and colorful, and people are just having a great time.
Everything's bright and cool.
Right?
And I'm like, I'm so excited I made this.
One thing of note you notice is when you get over the staff area, when you come circle around that way,
looking towards the big top area.
yeah, you notice there is some large creature kind of like seems to be patrolling in a perimeter between. There's a circle of wagons in there, and then the circle of brambles.
Sorry.
And this thing seems to be patrolling between the wagons and the brambles. Really large creature.
Is it the
I waved
staff
at
area?
it.
Doesn't
Yeah.
seem to.
So I rolled with disadvantage because I'm just driving, and I got an 18. So I noticed things that you guys didn't notice, apparently.
Yeah. And inside the circle of wagons, there doesn't seem to be too many people at all.
I wave at the big thing.
It doesn't seem to notice you.
Yep.
But no, everyone just seems like they're having a great time.
All right. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and I'm guessing we're gonna sit down at the big top because we didn't see anything.
Yeah, bummer. Alright. So let's approach the big top and talk.
Elliot did not have a good time.
I'm sorry.
Apparently he's afraid of heights.
Oh, is he?
He's just learning that by himself right now.
Yeah.
Well, after some time, your bubble pops while you're in the sky.
And he needs to get pants.
And it does, and so does yours, and so does
Is that
so does his.
athletics?
No, you float down with feather fall.
Oh. Are we where we're supposed to be? We got ourselves.
You were able to move yourself around where you wanted to.
Stupid low perception.
Yeah, how about that, huh?
Hey, sometimes you find what you're looking for sometimes.
Ba.
It's funny, I get the next NPC because they've all been like, let's get married. This one's like, just say something nice to me. I'll catch a kid. This one's like, you've got to catch a shapeshifter that we don't even know the location of at a certain time. And then you have to identify it only by knowing that it just mimics your say. I'm like, oh my god. This one's like way different.
Might be a little banana.
Oh yeah?
Not much. Just a little.
This one was pretty strong.
Oh gosh, it's 8.
Oh wow.
Oh, baby. Your bubble pops while you're in the sky.
All right.
You take how much was the falling damage?
The falling what?
Falling
No,
damage.
you all safely just drift down.
Oh, 'cause I had
as a
feather
feather
fall.
fall. Yeah, you didn't need it.
It's a cat. Smell like a cat.
Right? Yeah, it's a ride meant for.
Yep.
Yeah, they're not gonna be. No, thank you.
I'm good.
Maybe afterwards. Oh, Bandy, you want some fluff? You want to chase a dragon, Bandy? All right.
All right, yeah, man.
So yeah, assuming you're piloting to the big top,
Yep.
you just wanted to do that circle and
We'll do the circle,
and
see if we can
Well,
see any
unless we have
commotion.
time, if I could continue on, I want to try to get a survey of everything. But when I rolled a 9 perception, might as well just land.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Like, if I don't know the lifespan of these bubbles, but we did a circle of the bottom.
one important thing, I'm sorry, you couldn't help but notice is that while you're up there in the bubbles, you also see that those dragonflies, they're zipping by. They seem to be also doing a full tour of the sky.
You could have known a dragonfly.
How close are we to midnight? Do we have time to do the dragonfly thing?
You were
Is
there.
this like being at a real park where we're like, what time is it? Okay.
Yeah,
We
right.
want to see the parade.
We're not
at
even at
midnight.
midnight.
It took you like I don't know, 5 minutes to get to the teapot, and you were doing that. It probably took you 15 to 20 minutes. So
We're getting pretty close to midnight then, right?
well, that's about a half hour because the time just moved up after you got out of the carnival. So you got about like a half hour.
Let's go do the swan place thing.
Let's go to Pashala.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah,
So
we'll
we're
pop.
right here.
We'll try to go as we'll pop right next to the big top, and then we'll head up to the lake.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you go by, you pass that calliope again, and you hear that music. It seems to go well with the carousel. Yeah. Thank
This
you.
is a calliope.
Yes.
No, I know what. That word
Yeah.
itself.
All right.
So it's like an organ record. It's like an open.
Yeah.
Like, can you
Yeah.
draw me a diagram?
Yeah.
Hence
it's
the
music
monkey.
right here.
Hold on. I can Wikipedia article it.
Yeah, please.
You approach, and mist gathers at the banks of a shimmering lake. Near its center, a mermaid lounges in a giant bowl, singing a glorious, haunting song that captivates spectators on the lake shore. In response, the lake water coalesces into magical sculptures that whirl around her as she performs, and people, ooh, ah. It is a lovely, lovely voice. Song or singing is just wonderful. It's a performance.
They drive sailors to crash into rocks. That's how good their voices are. I never thought like I could ever do that, but now I just kind of want to crash into some rocks.
Right?
There's a rock right there.
There doesn't seem to be any ticket punchers, just places you could sit and listen to the song of Pashala.
I'm gonna sit for like 3 to 5 minutes to see if there is does she take breaks, is there lulls or intermissions?
She does go on for a bit. About 8 minutes in, you just hear someone just go, "Boo! You suck!" And she just keeps singing. People
I stand up. You guys thinking what I'm thinking?
No.
About drawing attention to ourselves.
About people trying to mess with the attractions.
Hasn't done anything yet.
It's just
a heckler.
booed this woman.
"You'd be better on a kitchen table, you fish!"
That was-
Another voice
that
sounds.
was little
A different voice?
Yeah.
What do you want to do with that?
We were looking for commotions. We just spent all this time in the air and it's happening right now.
And what do you want to do about it?
I'm gonna scan the crowd for the heckler.
Okay. Give me a perception check, Mr. Perception. Now I get to
Nope.
make fun of you for not having.
Yeah, 5.
You got a 5? What a
I
shame.
mean, are we all looking?
Are you?
I mean, yeah. I mean, if
This
it
is what
makes
we're
sense,
for.
yeah, it makes sense. Voices are popping up here and there. 23.
23?
Yeah.
This right now, people are kind of like, what is going
It
on?
takes a changeling to spot a changeling.
And really, at this point, because people are kind of like turning heads, it's kind of like, you thought you might have seen someone, and it wasn't until after a third call that you're able to notice someone kind of look like they just grew hair really quick as they go, "Just singing is awful, just go already." And at that third one, you see Pashala just kind of stammer in her song. She gasps and in a panic she jumps out of a bowl into the lake. And
Is that person like saying something and then moving and then saying something over here and moving and saying something, or is it just like doing it in the same spot over and over again?
it looked like they were getting up to move after you saw that person with the hair real quick, and then start to go and slip somewhere else.
Chase it down.
So he's going after that. I'm going after Pashala.
You're going after Pashala? Okay, can you move that down?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What I'm doing is right?
No. It happened. Like, this person disrupted the feel of the carnival.
Gotcha.
So, but we gotta, like, you keep on track with that. I'm gonna go get Pashala.
Okay.
So he's going one way, like, I think I found the person, and I'm like, Pashala! You're running the other direction.
It's fucking romantic over here. I just want to go on the rides and
Yeah.
see people fall in love.
I liked your Malshun though. You're like, I'm going this way.
I mean, yeah, he's hesitating.
Sure.
You stay in the middle.
Yeah.
You just sit there.
For now. If there's something that's immediate gonna happen for one of them, go ahead and do
Little
it.
halfling on his own.
All right, so you're off. You're going. Both of you are going by yourselves then. And okay.
He's in the middle.
All right.
I mean, I wouldn't know how to react to it. Even me wouldn't know how to react if that happened.
This thing is quick. It sees that. It seems that after it notices Pashala go away and then performance is disrupted, they seem to be like, "Yep, work's here's done. Bye," and they're off, and they are very fast.
Changeling versus Changeling fight!
See you, Super Sad Squad.
Oh, bye. Good night.
Oh.
Take care.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thanks for watching.
Oh,
One for Shiggy.
That's
You're
three.
another.
Hey, thank you. Think.
And one for us. Nice.
Gracias.
Thank you. You have a good night. Okay. So you're after the Kinku. Oh, did I give it away? You do see
totally
it.
Gave it away.
You do see it change.
Yeah.
Yeah. It goes around a corner. It goes around a stall, and you notice it start growing black feathers, and then it comes around the other side, looking like something else, and then sees you. Kind of. I mean, are you running?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sees you and starts heading off. It's going to be pursuit. It's faster than you, but it seems to be taking stops to change and try to lose your
Throw you
trail.
off.
Yeah.
As a changeling, you should totally get advantage to track this thing down.
It's the other way around. If you identify that I'm not the person I say I am, I get advantage to saving throws for you noticing me because I'm so convincing.
Interesting.
No, but I'm just saying.
But all
From a storyteller, so like like for any of us, it would be like, well, I don't even know anymore.
Yeah.
If you're like, no,
It's
this
that
is
one. It's
this
still
is
him.
yeah, this
Yeah.
is what the person does. This is what they do. Boop boop boop.
Okay, that's gonna take you a little while. So you could see that. By the way, how long are you gonna sit there? By the way.
This one's a potential murderer. This one talks too much.
See, you always play the angry, angsty one.
I like saved your guys' lives. You're like, murder.
Yeah, we don't know it. We don't know that. We don't understand it. I mean, I don't understand it. He probably do.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're a bit of a traveler. You probably, if you didn't notice it at first, like probably after the fact, you're like, oh wait, was that?
Yeah, that was a bad move. Anyway.
I mean, okay, so
I mean, they did.
they
shoot
just
at
go
you guys.
two different. Yeah. That's not actually how I feel. That was a joke. So that one goes that way. That one goes that way. For some reason, I'm just kind of like, all right, what's everyone doing?
Meta
I'll
speaking.
take one too if you don't mind. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Meta speak. Do you want grapefruit or do you want something else?
Grapefruit's fine.
Meta speaking.
you like grapefruit?
No. I don't think you need to come after me. I'm not going to be in conflict. I don't think.
Well, I mean, I don't know what either of you fuckers are doing.
Right. I ran after the girl, the mermaid that jumped out of the bowl into the lake. He ran after the heckler, which, we've been talking about kettle steam.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'd follow him, just kind of at a slower pace, not the breakneck speed. Just try and keep an eye on him.
Okay.
I waddle after them.
Yeah. So you're running. You're not. I mean,
you gotta.
I only
it's
have
pretty easy. There's not many people
speed.
running around, so
Yeah.
you could probably see where he's going.
I also have a disadvantage at
height.
Oh, with height.
Yeah. Once
Right.
they're in a
Okay.
crowd, I'm all like, and I'm slower.
You are slower.
You're like the best tracker ever.
Well, good luck.
He's a warlock. Not known for that.
Give me a perception.
So she jumped from the bowl to the lake, right?
Yeah, and she had at her. It looks like you could kind of see her. She's kind of swimming at the surface. She's swimming from the lake to the river that seems going to wrap around, kind of the opposite way you went with the swan.
That's a 19 on perception.
19. Yeah, you can track him.
It's loud. We're not trying to be secret.
Yeah.
Goggles,
Well,
mouthpiece.
No way.
But before I put the mouthpiece, I'm like, Bashala! I put that on and I almost jump in, and I go,
Also,
and I pull up the letter.
Secret if I see him.
and an empty big
it's a
bottle,
last resort sort of thing.
roll the letter up and put it into the bottle, keep it,
Okay.
and jump in. Little gnomes swimming. Oh,
Does
I dropped my
any-
backpack.
Does
by the
any?
way.
What's that?
I dropped my backpack
Oh,
and
okay.
then jump in and just start.
Does any water
Oh,
get
absolutely.
through that? Oh, yeah.
Huh?
It's very sweet. Water. Yeah.
I think this thing's got diabetes.
I mean, I'm about to.
No, I was talking about the sea woman. Because, they piss in where they swim.
Got it.
They do
All
piss
right.
in where they swim.
But I called out her name.
Welcome to the
Jumped into the water.
so we're
Yeah.
talking about the logistics of mermaid urine.
You're swimming. It's I'm not gonna make you make a check, but it's a slow effort.
Yeah, no, I have no athletics, so
Yeah.
I'm
So
gonna drown in this lake.
you're okay. It's not that
Surprisingly
deep.
buoyant.
Yeah.
I am surprisingly one. I have a bunch of empty bottles and flasks
No.
on me.
I was thinking, I don't know if sugar would be the same, but salt water
Oh,
makes
right,
you
yep.
really more buoyant.
But yeah, I'm calling out her name anytime I can.
She doesn't seem to respond. Just she's just beelining it over. So that's taking you a while. It's gonna take you some time to catch up to that. So I guess it comes down to who wants to go first.
Alright, we'll go.
Let's get some action in this shit.
All right.
Sorry, I'm not there.
I mean,
I split the party. I did it.
well, you both split the
Well,
party.
yeah, so I kind of ran the other way.
No. We
I
all
need-
should have went after.
Need an investigation intelligence check from you.
We should all went after kettle steam, but
So what do you mean investigation, intelligence, whatever's higher?
no.
Investigation is a skill
Is a
based
skill
off
based off
intelligence.
Oh,
abilities.
okay, so
Just telling you to roll the actual skill you have.
17.
17. Yeah, you see the shape changey game it's playing, and it does take you some time. In fact, that count is going to go up.
Fireworks start going off.
Yep, midnight. I think that's what that means.
Yep.
Oh yeah, big top extravaganza.
But you're able to see through the disguises while it's moving through the crowds, and you know what signs to look for.
That's all it is.
And eventually, you notice that you can corner it in this little lane.
I will attempt to do so.
Yeah, it goes and and it tries to. It looks like it's starting to look for a way to climb over, but you're able to catch up to it, and it turns around, and at this point, you see Raven person. Looks like it's got more of hands than wings, if I'm correct.
You
Yeah,
are correct.
yeah.
Do they
And-
fly? Just
Nope.
something, but they don't fly.
I mean,
That was
You-
taken away from it.
yeah, so he probably knows this because he rolled the better roll, but you probably don't. You just know it's a bird person. But no, they they literally had their ability to talk and fly taken.
Bird person.
I was thinking about making one of, I forget what one shot it was, but I was about to try and make one of those, but then I'm like, I can't talk.
It's an annoying thing.
It's a thing where you don't, unless you're really like, unless you are a wordsmith, and that's what you do, is to know how to like describe what you're doing, or a mime. All you do is say, I use my mimicked voices and this to say this, and that's what it becomes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I say, I am Groot to this effect, and you just say that because it gets annoying trying to play a Kenku.
So
Otherwise.
this Kenku
Anyway.
turns around, looks at you, and just says in the sweetest, softest voice, "So I suppose you work for the circus then? Well, congratulations. You've caught me."
I have no quarrel with you, Kevin Steen.
So he's going to Dermot too.
And why are you chasing me?
I simply act on behalf of Candlefoot. I'm here tasked with returning his voice to him, and perhaps you getting me some information on some stuff that's been taken from me.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion.
Persuade.
Or intimidation, however you're feeling here.
Whichever you want to make this.
Let's make it persuade. 21.
Sweet
So
summer
you're
child.
just helping Candlefoot.
I am just helping Candlefoot, but my interests are my own as well. I don't think anyone comes here just for the rides.
Yes, you're right about that. Well, actually, no. So, a lot of these people really are just scared. Yeah, you know, it is a carnival.
And you guys even have that moment. Like, wait, no, I just said that. Like, no, you're right.
We were being
You're right.
cryptic.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Hey,
Let's get back to the negotiation.
Fine. So yeah. So what is exactly?
Changelings do this.
It's a changeling.
It's a changeling.
So what exactly is it you want from me?
Well, I'd like. I don't know why I can't get Candlefoot's name right.
Candlefang.
Candlefang.
Candlefoot.
Candlefoot's voice back. And I'd like to know how it's possible to lose something like that.
Well, I have certain powers that help me do these things. I work for an archfey. I don't know if you're familiar. Does the name Zabilna mean anything to you?
Does the name Zabilna mean anything to you?
Probably not.
No? Okay.
Does it mean anything to him?
Are you asking?
He's there. I
He's
mean,
catching
You
up.
catching up.
oh, he was.
That's what
I
I'm
mean, he hit
counting
a
down.
19.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You'll be there soon.
Yeah, just let me know. I just wanted to indicate to you that I'm.
Yeah. Oh, now you're hurrying. All right.
He asked me if I worked for, or if I knew who.
So,
Is the name familiar to you?
It's not,
Sylvania?
but do you do this? It's not, but do you do this? Do you perform this task for the circus?
For the circus? No. This circus has something to do with my patron.
yeah, I know I'm not there, but I do want to draw something to attention. Like, does Kettle's team recognize him?
It doesn't seem to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that until like you look like the previous
No,
owner.
yeah. I have been
Okay.
looking and questioning. How about them? Them?
Okay.
And I made a couple rules.
So far, so good.
Yeah, so far so good.
Alright. Sorry. Carry on.
This circus has something to do with something that's been troubling my patron, and I'm trying to find out. But the damned owners of this place won't give me the time of day, Mr. Witch and Mr. Light. What is it you're after again? Oh, right. You want his voice. It's been very useful to me. Is there some other way we can work something out? And at this point,
This guy,
I thought it was gonna be Vinnick.
This guy.
sounds like
this
it.
guy, What's going on?
We're in the
And I'm
bush.
holding my hand up menacingly towards.
Oh dear. There's more of you, huh?
Take it down.
What's going on?
We're talking.
It was almost fitting, yes.
We're speaking about
Gonna take some power.
perhaps trading
It's a great song for this.
information.
Information.
And goods.
What kind of
What would it
information?
take to get the voice from you?
I just want to know what's happening in Prismere, which is a name you know that is your patron's domain of delight.
Say that again.
Prismere. Prsmeer. But they won't talk to me, so I've been trying to make them talk to me by disrupting their precious little carnival.
It's the domain of.
Domain of delight.
It's her dements. It's her territory.
Yeah.
What
Your
is-
patrons.
Shit, what is the patron's name anyway?
Zabilna.
Is that her his patron's name?
That's his patron's name, yeah.
But she goes by something else, right? I think you mentioned it in chat.
Zabilna?
The godmother. Like, there's.
Oh,
she has a
she's got.
nickname.
She's like a. She's. It's not another name. It's just like it's like a. It's probably not her true name.
her like.
She's known to be sort of a fairy godmother type.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. What was he saying? So he's saying I just wants to know. I just want to know what's going on in Prismere, and I know that this carnival is involved somehow.
I would know that this prison. I would know prisoner.
You know Prismere, yeah.
What's going on in Prismere?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. All I know is that I've lost some sort of. I used to have connections with my patron who rules that land, and now I seem to be blocked in some way. And I know this carnival is involved. Zabilna is the patron of this carnival, or at least used to be.
Used to be. Huh? And you can't get back? Yeah, I heard.
Part
you
of
can't
my-
get back.
Part of my pact will not allow me to return to Prismere.
Can you tell him?
Why?
how-
Why are you asking?
Can I roll an Arcana? Because I really don't know where to go from here.
You want to what?
Arcana?
Arcana? Or to what you want to know?
I guess it's. I don't know what I should know about this.
He doesn't know the politics. going on.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, go ahead. Arcana or history.
Because you didn't. Nothing was discussed about how he met his patron.
Yeah.
What she
that's-
asked of him.
I know, this
why
happened
they went-
all very quick,
Right,
everybody.
and why they went to the carnival. Like why he went to the carnival and why shit got stolen from him at the carnival.
Well, should have got stolen from the carnival
I mean,
because he
it
didn't
was
have to
very
take it.
young.
Well, he
Yeah,
came
yeah.
from the Feywild side though,
Mm-hmm.
from the patron.
Right.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
What'd you roll?
I rolled a 13.
a 13?
I mean, it also makes sense that I don't necessarily, because he was
Mhm.
very young when he was in there. And
You know that, I mean, you got from Prismere to here, and to this carnival, so it makes sense that that she could have some sort of power over this place.
What's your name?
My name is Kettelstein.
Whee!
Yeah.
And your
Today we're picnic.
your patron is Zabir?
Zabilna.
Zabilna.
Yes.
I knew that.
Yeah, I mean it's yours.
Yes. She's a wonderful creature, and if something happened to her, then I have to know and help in some way.
Can you help
I-
him? Zabilna.
Where is that your character?
Yeah. Nothing other than what I've heard from you. The two of you.
Yeah, but you don't know that.
No, I don't know anything about
Yeah,
it.
I don't even know if you know if I'm magic yet.
I don't, but I'm asking him for something. He's telling me he wants to talk to
Yeah.
whatever it is, and you seem to know about it, so I'm basically pressing it, like, can you do this for him?
Which is a weird question to ask. You can't commune with Zybilna.
No. I used to be able to because part of my agreement with her power was that I cannot return to Prismia for transgressions that I'm not getting into. But on the other hand, it was promised that she would communicate with me, and for the last several years she's been unable to. Or maybe I've been scorned, maybe it's something I did, I don't know, I'm just trying to find answers. I've eavesdropped on Mr. Light and Mr. Witch, and they are up to something. I don't know what it is.
Another question.
What'd you say?
Start from
Meta
the beginning.
question.
Not a question?
He's about to ask a meta question.
Oh, okay.
Naked Zany.
I guess basically, like, would I have any insight into, like, whether or not this guy is truly a patron,
Disciple.
disciple?
I don't know. It's not like you're really like a part of an order or anything.
Right.
Yeah. But
Okay. I'll approach him.
I mean, you can roll an insight, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So he's saying he's cut off from Zybilna. Would I be like? Do I still have a link
You know
to
the
Zybilna?
nature. Do you have a connection with? You're able to do your magic, and so is apparently them. But you do know that Zybilna is an archfey, and archfeys make contracts, and they have specific terms to them, and
Right.
it makes
I'm
sense
just
that his
saying,
terms were.
If he's cut off, but I'm not. Kind of like, can I sense
Cut off
that?
from communication.
Right.
Right. You don't really have communication with it. That wasn't part of your deal. Like you said, she. Part of her deal was that she can't go back to Prismere, but she would.
Zybilna can't come back.
No, the
Kettlestein.
Kettlestein can't go back to Prismere, but
Kelsey,
Zybilna promised to reach out to Kettlestein.
I'm going to approach Kettlestein very slowly.
Caw.
And kind of just motion me to. I too am
nerdy.
yeah. What was the word?
He said
non-patron.
disciple earlier.
Disciple.
Mm-hmm.
I too am a disciple of Zybilna.
You? Studies you. Is that why you're here too? Have you been cut from connection as well?
I have been stuck in this God's forsaken, Zybilna forsaken realm for 8 years.
I see. When the carnival comes around again. Right. Well then, have you learned anything? I heard, Kettlestein, she mimics a voice. She said, "Somebody is going to find out about this. They'll shut us down." Followed by another voice, "We agreed to this pact. Our hands were forced, but our eyes open. We let the Hourglass Coven take what it wants, and in return, we stay in business. Is that not what you want, Mr. Light?" That's what I heard them say.
Did you say it loud enough for?
Oh, you guys were whispering about that.
I was whispering. I don't know what.
Do you know what this coven is that they
I
mentioned?
don't know anything about it. But does he hear that? Because I don't know if they can control their volume.
Does he
hear what Kel's
Sure,
saying?
yeah. That was a mimic, and they were pretty excited voices. Yeah.
Right on.
I was Zybilna helped me when I was vulnerable. She's a very kind patron.
You've met her too, then?
Yes.
I see. Yeah, it is a she, but she's using a man's voice. Yeah.
Why were you heckling the mer woman?
I'm trying to force their hand. I don't know how else to get there to make them talk to me. So what I've been doing is harassing the carnival, trying to get them to and avoid the guards to become enough of a nuisance to get away with it that eventually they'll have no choice but to meet with me. I don't know if it's going to work though.
You're trying to meet with the light and...
With Mr. Witch and Mr. Lights, yes.
Do you know where they are?
There's fireworks going off in the...
Oh, yeah. We should probably get over there.
Do you know where they are? This Mr. Witch and Mr. Light.
Do I know what?
Where they are?
Where they are? Well, Mr. Light will be, if the fireworks are going on, Mr. Light will no doubt be in the big top doing his ringleading performance. Mr. Witch should be probably staying at their wagon back behind the big top at this time. Why? Are you...
You're the one who said that there was, this was taken away from us. Zybilna.
I don't know how they're involved, but they must know answers. So, I don't know.
Well,
If
we can help each other, yes?
I think we can do that. Yes. For Zybilna. Fine. Pulls out a little wicker, like a little voodoo doll with a cord of thorn, like a thorny cord around his neck. Have the clown untie this, and he'll have his voice back.
Untie this, and you'll have your voice back.
I can't.
Oh, the other clown.
We can help each other. I have thought of this. I just haven't been able to get close to Mr. Lights. He carries a little rod, a little ends in a butterfly. It gives him powers to sense the emotions of the place. It's how he chooses the monarch at the end of the evening, just before dawn. If we could somehow steal that from him, we could use that as, well, it would give us leverage to force them to talk. That's my idea, anyway. But like I said, I haven't been able to get close.
No.
That's so risky.
The
I'm not very
carnival
good at
seems to just
stealing.
work
I
against
don't
me at
know
every
anybody
turn.
who knows how to steal.
This is a large undertaking.
Large. It's you
Kettle
get your
steam.
voice back.
Back to the way we were talking about earlier. When the carnival takes things from people, are they put somewhere? Like this voice is put in this jar, or this voodoo doll. No voodoo.
I don't know if you've seen them, but there are other beings here, and I don't think they work with the carnival. The carnies seem to ignore them. I don't know how many of there are, but there's different beings here. They do not look like they'd
What do
be.
they look like?
One of them seems like some sort of froggish creature. It's hideous. The other one wears a pig mask. And I keep seeing this other one.
Pig masters.
I think so.
We saw one in the
You weren't there.
I wasn't. I was talking to Candlefoot.
He was coming out of the mirror.
So it seems like there's another figure or two or many. They just seem like shadows, and I see them slip away. They seem to. Well, if you don't have a ticket, it's probably best for the carnies to find you before then.
You say they don't work for the carnival, but prey on the ticket lists.
Yeah, I've seen them do it. It's kind of strange to watch, and the carnies, they just seem to kind of pull people's attention away from it, and they seem to let them do their thing while these people just stand there, stunned, just gawking at them until the creatures whisk them away.
Stab.
Oh,
Just kidding.
it's D&D, you can do whatever you want.
But don't be Galen.
Yeah.
Hi, Galen.
Nah.
Come back
Oh,
and play.
I thought you said Galen.
Yeah, so I was all like, when have I done
But
that?
don't be Galen.
The only time
I mean-
I've killed somebody without cause is because you induced me to do so as the DM.
We all make our own choices, but I mean Galen.
He was mugging me.
With a mug.
Yeah, exactly. What is a mug for? If not to mug.
Alright, so I've got the voice back from him. Your deal with him is to do what? Get Mr. Witch or Mr. Light to talk to you
We
guys
need
about.
that wand with the butterfly.
Well, that's one idea I have. We just need to talk to them. But they're very elusive. They do talk to the monarchs.
They talk to the monarchs.
Well, yeah. They crown everyone every night, and
You can change shape. What's keeping you from appearing right before them or sneaking up on them or taking their identity and getting close?
I've tried. They're pretty perceptive, and it seems like they can sense my mood or something. This whole place seems to work against me. Just fake stuff.
How many are there of you? I remember hearing 3 hecklers.
I have magic that I can change my form. There can be as many as me as I want there to be.
You ever met a shapeshifter?
Hmm?
You ever met a shapeshifter?
That's some quality role playing right there. Well, I mean,
Kettle seems like looking around. I feel like I should move. I don't like standing in one place too long here. It's just,
How can we get in contact with you again?
I don't have a.
pager.
Well, I'll need this back. And gives you a rock with a little swirly carving on it. Hold that. You can whisper into it, and I'll hear it.
Here.
What I know what this is? I know what it is, but what I know what it is.
Arcana?
Take this rock. Put it to your ear and press this button.
Yeah.
Hear my greatest wish.
This is a Nokia.
An 8.
An 8? It's a rock.
What is this?
It's a sending stone.
He just told you what it does. Whisper into the rock. He hears.
Okay, I will keep it with me.
Fine. I'll keep continuing my work and keep a wide berth from you. I think I'm going to see the Dragonfly rides next.
You won't be well on your way.
Alright, Malsha, let's go.
No.
I'd say thank Candlefoot for me, but you probably don't want to be associated with me.
Hear me, sorry.
He said I would ask you to tell Candlefoot thank you for me, but you probably don't want the workers knowing that you're associated with me. Well, can I go now?
I think
I
that's
think,
noted.
yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay. If you find anything, you know how to reach me. I can reach you too if I find something. There must be some way. And well, they change into a half elven young man and nice clothes and walk off.
Testing?
Yes, it does work. I'm gonna miss this voice.
Well, we should probably get to the big top.
Over to you. You swim, and you make it over to the back of the Hall of Illusions, where you see poor Pashala just sitting in the shade of the place where there aren't people that go to that side of the building, and she's just sitting up on a stone, and she's just sobbing into her hand. Right, yeah. Out comes the swamp thing. Yeah. Are you okay?
I imagine your backpack's like 50 times heavier.
He threw his backpack.
I took it off.
Yeah.
It's back at the bowl.
Yeah.
I'm just floating in the water on all my bottles and baubles. Pull out the bottle with a note in it. Boink.
Starts looking around, see if there's anyone else here.
You like the image I made of it? I think it really captures his essence.
Can I help you?
Oh, hi. I'm Prewinna Bloom. It's good to meet you, Pashala. I heard your singing. It's fantastic.
And she just, no, it's not. They ridiculed me.
No, that was
I
Kettle's.
was fraud.
That was Kettlestein.
Well, you don't know who that is.
Oh, I know who that is. Because I already told you guys to fucking, we're looking for a Kettlestein and she's the one making ruckuses. I'm the one that started the whole thing. In my mind, I know who Kettlestein
that's
is.
who we were looking for when we went up in the bubble.
That's who we were looking for in the bubbles. Any commotions. Kettlestein makes commotions.
It's true. Yeah, you learned it talking with
and so,
Counterfoot
to
when
me,
you
the
came back
moment
out.
a heckler was in that crowd for that beautiful music, that's Kettlestein.
Okay.
Which is why I
mean-
sent you guys after them.
Sorry, partial banana here.
Huh?
Partial banana.
It's cool. So
So anyway, I'm like,
she says, "No, I'm a fraud." She's
no,
crying.
No, you're not. Look. Does that not look like Candlefoot?
Candlefoot, you know Candlefoot. She takes this. Oh.
You read that, it's beautiful.
Double good day for Candlefoot. He's getting his voice back.
Yeah, he's coming up all Candlefoot. And she reads it. Oh, Candy, such a poet.
Hold on. Notepad out, flip it up. Did you just call him Candy?
Did you make up that nickname?
I did.
Get rid of one of those inspirations.
Oh,
No, I'm just kidding.
Back to yourself, another.
she's just she's still tears in her eyes, but she does give a little smile. He's
Look,
such a good way
You're
with words.
amazing. He knows it. Everyone knows it. That heckler.
There were 3 of them.
It's a person, one person. The thing that stole Candlefoot's voice is using it against you.
What?
Right? It's a heckler. Kettlefoot thing. They're trying to ruin the carnival, and I'm not gonna let it happen.
What did you say your name was again?
My name is Prewinna Bloom.
Winner, that's a very noble thing you're doing. Oh, Candy, I don't know. It was humiliating to run off. I should have just kept the show going on, just like they always. Let's always practice. Always let the show go on and
You
let it
probably
last
shouldn't
off.
have, because I was this close from crashing into rocks and dying. You're amazing.
I don't know if I could get back there now. Oh, what should I do?
Well, you should get back. Wait, are those the fireworks?
Oh yes, the big top is the extravaganza must be going on now.
Do you still do your shows during that time?
No, I'm called to the. I'm supposed to perform at the extravaganza.
Well, of course you'd perform at the extravaganza. You're amazing.
Oh, I don't know. There's so many people there. They must have seen me as humiliated out there.
They probably all don't even know what's going on. This place is kind of screwy.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion with advantage because of the letter.
Not great.
That's not bad either.
It's not bad.
You need to take
It's
some
kinda
of
right
his
in the
charisma
middle.
with you.
Persuasion. 13.
13. Looking for a 12. You're right. You're right. The show. I just said the show must go on, and oh, Candlefoot will be so disappointed if I just don't show up to the big show. You're right. I'm sorry.
Pre-winner.
Pre-winner.
Bloom.
Bloom. Right. Yes, of course. Do you like to sing, Pre-winner?
I have the voice of a bog frog. No.
Maybe I can
But-
help you with that. If you'd like. If you'd be interested.
Oh.
My friend is missing his singing voice. It'd probably be better for him.
Oh, sure. Introduce me to your friend sometime, and I'll give him some of my lessons.
But can I get something from you?
What would you like?
I pull out my little half orb and put the piece of vinyl on it. And I click the thing back. Could you sing something into this?
Oh, of course. Yes, absolutely. And she sings beautifully into it. But it's not long before she's.
Yeah,
I
it's
should
only
really
like-
go.
I think it's 20. The 15 seconds or 25 words.
No, the 25 words is like the thing it can project. You can make a 6-second long recording.
There it is. So.
If your friend really is. Oh, you said he lost his singing voice. That's too bad. Sometimes we like for the audience to see if they'll try to perform at the end of it. I hope to see you there, Miss Bloom. Thank you so much.
Oh, can I ask one more thing of you?
Uh-huh.
I left my backpack back at your bowl.
Oh, if I see it, I'll keep it for you. If it's gone, it's probably gonna end up with Durla.
All right. No, you should go.
I'm going. Thank you, Pre-winner, Bloom.
Crawl out of the water.
Yeah,
Where am I?
you're behind the Hall of Illusions.
It's not too far.
All right. I
Wow,
start
that was
walking
a long
over to the. Yeah. Yeah. No, you know what? I'm so out of breath.
That was a long swim. You had to dodge giant swans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just grabbed onto some of them.
Got on
Just
like
dragged me.
walked most of the way.
They're going the opposite way.
I'm heading to the big top.
And I guess you guys are headed to the big top too?
And
And
I
I
think
guess we converge at the big top, and that's going to end tonight's session of Beyond the Witchlight.
the wild.
The Wild Beyond the Witchlight. I know what I'm doing. I'm Robert. I'm the GM of this game. And thank you all
Great, man.
for hanging out with us and joining us for this carnival. And yeah, we'll see what happens next time. Du-du-du.
I think that
got-
went really well. We got 10 minutes.
I liked it.
Let's talk about it.
You want to talk about it?
Yeah.
What would you like to talk
What do you
about?
think? What do you think?
I'm enjoying this.
You're doing. You're fine now.
I feel a lot better than I did. So you can understand, like I didn't know I was going to be GMing this until Wednesday night after our
I was
after our
supposed to
Curse
run
City stream.
Salt Marsh, yeah.
It's a
new
lot.
characters and stuff, and I got bogged down with work, and I said
Yeah.
I wasn't comfortable. So
Yeah.
Robert was a sweetheart and took over a stream like with 3 days' notice. So
It's fun running a module though. It's a little like, oh, I really need to look to this page. And
See, that's what I was worried about, was me having to flip back and forth, but you're doing it like it's nothing. So.
Yeah. No, there's some things like, oh, I do have to go reference this in this book, but there's also things that you read and you're like, oh, I remember this, or I know the factoid or whatever it is.
So I didn't finish reading this first chapter till like a couple hours before we started. But once I finished reading the whole chapter, especially since I just read it so recently, it was pretty recent. There was some stuff I did end up making up on the fly just to keep things moving, but you'll never know what they are.
Well, is this a D&D
It's
game?
fantastic.
Yeah. But
if it makes you feel better, it felt seamless. Like it didn't feel jerked around or like broken or anything.
There is nothing that I could tell, like that is besides the fact that you were reading like a section from the module. There's nothing I could tell that between something that was you made up and that, like the games. You could have made up those games.
Could have.
I mean, they're just carnival games that you just add a magic flair to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing that Highwayman was yours.
The Highwayman I did make up, yeah. I was like, well,
kind of forced
it'd really be boring to just walk out there and
Yeah.
say, you see nothing.
Right,
What do you do now?
That felt like it was just, that's something that would occur if we went out to the... That's what people would do. There's going to be a carnival there the other night, the next night, and people are walking out there.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, why not fleece them?
I was like, Max, I failed my insight. And it's like, yeah, he sounds like he's on the up and up. And I'm like, well, even if I thought that at first, we just got led into the woods in the dark.
You redeemed yourself, though. You caught that. Oh, this is what's
The fact
happening.
that you just straight up stabbed the dude.
That was pretty cool.
Well, I had to do something.
Yeah.
We're about to, like, I don't know you guys. I don't know if you can fight. You're, you've got a backpack on and you're like half my height. So I'm like, I should probably just take care of
Probably
this.
less
real
than
quick.
that.
He's way less than half. I'm 3'3". He's...
So I'm like towering over
Yeah.
you guys.
Yeah.
Gnomes are smaller than halflings.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yes. Nope.
We'll talk
Oh,
about
no,
this last night.
it's true.
Oh,
Right?
Halflings
it's
are
true.
smaller than
are they?
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because the halflings are the half-size elves, and
Oh, right.
sorry,
Gnomes are to
gnomes-
humans
sorry,
as
gnomes are that-
halflings are to...
yeah, the other way.
Oh, the other
Gnomes are the half-sized elves, halflings are the half-sized humans, and elves are taller than humans, so the gnomes are taller than the halflings.
Okay.
Of course,
I
like
fucked
we
that up.
talked about last night,
Yep.
there's always instances where you might have a halfling that's taller than a...
Right.
I really am picturing you as like a Tolkien-esque hobbit.
Yeah, he's
That's
a hobbit.
pretty much what I want.
But you didn't take...
Except I have shoes.
You took Lightfoot, right?
Except that I have shoes.
Yeah.
You didn't take Stoutheart. Stoutheart is the Tolkien hobbit.
Yeah.
But
So you're Lightfoot?
he's Lightfoot. But...
Yeah.
but
You can look like that. I mean, they all...
I mean, I
Scottish.
was also raised in the Fey wilds, and
So
Yeah.
things changed.
Yeah. So that's fine, yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I'm having fun with this.
She looks amazing.
Yeah, that's Pashala. Her little, a little glass ball of water.
Glad I got to save her. I'm sad that,
Oh, that's right. Put that up by one,
One?
please.
but I'm sad that these guys went and made shitty deals with the Kenku.
I thought for sure it was going to be me. I was like, well, this is where I dirty everything up. And then you're like, I'll talk to your patron. He's my patron too. I'm like, I had nothing to do with that.
I mean, I'm glad I caught up.
No.
Yeah.
I just hope you guys tell me everything that went down before we go into the big
I
top.
mean, if it comes up, you'd have to ask.
I mean, this is something that's kind of big. I think we
No,
would
I know.
probably...
We were looking for it together, of course.
I mean, I'll obviously ask, did you catch Kettle Steam?
Yeah.
But,
I mean, all three of you are here to find a way, like information, a way to figure out how to get back to what was taken from
And I
you.
was
Right.
like eager when we got in here. I was like, we're running.
there was...
I'm like, we gotta get this shit done. We gotta get it done. And then we got wrapped up in the stuff, and now it's midnight. And I'm like, now we gotta get shit done. Like the eagerness is back. Where I'm like, we're out of time.
There was like one thing you said that I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that caught it, and I'm kind of like that. Like we're worming our way to the thing, the big baddie, right? And you said something, and I'm like, that's it. And everyone's all, we just talk about this and all the other things. I'm like, No, you said it. You said the thing.
Ah, I wonder what it is you heard. Ah, yes.
What does it say for them?
Well, all right. Well, I'm looking forward to doing this next Sunday if y'all want to continue.
Do you even remember that? No, you don't remember that at
I
all.
can't even read your handwriting.
Oh, you can't?
Poor grass government.
Totally what it's
I could not, for the life of me, remember Durla
You're fucking around,
Gral.
but
That name
like, now I can't
sounds
even come up with
fucking
anything that
terrible to
might
say.
It does.
I want to find that damn
I
code.
just kept going I just kept saying just Durla. I'm just calling it Durla.
Durla. Alright, Mitch, take us out.
This has been another edition of the Wildverse, which is now running the Wild Beyond the Witchlight campaign run by Robert. So it's kind of like the Robert verse right now, or the Shaggy verse. Thanks for
Yeah.
coming down. This was the first session. If you liked what you saw, if you want to see any other stuff that we've done, any of the previous campaigns, or any of the one-shots and games that we've played before, there's a link down below that'll take you to the YouTube channel. And from there you can see the hundreds and thousands of hours of us sitting in this small room and having a lot of fun. We're also sponsored. It's not too small, yeah. Actually, I mean, as far as
Your room is smaller than this.
yeah,
This
that's
room's
true.
bigger than my house.
Sorry.
Not for long.
Back to the closing.
Anyway, we're also sponsored by Drive2RPG. There's a link down below. If you click on that, you can find all of your source books and rule books on PDF and save yourself a bunch of money. We have some other stuff you should too. And if you use that link down below, we get a little bit of a kickback that we use to update the studios. There's also a merchandise link down below where you can find the Wildverse W on t-shirts, eye patches, mohawk cream, all kinds of weird stuff. Give it a shot. We also play Warhammer Cursed City on Wednesdays around 5:30 Pacific Standard Time. That's coming to a close too, and we'll probably be switching days over to Kill Team on Tuesdays or something else like that. But we'll be playing Beyond the Witchlight on Sundays from now on for a while, as long as Robert can stand it or until we beat it. And then we'll switch to something else. So,
Mouse and stream.
Oh,
thank
okay.
you guys for coming. Oh, sorry, Super Sad Squad, thanks for being here. Tribute, thanks for being here. Bad Llama, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Bad Llama, thanks for coming down. I think Bad Llama 42.
Bad Llama FA.
FA, that's what it was, sorry. And then I feel like there was one other one, something trade.
Yeah, we had a Wet Dream, ZTM.
So yeah, thank you for coming down too. We appreciate you
Can
guys
you
coming
see
down and
it's
give us
still
some
on?
follows. So
Yeah.
We
So
appreciate it.
Go up to the viewers.
Check
at the
out
top, there's two.
supersadsquad.com if you're into webcomics. Great stuff.
Because you can't look there.
See you next week.
Bye, everybody. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.